The Nuclear Umbrella. Volume 2: Strategic Assets and Capabilities of Pakistan. Pakistan's Muslim NATO leadership. From bad to the nuclear age, quality defeats quantity. The strategic transformation of 2 billion Muslims from divided to united. By Zaheer Ahmad Meer, constitutional and corporate lawyer. Introduction. Beyond. Population, the true determinants of power. How many a small company has overcome a large company by permission of Allah? Quran 2:249. Throughout human history, the struggle between quantity and quality has been a recurring theme in warfare, statecraft, and civilizational resilience. In an age obsessed with numerical strength, GDP figures, and demographic forecasts, the fundamental insight offered by this Quranic verse remains a profound and counterintuitive truth. This introduction lays the conceptual foundation for a 6-volume vision of Muslim collective security centered on Pakistan's unique position as a military, ideological, and geopolitical nucleus of the Ummah. This introduction is not merely rhetorical. It frames the philosophical and strategic core of the nuclear umbrella, Pakistan's Muslim NATO leadership, and sets the stage for a journey across 6 distinct yet interlinked volumes. Volume I explores Islamic strategic traditions and military doctrine. Volume 2 examines Pakistan's strategic capabilities and positioning. Volume 3 diagnoses internal and external threats to the Ummah. Volume 4 outlines the structural design of a Muslim NATO. Volume V maps its operational implementation across regions. Volume 6 provides transformation case studies and the long-term vision. Note on implementation: this 6-volume framework is envisioned as a 5-year strategic plan, open for adoption by the current regime of Pakistan. If embraced with sincerity and resolve, its implementation can elevate Pakistan and the Muslim Ummah to the ranks of a true global superpower. If the present leadership is unwilling or unable, the vision remains preserved for a future government, whoever that may be. The one who realizes this vision will alter the trajectory of the Muslim world, just as Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah changed history through the creation of Pakistan. The Quranic foundation: quality over quantity. The Quran emphasizes that triumph does not depend on numbers alone. From the victory of Talut, Saul, over Jalut, Goliath, to the Battle of Badr, the consistent Quranic theme is that faith, discipline, and divine sanction convert smaller forces into strategic titans. This concept is not a dismissal of material power but a call to optimize it with moral force and ideological clarity. This perspective resonates with Islamic military history, from Khalid ibn al-Walid's campaigns to Salahuddin Ayyubi's disciplined resistance. Each illustrates the divine law that victory is a reward for preparation fused with moral commitment. Historical validation: from Thermopylae to Kargil, civilizational history affirms the Quranic insight. Spartans at Thermopylae, Vietnamese guerrillas resisting the US, or Finnish soldiers halting Soviet advances in the Winter War, all show that 1. Leadership trumps numbers. 2. Innovation disrupts mass. 3. Cohesion beats fragmentation. 4. Morale multiplies combat power. Pakistan's own record, from 1965 to the surgical parity established in May 2025, exemplifies this principle in modern strategic theatre. Pakistan's unique qualifications: Pakistan is not merely the only Muslim nuclear power. It is the most battle-tested, ideologically consistent, and strategically autonomous Muslim majority state. Key qualifications include: credible nuclear deterrence, operationally effective armed forces, resilient intelligence services. Geographic centrality to MENA, South Asia, and Central Asia, sectarian inclusion and Islamic constitutional foundation, strategic partnership with China, ironclad axis. These features uniquely position Pakistan to lead the proposed Muslim NATO initiative with moral legitimacy and operational viability. Why 2025 marks a turning point? Multiple converging trends make the 2025 to 2030 period decisive. Abraham Accords fragment Umma diplomacy, technological revolutions increase capability gaps, proxy conflicts and hybrid warfare intensify, sacred sites face heightened threats, economic coercion and sanctions proliferate. Pakistan's May 2025 performance during Operation Sindoor demonstrated strategic maturity, digital warfare readiness, and credible restraint, a prototype of Muslim strategic leadership in action. A preview of the Pakistan-led Muslim NATO. The proposed architecture comprises 1. Collective defense treaty modeled on NATO. 2. Extended nuclear umbrella for Muslim states. 3. Joint military, industrial and intelligence fusion centers. 4. Integrated crisis response units for occupied lands. 5. Sacred sites protection forces. 6. Economic and cyber defense cooperation frameworks. This framework is not utopian. It is designed with legal safeguards, operational protocols, and phased implementation tailored to real-world geopolitical constraints. 6 problems this architecture solves. 1. Occupation and liberation, Palestine, Kashmir, etc. 2. Sovereignty against military interventions. 3. Protection from economic coercion. 4. Technological independence. 5. Defense of Islamic sanctities. 6. Unifying fragmented Muslim foreign policies. From master weight, this book argues that the 2 billion strong Umma lacks not potential but structure. By converting mass into weight through disciplined institutions and shared doctrine, we can create a defense civilization aligned with both divine guidance and strategic realities. Let this introduction mark not just the beginning of a book but the start of a long overdue realignment of power in the Muslim world. The subsequent volumes develop each element of this vision with scholarly rigor, practical proposals, and moral urgency. Pakistan has the deterrent. The Umma has the mandate. History has issued the summons. What remains is unity, discipline, and strategic design. Executive summary. Introduction. In a world teetering between digital conquest and kinetic warfare, between the fragmentation of nations and the consolidation of empires, the Muslim world finds itself strategically paralyzed, rich in numbers, but poor in unity, rich in resources, but weak in resolve. The Umma, over 50 sovereign Muslim states, 2 billion believers, and vast swathes of strategic geography, remains a sleeping giant. Disunited, besieged, and without a collective defense doctrine, it has become the soft target of every aggression, sanction, occupation, and psychological operation of our age. The nuclear umbrella is a monumental 6-volume doctrine born out of this crisis, but shaped with vision. It is not just a call to arms, but a call to strategy. It offers a bold, legally sound, and historically anchored proposal, the formation of a Pakistan-led Muslim NATO, grounded in shared Islamic ethics, nuclear deterrence, and asymmetric intelligence superiority. This concept is not theoretical, it is operational, constitutional, and urgent. This executive summary offers a condensed walkthrough of 121 chapters across 6 volumes, each built upon historical legitimacy, strategic realism, and a deeply Islamic worldview. From the military doctrines of Prophet Muhammad and Salahuddin Ayyubi to Pakistan's nuclear capability and the 2025 turning point, from the failures of the OIC to the promise of an Umma Charter, this work is the first comprehensive civilizational blueprint of its kind. More than a military thesis, it is a strategic resurrection project, a fusion of law, warfare ethics, technological foresight, and collective identity. At its core lies one question: if the world's most ideologically fragmented nations can form alliances to defend interests, why can't the Umma form one to defend sanctity? This summary is prepared for scholars, generals, diplomats, jurists, and visionaries. But above all, it is for those who still believe the Umma can rise, not by romantic slogans, but by structured unity, disciplined deterrence, and prophetic moral clarity. Part 2. Pakistan's current strategic assets and capabilities. Section A. Military and security dimensions. Chapter 12. Conventional Force Structure and Capabilities. And what is with you of favor is from Allah. Quran 16:53, the foundation of Islamic deterrence. The conventional military capabilities of Pakistan represent the cornerstone upon which its qualification for Muslim world security leadership rests. While nuclear capabilities provide ultimate deterrence, conventional forces remain the primary instrument through which security is maintained, sovereignty is defended, and power is projected. Pakistan's development of sophisticated conventional capabilities despite resource constraints demonstrates the enduring principle that quality can defeat quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation. Unlike nations that measure military power primarily through procurement budgets or force size, Pakistan has developed a conventional force structure that maximizes qualitative advantages to offset numerical disadvantages. This approach, directly continuing the Islamic military tradition established during the Prophet's campaigns and early conquests, creates conventional capabilities significantly exceeding what raw numerical comparisons would suggest. The resulting force structure provides not merely national defense capability but the potential foundation for a broader Muslim security architecture. Pakistan Army, Doctrine and Structure 4. Asymmetric Excellence. The Pakistan Army represents the largest and most developed component of the nation's conventional military power, with approximately 560,000 active personnel and 500,000 reserves. However, raw numbers fail to capture the qualitative dimensions that distinguish Pakistan's land forces from regional counterparts and qualify them for broader security leadership. Doctrinal evolution and strategic adaptation. The Pakistan Army's doctrine has evolved systematically to address changing threats while maintaining core principles of asymmetric excellence. 1. Riposte-centric doctrine, the offensive-defensive doctrine developed in the 1980s and refined through subsequent decades creates a sophisticated approach to conventional deterrence through credible counteroffensive capability rather than purely defensive posture. This doctrine, proven effective in multiple confrontations, establishes the principle that effective deterrence requires demonstrated ability to impose unacceptable costs on an aggressor. 2. Multi-domain integration, the new concept of war fighting, NCWF, adopted in the early 2000s systematically integrated conventional, subconventional, and nuclear dimensions into a unified strategic approach. This integration creates deterrence across the full spectrum of conflict rather than arbitrary separation of conventional and nuclear planning that characterized earlier approaches. 3. Battlefield dominance areas. The doctrine identifies critical capabilities required for battlefield dominance, air defense, anti-tank warfare, artillery firepower, electronic warfare, and special operations. By concentrating development in these specific areas rather than attempting broad-spectrum conventional parity, the Army achieves asymmetric advantages that offset numerical disadvantages. 4. Limited war framework. Following the 2001-2002 military standoff with India, Pakistan refined its conventional doctrine to address the limited war under nuclear overhang scenario. This sophisticated approach creates conventional space despite nuclear realities, a framework directly applicable to broader Muslim world security challenges where nuclear dimensions may influence conventional calculations. 5. Cold start counter-strategy. In response to India's START doctrine, Pakistan developed effective counter-strategies emphasizing rapid mobilization, tactical nuclear options, and defensive preparations that neutralize surprise attack advantages. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated this counter-strategy's effectiveness when Pakistani forces rapidly contained and reversed initial Indian incursions during Operation Sindoor. This doctrinal evolution reflects Pakistan's systematic application of the quality defeats quantity principle in conventional warfare planning. Rather than attempting to match adversaries' numerical strength, the doctrine concentrates on specific capabilities, positional advantages, and mobilization tempos that neutralize numerical superiority through qualitative excellence. Organizational structure for maximum effectiveness. The Pakistan Army's organizational structure systematically optimizes available resources for maximum effectiveness. 1. Core structure optimization. 9 corps, including 2 strike corps, are strategically positioned to maximize defensive coverage while maintaining offensive options. Each corps integrates armor, infantry, artillery, and support elements into combined arms formations capable of independent operations, continuing the organizational principles first demonstrated in the Islamic Commissariat system at Qadisiyah. 2. High readiness units. Specific formations maintain extremely high readiness levels, allowing rapid response to developing situations without requiring full mobilization. These units demonstrated their effectiveness during the May 2025 crisis, when they contained initial Indian penetrations while allowing systematic mobilization of larger forces. 3. Reserves integration. The integration of approximately 500,000 reserves through regular training and clear mobilization frameworks creates strategic depth beyond active duty numbers. The reserve system efficiently maintains latent capability that can be activated rapidly when required, as demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis. 4. Rotation and deployment systems. Sophisticated rotation systems between peacetime locations, counterinsurgency operations, and international deployments create forces with diverse operational experience despite limited resources. This approach generates quality through experience diversity rather than quantity through permanent deployment. 5. Brigade combat team evolution. In recent years, the Army has evolved toward more flexible brigade combat teams capable of independent operations across diverse terrain and mission requirements. This approach, similar to U.S. Army transformation but adapted to Pakistani requirements, creates responsiveness exceeding what traditional division structures could achieve with similar resources. This organizational approach systematically converts potential liabilities into assets, limited resources become agility advantages, diverse operational requirements become experience opportunities, and asymmetric capabilities become strategic multipliers. The resulting force structure demonstrates precisely how quality-focused organization can overcome quantitative disadvantages. Equipment and technology, strategic indigenization. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistan has developed significant defense industrial capabilities that reduce external dependencies while creating tailored solutions for specific requirements. 1. Main battle tank production. The indigenous development and production of the Al-Khalid and Al-Khalid-1 main battle tanks demonstrate Pakistan's ability to create sophisticated armored platforms optimized for regional conditions. These tanks, incorporating design elements from Chinese and Ukrainian systems but adapted for Pakistani requirements, provide capabilities matching or exceeding the Indian T-90 and T-72 tanks at lower cost. 2. Armored personnel carrier development. The Talha and Al-Hamza armored personnel carriers provide protected mobility tailored to Pakistani operational requirements. These vehicles, produced by heavy industries Taxila, demonstrate the capacity to develop platforms specific to regional terrain and threat profiles rather than depending on external designs. 3. Artillery systems advancement. Indigenous production of artillery systems, including self-propelled howitzers and multiple launch rocket systems, provides firepower capabilities despite international restrictions. The recent development of the Fatah-1 guided multiple-launch rocket system, employed effectively during Operation Bunyanan Mahsoos in May 2025, demonstrates particular sophistication in precision fire capabilities. 4. Anti-tank capability prioritization. Systematic development of advanced anti-tank capabilities, including indigenous production of Bakhtar-Shakan, improved TOW missiles, creates asymmetric advantages against numerically superior armored forces. These capabilities follow directly the Islamic military tradition of developing specific counters to adversary advantages rather than attempting to match quantities. 5. Electronic increasingly warfare sophisticated integration. Electronic warfare capabilities, some developed through cooperation with China but others indigenously created, provide non-kinetic options effectiveness that multiply conventional. These systems demonstrated particular effectiveness during May 2025, when Pakistani electronic warfare capabilities temporarily degraded Indian air defense networks during critical operations. This strategic indigenization creates not merely equipment inventory but sustainable capability development pathway that reduces vulnerability to external pressure. The approach demonstrates how countries with limited resources can nonetheless develop significant conventional capabilities through focused investment, technology partner diversification, and requirement prioritization. Training systems and human capital excellence. Beyond doctrinal, organizational, and technological dimensions, the Pakistan Army has developed training systems that create human capital excellence exceeding what material resources would suggest. 1. Pakistan Military Academy Excellence. The Pakistan Military Academy at Kakul provides foundational officer development that systematically instills both technical competence and character qualities. The Academy's Talim-ul-Abadan, Education of the Body, and Talim-ul-Akhlaq, Education of Character, pillars create officers with both physical capability and moral foundation. 2. Command and Staff College Sophistication. The Command and Staff College at Quetta provides mid-career education matching international standards while focusing specifically on regional challenges and Islamic military principles. The college's integration of historical case studies with contemporary operational art creates officers capable of sophisticated planning and execution. 3. National Defense University Strategic Vision. The National Defense University provides senior leader development that integrates military, political, economic, and diplomatic dimensions. This approach, creating strategically minded senior officers rather than merely tactical experts, proves particularly valuable in complex contemporary security environments. 4. Realistic training prioritization. Despite resource constraints, the Army maintains commitment to realistic field training that creates capabilities exceeding what equipment specifications alone would suggest. The training approach emphasizes maximum capability extraction from available systems rather than dependency on technological superiority. 5. International exposure integration. Systematic rotation of officers through international education, UN peacekeeping operations, and multinational exercises creates perspective breadth unusual for a developing nation military. This international exposure develops officers capable of operating effectively in multinational environments, a critical qualification for leadership of a broader Muslim security alliance. This training approach creates human capital that consistently outperforms material resource limitations, demonstrating again how quality-focused development can overcome quantitative disadvantages. The resulting officer corps combines professional competence with Islamic values in precisely the balance required for Muslim world security leadership. Pakistan Air Force, Qualitative Excellence. In aerial warfare, the Pakistan Air Force, PAF, perhaps best exemplifies the principle that quality defeats quantity through its consistent effectiveness against numerically superior adversaries. With approximately 450 combat aircraft versus India's 800+, the PAF maintains credible deterrence through superior training, optimal force employment, and focused modernization strategies. Doctrinal innovation for asymmetric advantage. The PAF has developed sophisticated doctrinal approaches that maximize effectiveness despite numerical disadvantages. 1. Defensive counter-air excellence. Recognizing the impossibility of achieving numerical parity, the PAF has prioritized defensive counter-air operations that deny adversaries air superiority rather than attempting to establish dominance. This approach, focusing on denial rather than control, creates effective deterrence at lower resource cost. 2. First shot advantage emphasis. The doctrine emphasizes achieving first shot opportunity through superior situational awareness, pilot reaction time, and weapons capability. This approach neutralizes numerical disadvantage by maximizing effectiveness in initial engagements before quantity becomes decisive. 3. High-value target prioritization. Rather than attempting broad air superiority across the entire theater, the doctrine prioritizes specific high-value target sets that create disproportionate impact on adversary operations. This focused approach allows concentration of limited assets for maximum strategic effect. For integrated air defense synergy, the doctrine systematically integrates fighter operations with ground-based air defense systems, creating layered protection that forces adversaries to penetrate multiple defensive systems. This integration multiplies the effectiveness of both fighters and ground systems beyond what either could achieve independently. 5. Force preservation sophistication. Unlike adversaries with greater numerical depth, the PAF emphasizes sophisticated force preservation measures including hardened shelters, rapid runway repair capabilities, and dispersal options. These measures ensure combat capability persistence despite initial attrition, a critical requirement when facing numerically superior adversaries. This doctrinal approach demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how qualitative factors can overcome quantitative disadvantages in aerial warfare. Rather than futile attempts to match adversary numbers, the doctrine focuses on specific advantages that neutralize numerical superiority through superior concept application. Fleet optimization and modernization strategy. The PAF has implemented a fleet strategy that maximizes capability within resource constraints. 1. JF-17 Thunder Program. The joint development with China of the JF-17 Thunder multi-role fighter represents a remarkable achievement in cost-effective capability generation. The aircraft, now in advanced Block 3 configuration with AESA radar and sophisticated weapons integration, provides 80% of advanced fighter capabilities at approximately 25% of typical costs. 2. F-16 capability maximization. Despite acquisition restrictions, the PAF has systematically maximized the capability of its F-16 fleet through incremental upgrades, weapons integration, and maintenance excellence. The resulting aircraft demonstrate capabilities exceeding their original specifications, as shown during February 2019 when PAF F-16S demonstrated substantial effectiveness against Indian Air Force Mirage and Su-30 aircraft. 3. Force multiplier acquisition. Strategic acquisition of force multipliers, particularly the Saab 2000 ERI and ZDK-03 airborne early warning and control systems, creates disproportionate capability increases relative to their numbers. These systems extend sensor ranges, improve battlespace awareness, and coordinate operations in ways that multiply fighter effectiveness. 4. Unmanned systems integration. The systematic development and acquisition of unmanned aerial systems, including both surveillance platforms and armed drones like the CH-4, creates additional capability without the personnel and training costs of manned aircraft. These systems provide persistent intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities that enhance overall force effectiveness. 5. Weapons quality prioritization. Rather than expanding airframe numbers, the PAF has prioritized advanced weapons acquisition including Bayon Visual Range Air-to-Air Missiles, SD-10, PL-15, precision-guided munitions, and standoff weapons. This approach maximizes individual aircraft effectiveness rather than increasing fleet size beyond sustainable levels. This fleet strategy exemplifies the quality over quantity principle through systematic focus on capability maximization rather than numerical expansion. By maintaining fewer aircraft types with higher readiness rates, the PAF achieves greater effective combat power than larger but less optimized forces. Training excellence and human factors. The PAF's most significant qualitative advantage stems from its exceptional training systems and human capital development. 1. PAF Academy RISLPA Standards. The PAF Academy at RISLPA implements rigorous selection and training standards that identify and develop exceptional piloting talent. The Academy's approach, emphasizing character development alongside technical skill, creates pilots with both capability and commitment exceeding typical air forces. 2. Combat Commanders School Sophistication. The Combat Commanders School provides advanced tactical training comparable to the USAF Weapons School or Israeli Air Force equivalent but optimized for Pakistani operational context. The school's integration of realistic scenarios, advanced threat replication, and comprehensive debriefing creates tactical excellence that consistently overcomes technical or numerical disadvantages. 3. Flight hours quality over quantity. While total flight hours per pilot remain below Western Air Force averages due to resource constraints, the PAF emphasizes quality over quantity through scenario sophistication, simulator integration, and focused training objectives. This approach maximizes learning value from available flight hours rather than pursuing arbitrary hour targets. 4. Operational Conversion Units Excellence. Type-specific operational conversion units provide thorough platform training that maximizes individual aircraft capability extraction. This specialized approach ensures pilots can utilize the full capability envelope of their aircraft rather than operating at the margins of performance. 5. Realistic exercises and evaluation. Regular large-scale exercises like high mark create realistic combat conditions that validate both individual skills and organizational effectiveness. The exercise approach, featuring genuine competition rather than scripted outcomes, develops adaptability and innovation crucial for asymmetric effectiveness. This training excellence creates pilots and support personnel capable of consistently outperforming adversaries with technically superior equipment, as demonstrated repeatedly in actual engagements and international exercises. The human quality differential represents the PAF's most significant asymmetric advantage and the foundation of its deterrent credibility. Indigenous production and maintenance capabilities. 1. JF-17 production capacity. The aircraft manufacturing factory at Pakistan Aeronautical Complex Comran now produces the JF-17 Thunder fighter with increasing local content percentages. This production capability developed in partnership with China but with growing Pakistani contribution, creates unprecedented sustainability for a developing nation air force. 2. Avionics and systems integration. The air weapons complex and other facilities have developed increasing capability to integrate diverse systems, sensors, and weapons onto existing platforms. This integration capability allows continuous modernization of legacy platforms without complete replacement requirements. 3. Missile production advancement. Indigenous production capability for air-to-air and air-to-surface missiles has progressed significantly, reducing vulnerability to external supply restrictions. The resulting weapons inventory provides capability persistence despite international pressure points. 4. Maintenance, repair, and overhaul excellence. The development of comprehensive maintenance, repair, and overhaul capabilities for multiple aircraft types creates operational readiness rates exceeding typical expectations for the platforms operated. This maintenance excellence directly translates to greater effective force availability from the same inventory numbers. 5. Unmanned aerial vehicle development. Indigenous development programs for unmanned aerial vehicles demonstrate increasing sophistication in both surveillance and armed platforms. These programs create capabilities tailored to specific Pakistani requirements rather than depending entirely on external models. These indigenous capabilities transform what might otherwise be vulnerabilities into strengths, potential supply restrictions become innovation drivers, maintenance challenges become excellence opportunities, and resource limitations become efficiency imperatives. The resulting self-reliance creates sustainability that pure importation models cannot achieve regardless of budgetary resources. Pakistan Navy, evolution toward blue. Water capability. The Pakistan Navy, PN, while historically the smallest service, has undertaken significant transformation toward genuine blue water capability with particular emphasis on strategic dimensions. With approximately 75 vessels including 11 major surface combatants and 8 submarines, the Navy has evolved from coastal defense focus to broader maritime security capability with strategic significance. Strategic evolution and maritime doctrine. The Pakistan Navy's doctrine has evolved systematically to address expanding strategic requirements. 1. Sea denial prioritization. The core doctrinal approach emphasizes sea denial capability that prevents adversary naval dominance rather than attempting sea control beyond sustainable resource levels. This asymmetric approach creates effective deterrence while remaining resource realistic. 2. Strategic role expansion. The integration of submarine-launched cruise missiles, BABA-3, establishes the Navy's role in strategic deterrence beyond conventional maritime operations. This capability, demonstrated through successful test launches, creates a genuine sea-based strategic deterrent dimension. 3. Maritime security framework. The doctrine has expanded beyond traditional naval warfare to encompass broader maritime security including counterterrorism, anti-piracy, and resource protection missions. This expansion creates relevance across the spectrum of maritime challenges facing the Muslim world. 4. Sea lane protection capability. Increasing emphasis on protection of sea lines of communication reflects Pakistan's growing maritime economic interests and potential leadership role in broader Muslim world maritime security. This capability directly addresses critical vulnerabilities in Muslim world trade and energy flows. 5. Expeditionary dimension development. The Navy has gradually developed limited expeditionary capabilities through amphibious vessels and marine forces that allow power projection beyond Pakistani territorial waters. This dimension, though still developing, creates options for contributing to broader Muslim world security challenges. This doctrinal evolution creates naval capabilities aligned with Pakistan's emerging role in Muslim world security leadership. The transition from purely defensive orientation to broader maritime security engagement provides foundation for naval dimension of the proposed alliance structure. Fleet modernization and development. The Pakistan Navy has implemented a systematic fleet modernization program that maximizes capability within resource constraints. 1. Type 054A-P frigate acquisition. The recent acquisition of advanced Type 054A-P frigates from China provides significant surface warfare, anti-submarine warfare, and air defense capabilities in a modern platform. These vessels, featuring advanced sensors, weapons, and propulsion, represent quantum improvement in surface combatant capability. 2. Submarine force expansion. The ongoing program to acquire 8 Hangar-class, modified Yuan-class, submarines from China with significant technology transfer creates submarine force with regional significance. These advanced air-independent propulsion submarines provide persistent sea denial capability while potentially supporting strategic operations. 3. Fast attack craft evolution. The indigenous development of Azmat-class fast attack craft with anti-ship missile capabilities creates cost-effective surface threat that complicates adversary naval operations. These vessels, designed and partially constructed in Pakistan, demonstrate growing naval industrial capability. 4. Naval aviation enhancement. The acquisition of maritime patrol aircraft, including modified P-3C Orion and ATR-72 platforms, and helicopters expand surveillance coverage and anti-submarine warfare capabilities beyond previous limitations. These air assets create detection and engagement capabilities disproportionate to their numbers. 5. Unmanned systems integration. Emerging programs for unmanned surface and subsurface vessels promise surveillance persistence and risk reduction for conventional assets. These developments, still in early phases but advancing rapidly, create maritime domain awareness capabilities essential for effective sea denial. This fleet modernization creates naval capabilities significantly exceeding previous limitations while maintaining focus on specific strategic requirements rather than prestige platforms. The resulting force provides capabilities directly applicable to the maritime security challenges facing the broader Muslim world. Naval Special Forces capability. The Pakistan Navy maintains elite naval special forces that provide asymmetric options beyond conventional naval operations. 1. Special Service Group, Navy. The Special Service Group, Navy, or SSG-N, represents one of the region's most capable maritime special operations forces. These operators, trained in diverse maritime special operations including counterterrorism, sabotage, and intelligence gathering, provide capabilities disproportionate to their numbers. 2. Unconventional maritime operations. The development of capabilities for unconventional maritime operations against superior naval forces creates asymmetric options that complicate adversary planning beyond conventional force calculations. These capabilities follow directly the Islamic military tradition of developing specific approaches that offset adversary advantages. 3. Maritime counterterrorism expertise. The Karachi harbor attack in 2014 and subsequent security challenges have driven development of sophisticated maritime counterterrorism capabilities applicable beyond Pakistani waters. This expertise addresses critical vulnerabilities in Muslim world maritime infrastructure. 4. Intelligence collection operations. Specialized capabilities for maritime intelligence collection provide information advantages that enhance overall naval effectiveness despite limited platform numbers. These capabilities create comprehensive maritime domain awareness that conventional sensors alone cannot achieve. 5. Integration with conventional operations. The systematic integration of special operations with conventional naval operations creates synergistic effects that multiply both capabilities. This integration, rather than treating special operations as separate domain, maximizes effectiveness from limited resources. These special operations capabilities create maritime options beyond conventional naval operations, addressing specific regional challenges without requiring massive fleet investments. The resulting asymmetric advantages directly contribute to Pakistan's qualification for Muslim world security leadership. Coastal defense infrastructure and maritime security. Beyond blue water capabilities, the Pakistan Navy has developed sophisticated coastal defense systems that protect maritime approaches and critical infrastructure. 1. Coastal surveillance system. The development of an integrated coastal surveillance system incorporating radar, electro-optical sensors, and communications provides comprehensive maritime domain awareness along Pakistan's coastline. This system, with both fixed and mobile components, creates detection capabilities covering territorial waters and beyond. 2. Coastal defense missile systems. The deployment of anti-ship missile batteries at strategic coastal locations creates credible threats to adversary naval operations near Pakistani waters. These systems, featuring increasing range and sophistication, provide cost-effective deterrence against naval aggression. 3. Naval base hardening. Systematic hardening of naval bases and facilities, including underground submarine pens and hardened maintenance facilities, creates operational resilience despite adversary standoff weapons capabilities. These measures ensure capability persistence through initial conflict phases. 4. Maritime Security Agency enhancement. The Pakistan Maritime Security Agency has received significant capability enhancements for maritime law enforcement, counterterrorism, and resource protection missions. This agency, while separate from the Navy, provides critical maritime security capabilities that complement naval operations. 5. Port Security Framework. The development of comprehensive port security frameworks, particularly for strategic ports like Gwadar and Karachi, creates protection for critical maritime infrastructure against diverse threats. These frameworks address vulnerabilities that could otherwise undermine broader maritime security efforts. These coastal and infrastructure capabilities ensure that maritime approaches remain secured while blue water. Capabilities expand. The resulting layered maritime defense creates protection for critical national assets while supporting broader security operations beyond territorial waters. Strategic Forces Command, Nuclear and Missile Forces. The Strategic Forces Command represents Pakistan's ultimate qualitative response to quantitative disadvantage through development of nuclear and missile capabilities that create strategic deterrence regardless of conventional force ratios. While maintaining appropriate classification regarding specific capabilities, several key dimensions demonstrate Pakistan's qualification for security leadership. Credible minimum deterrence doctrine. Pakistan has developed a sophisticated nuclear doctrine that maximizes deterrent effect while remaining resource-conscious. 1. Full-spectrum deterrence approach. The evolution from minimum credible deterrence to full-spectrum deterrence creates capability covering the entire conflict spectrum from tactical to strategic levels. This doctrinal evolution ensures no gap exists where adversaries might attempt conventional aggression below perceived nuclear thresholds. 2. Countervalue and counterforce options. The development of both countervalue capabilities, targeting population centers and economic infrastructure, and counterforce options, targeting military assets, creates flexible deterrence across potential conflict scenarios. This flexibility ensures adversaries cannot easily predict employment parameters or thresholds. 3. First-use posture maintenance. Unlike adversaries with declared no-firsters policies, Pakistan maintains deliberate ambiguity regarding nuclear first use, creating uncertainty that enhances deterrent effect despite numerical disadvantage. This posture compensates for conventional asymmetries that might otherwise create security vulnerabilities. 4. Escalation domination capability. The development of capabilities across the escalation spectrum, from tactical nuclear weapons to strategic systems, creates escalation management options that deny adversaries the ability to establish domination at any specific level. This approach systematically closes potential exploitation gaps despite resource disparities. 5. Command and control robustness. Sophisticated command and control systems ensure both negative control, preventing unauthorized use, and positive control, enabling authorized employment despite adversary attempts to disrupt communications. This robustness creates confidence in deterrent credibility regardless of crisis conditions. This doctrinal approach demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how nuclear capabilities interact with conventional dimensions in contemporary security environments. The resulting deterrence framework provides model for how the proposed Muslim security alliance could extend nuclear protection through Pakistan's capabilities. Diverse delivery systems development. Pakistan has systematically developed multiple delivery systems that ensure survivability and effectiveness across scenarios. 1. Ballistic missile diversity. The development of multiple ballistic missile systems from short-range NOSA, 60 km, to medium-range Shaheen-II, 2,750 km, creates options across the battle space depth. This diversity ensures that appropriate systems exist for specific missions rather than forcing suboptimal employment of limited types. 2. Cruise missile advancement. The Baber cruise missile family, with land, air, and sea-launched variants, provides low observable penetration that capabilities complicate adversary defensive systems. These systems, with increasing range, accuracy, and penetration attributes, create effects disproportionate to their numbers. 3. Air-delivered capability maintenance. Despite limitations in launch aircraft acquisition, Pakistan has maintained effective air-delivered nuclear capability through innovative integration on available platforms. This capability persists as an important component of the overall deterrent despite aerial asymmetries. 4. Sea-based deterrent development. The development of submarine-launched cruise missiles creates nascent sea-based deterrent less vulnerable to preemptive strikes. This emerging capability, demonstrated through successful Baber 3 tests, represents significant advance toward full-spectrum deterrence. 5. Tactical systems integration. The development of battlefield nuclear capabilities, particularly through the NOSA short-range ballistic missile system, creates deterrence against limited conventional aggression without requiring strategic system employment. This capability addresses specific regional threats while remaining aligned with resource limitations. This delivery system diversity ensures that no single adversary countermeasure or preemptive action can neutralize Pakistan's deterrent capability. The resulting strategic resilience creates foundation for credible extended deterrence under the proposed Muslim Security Alliance. Indigenous production capability. Perhaps most impressively, Pakistan has developed significant indigenous production capabilities for strategic systems despite international restrictions. 1. Solid fuel production mastery. The development of indigenous solid fuel production capabilities for ballistic missiles represents significant technological achievement under restricted conditions. This capability creates supply independence for critical strategic components despite international control regimes. 2. High-precision manufacturing capacity. Pakistani strategic industries have demonstrated capacity for high-precision manufacturing required for reliable strategic systems. This precision engineering capability, developed despite technology transfer restrictions, creates sustainable production independent of external suppliers. 3. Warhead design and production. While maintaining appropriate classification, Pakistan has clearly demonstrated sophisticated warhead design and production capabilities across multiple yield options. These capabilities ensure deterrent credibility through demonstrated testing while maintaining options across the conflict spectrum. 4. Systems integration sophistication. The demonstrated ability to integrate diverse technologies, including some acquired from various international sources, into coherent strategic systems reflects sophisticated systems engineering capabilities. This integration skill creates results exceeding the sum of component technologies. 5. Maintenance and sustainability systems. The development of comprehensive maintenance and sustainment systems for strategic forces creates persistency beyond initial deployment capability. These systems ensure that strategic forces remain credible deterrents throughout their life cycle rather than degrading through maintenance limitations. These indigenous capabilities represent remarkable achievement for a developing nation facing significant international restrictions and technology denial regimes. The resulting self-reliance in strategic systems creates foundation for credible security leadership that outside dependencies could compromise. Security and surety framework. Pakistan has developed sophisticated security and surety frameworks that ensure reliable control while preventing unauthorized access or employment. 1. Robust command and control. The Strategic Plans Division oversees comprehensive command and control frameworks that maintain reliable direction while preventing unauthorized actions. These systems, incorporating both technical and procedural safeguards, ensure appropriate employment decisions regardless of crisis conditions. 2. Personnel Reliability Program. Comprehensive personnel screening, monitoring, and reliability programs ensure that individuals with access to strategic systems meet highest standards of reliability and trustworthiness. These human reliability measures provide critical foundation for technical security systems. 3. Technical safeguards implementation. The implementation of sophisticated technical safeguards, including permissive action links and similar technologies, creates multiple layers of protection against unauthorized employment. These measures provide confidence in negative control without compromising authorized employment capability. 4. Physical security excellence. Layered physical security measures protect strategic assets against unauthorized access through both conventional and special operations threats. These security systems, regularly tested and improved, ensure that strategic capabilities remain under proper authority regardless of adversary actions. 5. Continuity of operations planning. Sophisticated continuity planning ensures that command functions persist, despite adversary attempts to disrupt leadership or communications. These measures, including redundant systems and alternative command facilities, create resilience essential for credible deterrence. These security and surety frameworks demonstrate the maturity and responsibility essential for nuclear security leadership. The resulting confidence in Pakistan's strategic force management provides foundation for the proposed extended deterrence under Muslim Security Alliance frameworks. integration, capabilities, and joint operations. Beyond individual service capabilities, Pakistan has developed sophisticated joint operations frameworks that multiply effectiveness through integration. Joint Staff Headquarters effectiveness. The Joint Staff Headquarters has evolved from coordination mechanism to genuine joint command capability. 1. Unified strategic planning. The Joint Strategic Planning Committee provides coherent strategic direction across services rather than merely aggregating separate service plans. This unified approach ensures that service capabilities develop in complementary rather than competing directions. 2. Joint Operations Directorate. The establishment of a permanent Joint Operations Directorate creates continuous joint planning capability beyond crisis response improvisation. This institutional structure ensures that joint operations benefit from systematic preparation rather than ad hoc coordination. 3. Joint Intelligence Integration. The Joint Intelligence Committee coordinates intelligence activities across services and civilian agencies, creating comprehensive understanding beyond individual service perspectives. This integration prevents intelligence gaps that single service approaches typically create. 4. Joint Logistics Framework. The development of joint logistics frameworks optimizes resource utilization across services rather than maintaining redundant service-specific systems. This approach creates efficiency essential for resource-constrained environments. 5. Joint Training Programs. Systematic joint training programs ensure that integration occurs regularly rather than only during crises or conflicts. These programs develop both procedures and relationships necessary for effective joint operations. This joint headquarters effectiveness creates integration exceeding what organizational charts alone would suggest. The resulting capability to plan and execute genuinely joint operations provides essential foundation for leadership of a multinational security alliance. Joint Operations Experience and Evolution. Pakistan has accumulated significant joint operations experience through both conflict and peacetime activities. 1. Counterinsurgency operations. Extensive joint counterinsurgency operations in tribal areas provided practical experience in integrated operations across services. These operations, while challenging, created joint operation procedures validated through actual employment rather than theoretical exercises. 2. Crisis response integration. Multiple crisis response situations with India have driven development of sophisticated joint mobilization and employment plans. These crisis experiences, even without escalating to full conflict, provide validation for joint procedures under genuine pressure conditions. 3. Natural disaster response. Joint operations during major natural disasters, including the 2005 earthquake and 2010 floods, created practical experience in integrated operations beyond combat scenarios. These operations developed coordination mechanisms applicable across the operational spectrum. 4. UN peacekeeping deployments. Extensive participation in United Nations peacekeeping operations has provided experience in multinational joint operations contexts. This international exposure creates capabilities directly applicable to leadership of a Muslim security alliance. 5. Joint exercise programs. Regular joint exercises, including the Azminaw series, provide systematic validation for joint concepts and procedures under controlled conditions. These exercises create both technical integration and interpersonal relationships essential for effective joint operations. This operational experience transforms joint concepts from theoretical constructs to practical capabilities validated through actual employment. The resulting joint operation sophistication provides foundation for the multinational integration required in the proposed Muslim security alliance. Command, control, communications, computers, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, C4ISR, integration. Pakistan has developed increasingly sophisticated C4ISR frameworks that enable genuine joint operations. 1. Joint Operation Centers. The establishment of permanent joint operation centers with representation from all services creates continuous integration capability rather than crisis-specific coordination. These centers maintain common operational pictures essential for synchronized operations. 2. Interoperable communication systems. The development of communication systems with genuine interoperability across services allows information sharing essential for joint operations. These systems overcome traditional barriers between service-specific communications architectures. 3. Common intelligence picture development. Increasingly sophisticated systems for developing common intelligence pictures across services ensure shared understanding of the operational environment. This common understanding prevents the divergent situation assessments that typically undermine joint operations. 4. Unmanned systems integration. The integration of unmanned systems from multiple services into joint intelligence collection frameworks creates persistent surveillance capabilities beyond what individual services could achieve. This integration maximizes effectiveness from limited unmanned system inventories. 5. Cyber domain incorporation. The increasing incorporation of cyber capabilities into joint operations frameworks creates options beyond traditional physical domains. This cyber integration, while still developing, addresses critical vulnerabilities in contemporary military operations. These C4ISR capabilities create the technical foundation for effective joint operations beyond organizational structures or doctrinal publications. The resulting ability to maintain common operational pictures while coordinating diverse service capabilities provides essential qualification for multinational security leadership. Joint education and professional development. Beyond operational and technical dimensions, Pakistan has developed joint professional military education that creates intellectual foundation for integration. 1. National Defense University integration. The National Defense University systematically integrates officers from all services in senior professional military education, creating shared intellectual frameworks and personal relationships. This integrated education creates common conceptual foundation for joint operations. 2. Joint Staff Course sophistication. The Joint Staff Course provides mid-career education specifically focused on joint and multinational operations rather than service-specific perspectives. This dedicated joint education creates planning capabilities essential for complex operations. 3. Combined operations research. Increasingly sophisticated joint research activities examine both historical operations and emerging concepts from integrated perspective rather than service-specific viewpoints. This research creates doctrinal evolution informed by multiple service perspectives. 4. International education integration. The systematic incorporation of international education opportunities, including staff colleges and war colleges worldwide, creates exposure to diverse joint operation approaches. This international perspective provides breadth essential for multinational security leadership. 5. Multinational exercise participation. Regular participation in multinational exercises provides practical experience in operating within diverse command structures and procedural frameworks. This multinational experience creates capabilities directly applicable to the proposed Muslim Security Alliance. This joint professional development creates both the intellectual framework and personal networks essential for effective integration beyond technical systems or organizational structures. The resulting joint operation sophistication provides critical foundation for leadership of multinational military operations under the proposed Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's conventional capabilities and Muslim world security. Pakistan's conventional military capabilities provide the essential foundation for its leadership of the proposed Muslim security architecture. Several specific dimensions establish unique qualification for this leadership role. Force generation model for resource-constrained environments. Pakistan's approach to conventional force development provides a directly applicable model for many Muslim states facing similar resource constraints. 1. Quality-focused development, the systematic prioritization of quality over quantity in personnel selection, equipment procurement, and operational planning, creates model directly applicable to Muslim states unable to match adversaries numerically. 2. Asymmetric approach validation, Pakistan's demonstrated success in developing specific capabilities that offset adversary advantages rather than attempting broad-spectrum parity provides blueprint for Muslim states facing similar disparities. 3. Indigenous production pathway, the progressive development of defense industrial capabilities from simple maintenance to sophisticated production provides realistic pathway for Muslim states seeking greater self-reliance despite initial technological limitations. 4. Human capital prioritization, the demonstrated priority placed on human capital development, even at the expense of material acquisition, creates model particularly relevant to Muslim states with limited procurement budgets but significant human potential. 5. Adaptation from multiple sources, Pakistan's sophisticated adaptation of technologies and concepts from diverse sources, American, Chinese, European, and others, provides template for selective modernization without creating dependency on any single external partner. These fourth-generation approaches provide directly transferable models for the broader Muslim world rather than remaining unique to Pakistani circumstances. The proven effectiveness of these approaches, most recently demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis, establishes their validity for wider application. Interoperability foundations for Muslim alliance. Pakistan's conventional forces have developed specific characteristics that facilitate potential leadership of a broader Muslim security alliance. 1. Flexible doctrinal frameworks. Pakistan's operational doctrines maintain sufficient flexibility to incorporate diverse partner capabilities rather than requiring rigid standardization. This doctrinal approach creates space for alliance partners to contribute according to their specific capabilities rather than arbitrary standards. 2. Multiple equipment ecosystem management. Pakistan's demonstrated ability to effectively operate and maintain equipment from diverse sources, American, Chinese, European, and indigenous, creates capability to integrate the heterogeneous equipment inventories that would characterize a Muslim security alliance. 3. Standardization leadership potential. Pakistan's defense standardization processes, particularly through the Military Standards Agency, provide foundation for developing interoperability standards appropriate for diverse alliance members rather than imposing external standards unsuited to Muslim world realities. For English language proficiency, the maintained English language proficiency across Pakistan's officer corps creates linguistic bridge within potential alliance that spans the Arabic, Persian, Turkish, and other language communities comprising the Muslim world. 5. Training system exportability. Pakistan's military training systems have demonstrated exportability through existing programs providing training to numerous Muslim states. This training relationship provides foundation for standardization essential to alliance effectiveness. These interoperability foundations address one of the most significant challenges facing any Muslim security alliance, the integration of diverse forces with heterogeneous equipment, doctrines, and procedures into effective combined capability. Pakistan's demonstrated excellence in managing similar diversity within its own forces establishes unique qualification for leading this integration. Demonstrated capability relevance to Muslim world threats. Pakistan's conventional capabilities address precisely the threat categories most relevant to contemporary Muslim world security challenges. 1. External intervention deterrence. The demonstrated conventional capabilities, particularly air defense, coastal defense, and anti-armor systems, address precisely the vulnerabilities that have facilitated external military interventions in Muslim lands. 2. Counterterrorism operations experience. Extensive experience in counterterrorism operations across diverse terrain provides directly applicable capabilities for addressing non-state violent extremism threatening multiple Muslim states. 3. Sacred Sites Protection Capability. Special operations capabilities specifically developed for sensitive site protection provide foundation for the specialized capabilities required to secure Islamic sacred sites from diverse threats. 4. Maritime security expertise. Developing blue water capabilities combined with established coast defense systems address the maritime security challenges facing Muslim world trade routes and energy shipments. 5. Border security systems. Sophisticated border security capabilities developed for challenging environments provide models for addressing the border vulnerabilities facing numerous Muslim states. These capability alignments create direct relevance between Pakistan's military development and the security requirements of potential alliance partners. Rather than requiring adaptation from conventional forces optimized for different contexts, Pakistan's capabilities already address the specific challenges facing the broader Muslim world. Extended Nuclear Deterrence Foundation. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistan's conventional capabilities provide the essential foundation for extended nuclear deterrence under the proposed alliance framework. 1. Conventional nuclear integration. Pakistan's sophisticated integration of conventional and nuclear planning creates model for how extended deterrence could function within a broader alliance without requiring nuclear proliferation. 2. Escalation management experience. Demonstrated experience managing escalation dynamics in crisis situations with nuclear dimensions provides critical capability for extended deterrence credibility. 3. Full-spectrum deterrence model. The developed full-spectrum deterrence model addresses precisely the vulnerabilities that might otherwise undermine extended deterrence for alliance partners facing nuclear-armed adversaries. 4. Strategic evolution from communication sophistication. The rhetoric-based deterrence toward capabilities-based deterrence demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis reflects strategic communication sophistication essential for alliance deterrence credibility. 5. Second strike assurance development. The ongoing development of assured second strike capabilities, particularly through sea-based systems, creates foundation for the survivable deterrent essential commitments to alliance extended deterrence. These nuclear conventional integration capabilities address perhaps the most significant potential contribution Pakistan could make to Muslim world security, extending credible nuclear deterrence protection without requiring individual states to develop their own nuclear capabilities. This dimension alone would transform Muslim world security dynamics in fundamental ways. Conclusion: conventional capabilities as leadership foundation. Pakistan's conventional military capabilities across land, air, sea, and strategic dimensions provide the essential foundation for its potential leadership of a Muslim security alliance. These capabilities demonstrate precisely the central premise of this book, that quality consistently defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation. The Pakistan Army's sophisticated doctrine, optimized organizational structure, indigenous equipment production, and human capital excellence create land power capabilities significantly exceeding what raw numbers would suggest. The Pakistan Air Force's consistent effectiveness against numerically superior adversaries demonstrates how focused quality development can overcome quantitative disadvantage in aerial warfare. The Pakistan Navy's evolution toward blue water capability with strategic dimensions creates maritime security options previously unavailable to the Muslim world. The Strategic Forces Command's sophisticated nuclear and missile capabilities provide ultimate qualitative response to quantitative disadvantage. Perhaps most importantly, Pakistan's joint operations capabilities create the integration essential for effective employment across these dimensions. The resulting conventional military effectiveness, repeatedly demonstrated against numerically superior adversaries and most recently during the May 2025 crisis, establishes Pakistan's unique qualification for Muslim world security leadership. As the broader Muslim world faces unprecedented security challenges, Pakistan's conventional capabilities provide not merely inspiration but practical foundation for transformative security architecture. By building upon these demonstrated capabilities through the institutional frameworks described in subsequent chapters, the Muslim world could achieve security self-reliance that has remained elusive since the fall of the Ottoman Caliphate. The conventional capabilities described in this chapter represent not the entirety of this vision but its essential foundation, the prerequisite military effectiveness upon which broader security architecture would rest. Chapter 13: Elite Forces. An Asymmetric Warfare. Capabilities. Indeed, Allah loves those who fight in His cause in a row as though they are a single structure joined firmly. Quran 61:4. The specialized edge. Conventional capability. Beyond. While conventional forces provide the essential foundation for Pakistan's military effectiveness, it is the nation's elite forces and asymmetric warfare capabilities that truly exemplify the principle that quality defeats quantity. These specialized units, developed through rigorous selection, intensive training, and deliberate cultivation of both physical and spiritual excellence, create capabilities that transcend numerical calculation and material constraints. The resulting asymmetric advantages directly address the specific challenges facing the Muslim world while demonstrating Pakistan's unique qualification for security leadership. Unlike nations that develop elite forces primarily for prestige or limited special operations, Pakistan has systematically integrated these capabilities into its broader security framework. The resulting synergy between conventional and special operations creates effectiveness exceeding the sum of individual components, a model directly applicable to the proposed Muslim Security Alliance. This approach recognizes that asymmetric warfare represents not a separate domain but the essential complement to conventional capabilities, particularly when facing adversaries with numerical advantages. Special Service Group, SSG. The foundation of elite capability. The Special Service Group, SSG, colloquially known as the Black Storks or Maroon Berets, represents Pakistan's premier special operations capability and the foundation of its asymmetric warfare effectiveness. With approximately 7,000 personnel organized into 8 battalions, the SSG has developed capabilities matching or exceeding international counterparts despite fraction of their resources. Selection and training excellence. The SSG's effectiveness begins with selection and training systems that identify and develop extraordinary capabilities. 1. Rigorous selection process. The multi-phase selection process identifies candidates with exceptional physical capabilities, psychological resilience, and intellectual adaptability. This process, with approximately 510% success rate, ensures quality foundation regardless of subsequent training investment. 2. Comprehensive Basic Training. The 36-week Special Operations course at Cherat incorporates advanced skills including close-quarter battle, sniping, demolitions, intelligence gathering, and survival techniques in diverse environments. This training creates versatile operators capable of adaptation across mission profiles rather than narrowly specialized personnel. 3. Environment-specific qualification. Specialized training programs develop capabilities for specific operating environments, including high-altitude and mountain warfare school, HAWS, combat diver qualification, and desert warfare training. These environmental qualifications create all-terrain operational capability despite Pakistan's resource constraints. 4. Foreign training integration. Strategic integration of training opportunities with allied nations, including China, Turkey, and historically the United States, incorporates diverse special operations approaches while maintaining distinctly Pakistani operational philosophy. This integration creates sophisticated synthesis rather than mere emulation of external models. 5. Religious and psychological hardening. Unlike purely technical approaches to special operations, the SSG integrates Islamic principles and psychological hardening that create spiritual foundation for extreme operations. This dimension, often overlooked in assessments of special operations capabilities, creates resilience exceeding what physical training alone could achieve. This training approach systematically creates operators whose individual capabilities far exceed conventional force standards. The resulting quality differential allows SSG elements to accomplish objectives that would require significantly larger conventional forces, the essential definition of asymmetric advantage. Operational versatility and mission profiles. The SSG has developed remarkable versatility across diverse mission profiles. 1. Direct action excellence. Operations against high-value targets demonstrate sophisticated capabilities in precision raids, hostage rescue, and compound clearance. The SWAT and North Waziristan campaigns 2009-2014 particularly demonstrated these capabilities against determined adversaries in challenging terrain. 2. Counterterrorism specialization. The development of dedicated counterterrorism capabilities, particularly through the Zaheer Company, creates expertise directly applicable to Muslim world security challenges. These capabilities include both preventive operations and crisis response to active terrorist incidents. 3. Strategic reconnaissance mastery. Long-range reconnaissance capabilities provide intelligence collection in denied areas beyond conventional ISR platforms. These capabilities, demonstrated in both counterinsurgency and conventional scenarios, create information advantages essential for asymmetric effectiveness. 4. Unconventional warfare sophistication. Demonstrated capabilities in unconventional warfare, including support to resistance movements and proxy operations, provide options beyond direct Pakistan military engagement. These capabilities create strategic flexibility particularly relevant to Muslim world security challenges. 5. Military assistance expertise. Extensive experience providing military assistance to allied nations and groups creates capabilities directly applicable to the proposed Muslim Security Alliance's training requirements. This expertise would provide foundation for capability development across diverse alliance members. This operational versatility creates multiple options across the conflict spectrum rather than capabilities limited to narrow mission profiles. The resulting flexibility allows Pakistan to address diverse threats with appropriately tailored responses despite limited total force numbers. Organizational structure and command integration. The SSG's effectiveness stems not merely from individual operator capabilities but from sophisticated organizational structure and command integration. 1. Battalion Specialization System. The 8 SSG battalions maintain general special operations capabilities while developing specific specialized skills, including mountain operations, amphibious operations, airborne operations, and counterterrorism. This approach balances versatility with specialization more effectively than either pure generalist or hyper-specialized models. 2. Direct Strategic Command. The SSG's command relationship directly to strategic leadership enables rapid deployment without bureaucratic delays that typically hamper special operations. This command arrangement ensures that strategic decision-makers can employ elite capabilities without intermediate filtering or distortion. 3. Integrated operational intelligence relationships with intelligence close agencies, particularly the Inter-Services Intelligence (ISI), create information foundation essential for effective special operations. This intelligence integration provides targeting precision and operational security beyond what conventional forces typically achieve. For conventional force support arrangements, established support relationships with conventional forces enable combined operations without traditional inter-service or inter-unit friction. These arrangements ensure that special operations receive appropriate conventional support while conventional operations benefit from special capabilities. 5. Light footprint deployment capability. The organizational structure emphasizes rapid, light footprint deployment capability with minimal support requirements. This approach creates operational agility exceeding what conventional force structures can achieve regardless of resource levels. This organizational approach maximizes effectiveness from limited personnel numbers through specialization, appropriate command relationships, intelligence integration, and deployment agility. The resulting capability significantly exceeds what raw personnel numbers would suggest, precisely the quality advantage essential for Muslim world security leadership. Strategic impact beyond tactical operations. Beyond specific tactical capabilities, the SSG creates strategic effects disproportionate to its size. 1. Deterrent effect generation. The known capabilities of Pakistani special operations create deterrent effects against both state and non-state adversaries contemplating actions against Pakistani interests. This deterrence function operates even without actual deployment, creating security through capability perception. 2. Crisis response options. During escalating crises, SSG capabilities provide measured response options below conventional military thresholds. This option range allows Pakistan to address provocations without immediate escalation to larger conventional operations, a capability particularly valuable in nuclear-armed regional contexts. 3. Strategic messaging function. Demonstrated special operations capabilities communicate Pakistani resolve and effectiveness to diverse audiences, including potential adversaries, allies, and domestic population. This messaging function shapes perceptions without requiring major conventional deployments. 4. Decision-maker time creation. Special operations capabilities provide options for addressing immediate threats while allowing strategic leadership time for broader response development. This time purchase function proves particularly valuable during rapidly evolving crises requiring both immediate action and careful strategic consideration. 5. Intelligence advantage generation. Special operations often generate intelligence beyond their immediate tactical objectives, creating information advantages for broader strategic decision-making. This intelligence function transforms tactical operations into strategic information assets. These strategic impacts transform special operations from merely tactical assets to genuine instruments of national strategy. The resulting capabilities create options for Pakistani leadership significantly exceeding what conventional forces alone could provide, precisely the flexibility required for effective Muslim world security leadership. Special Operations Task. Counterterrorism excellence. Force. While the SSG provides comprehensive special operations capabilities, the Special Operations Task Force, SOTF, represents Pakistan's dedicated counterterrorism development following extensive experience against violent extremism. This organization, maintaining appropriate operational security regarding specific structures and personnel, has demonstrated capabilities comparable to global counterterrorism leaders despite fraction of their resources. Counterterrorism doctrine development. Pakistan has developed sophisticated counterterrorism doctrine based on practical experience rather than theoretical models. 1. Intelligence-driven operations framework. The developed doctrine emphasizes intelligence as the foundation for effective counterterrorism rather than primarily kinetic approaches. This intelligence centricity creates precision that mass operations cannot achieve regardless of resource levels. 2. Network targeting methodology. Systematic approaches for mapping and disrupting terrorist networks beyond individual high-value targets create sustainable effects rather than temporary disruption. This methodology addresses terrorist organizations as systems rather than collections of individuals. 3. Population-centric security models. The doctrine incorporates sophisticated understanding of population security dimensions beyond direct counter-terrorist operations. This approach recognizes that sustainable counterterrorism requires addressing the human security environment in which violent extremism emerges. For surgical precision emphasis, operations emphasize surgical precision that minimizes civilian casualties and collateral damage despite technological limitations. This precision focus, driven by both ethical and operational considerations, creates effectiveness exceeding what purely kinetic measures could achieve. 5. Cultural religious dimension integration. Unlike purely secular approaches, the doctrine integrates cultural and religious understanding that facilitates both intelligence collection and population engagement. This dimension creates advantages particularly relevant to counterterrorism challenges within the broader Muslim world. This doctrinal approach demonstrates how quality-focused development can produce sophisticated counterterrorism approaches despite resource limitations. The resulting capabilities address precisely the violent extremism challenges facing numerous Muslim nations. Technical capabilities optimization and equipment. Pakistan's counterterrorism forces have developed technical capabilities optimized for their specific operational context. 1. Compound penetration systems. Specialized breaching capabilities for the compound structures common in the region create tactical options that general-purpose equipment cannot provide. These capabilities enable precise entry essential for hostage rescue and high-value target operations. 2. Technical intelligence collection. Developed capabilities in signals intelligence, electronic surveillance, and technical collection create information advantages essential for preemptive counterterrorism. These capabilities identify terrorist communications and planning while exceeding terrorist counterintelligence measures. 3. Unmanned system utilization. The integration of both surveillance and strike-capable unmanned aerial systems provides persistent observation and rapid engagement capabilities beyond traditional counterterrorism models. These systems, some indigenously developed, create options previously available only to advanced Western forces. For a night operation dominance, systematic development of night operation capabilities, including advanced night vision and infrared systems, creates operational advantages during darkness when most terrorist movements occur. This night dominance transforms darkness from terrorist advantage to counterterrorism opportunity. 5. Improvised explosive device defeat. Sophisticated capabilities for detecting, neutralizing, and exploiting improvised explosive devices create mobility despite terrorist attempts at area denial. These capabilities, developed through necessity rather than abundant resources, demonstrate Pakistani ingenuity in addressing asymmetric threats. These technical capabilities reflect focused development in specific areas directly relevant to counterterrorism operations rather than broad-spectrum technological acquisition. The resulting effectiveness demonstrates how targeted capability development can overcome resource limitations through prioritization and optimization. Urban counterterrorism specialization. Pakistan has developed particular expertise in urban counterterrorism, a domain of growing importance as terrorism increasingly targets population centers. 1. Building assault techniques. Specialized methodologies for assaulting structures while minimizing civilian casualties create urban operation capabilities comparable to global leaders despite resource limitations. These techniques address the unique challenges of dense urban environments where traditional military approaches prove problematic. 2. Hostage rescue capabilities. Dedicated capabilities for resolving hostage situations demonstrate the highest levels of precision and control despite technological constraints. These capabilities, proven in actual operations like the 2009 GHQ attack response, create options for addressing scenarios where indiscriminate force remains unacceptable. 3. Public infrastructure protection. Specific capabilities for securing critical infrastructure against terrorist attacks address vulnerabilities particularly relevant to urban environments. These protective capabilities create resilience against attacks targeting maximum disruption of public services. 4. Mass casualty response integration. Counterterrorism operations incorporate medical and casualty management capabilities essential for urban scenarios where civilian casualties may occur despite operational precision. This integration creates holistic response capability beyond purely kinetic counterterrorism. 5. Non-combatant evacuation. Developed capabilities for rapidly evacuating non-combatants from terrorist threat areas create options for isolating terrorists without endangering civilians. These evacuation capabilities transform urban complexity from operational hindrance to counterterrorism advantage. These urban specializations address perhaps the most challenging counterterrorism environment while maintaining precision essential for legitimacy and effectiveness. The resulting capabilities directly apply to urban terrorism threats facing numerous Muslim nations. Training system exportability. Beyond specific capabilities, Pakistan has developed counterterrorism training systems with proven exportability to other Muslim nations. 1. Modular training packages. Developed modular training programs can be adapted to specific partner requirements and capability levels rather than requiring standardized implementation. This flexibility creates relevance across diverse Muslim security forces with varying baseline capabilities. 2. Train-the-trainer emphasis. The training methodology emphasizes developing indigenous training capabilities within partner nations rather than creating dependency on Pakistani trainers. This approach creates sustainable capability development beyond initial Pakistani involvement. 3. Religious cultural integration. Training incorporates appropriate religious and cultural dimensions relevant to Muslim security forces rather than imposing secular models unsuited to Islamic contexts. This integration creates legitimacy and effectiveness exceeding purely technical approaches. 4. Resource-conscious design. Training programs remain deliberately conscious of resource limitations facing most Muslim nations rather than assuming Western-level technology or funding availability. This realistic approach creates implementable capabilities rather than aspiration without practical application. 5. Experience-based credibility. Pakistan's extensive counterterrorism operational experience creates educational credibility exceeding many Western training programs despite superior Western resources. This credibility makes Pakistan a preferred training partner for numerous Muslim nations. These training capabilities directly support the proposed Muslim Security Alliance's counterterrorism dimension by providing established methodologies for developing partner capabilities. The resulting expertise sharing would multiply Pakistan's counterterrorism impact beyond its direct operational reach. Naval Special Service Group, Maritime. Special Operations. The Naval Special Service Group, SSGN, provides Pakistan's maritime special operations capabilities with particular focus on coastal defense, port security, and offshore infrastructure protection. With approximately 1,000 personnel, the SSGN demonstrates how focused special operations capabilities can address maritime vulnerabilities despite limited naval resources. Maritime counterterrorism capabilities. The SSGN has developed sophisticated capabilities for addressing terrorism in maritime environments. 1. Port facility protection. Specialized capabilities for securing port facilities against terrorist attack address critical maritime infrastructure vulnerabilities facing numerous Muslim nations. These capabilities protect essential economic assets while maintaining functional operations. 2. Shipboarding operations. Advanced shipboarding techniques, including both compliant and non-compliant scenarios, create options for addressing terrorist threats aboard vessels. These capabilities, practiced extensively with international partners, match global standards despite resource limitations. 3. Underwater counter-IED. Specialized capabilities for detecting and neutralizing underwater improvised explosive devices protect critical maritime infrastructure beyond conventional naval security measures. These capabilities address the growing underwater domain of terrorist operations. 4. Maritime hostage rescue. Developed capabilities for resolving hostage situations in maritime environments, including both vessels and offshore facilities, provide options for addressing scenarios like piracy with human captives. These capabilities maintain life preservation while neutralizing threats in challenging maritime contexts. 5. Harbor security systems. Comprehensive approaches to harbor security integrate surveillance, response forces, and preventive measures into unified security frameworks. These systems create maritime domain awareness and response capabilities directly applicable to Muslim world coastal vulnerabilities. These maritime counterterrorism capabilities address vulnerabilities particularly relevant to Muslim world security given the importance of maritime trade, offshore energy infrastructure, and coastal facilities to numerous Muslim economies. Amphibious special operations. Beyond counterterrorism, the SSGN provides amphibious special operations capabilities essential for littoral operations. 1. Hydrographic reconnaissance. Advanced capabilities for coastal and beach reconnaissance provide critical intelligence for both defensive and offensive maritime operations. These capabilities create detailed understanding of complex littoral environments beyond what technical sensors alone can provide. 2. Coastal infiltration mastery. Sophisticated approaches for covert coastal infiltration, including both surface and subsurface methods, create access options in denied areas. These capabilities provide both intelligence collection and direct action possibilities in sensitive coastal locations. 3. Maritime sabotage capabilities. While maintaining appropriate classification, the SSGN clearly possesses maritime sabotage capabilities relevant to asymmetric operations against superior naval forces. These capabilities create deterrent effects disproportionate to Pakistan's conventional naval strength. 4. Offshore facility operations. Specialized capabilities for operations involving offshore facilities, including both oil platforms and other maritime infrastructure, address both counterterrorism and conventional objectives. These capabilities secure critical economic assets while providing options against adversary offshore infrastructure. 5. Small boat operations. Mastery of small boat operations in diverse conditions creates mobility and strike options beyond conventional naval platforms. These capabilities leverage Pakistan's coastal geography while creating maritime options despite limited large surface combatant numbers. These amphibious capabilities transform coastal geography from vulnerability to advantage while creating maritime special operations options beyond conventional naval resources. The resulting capabilities directly address both Pakistan's specific maritime security requirements and broader Muslim world coastal vulnerabilities. Maritime intelligence collection. The SSGN provides specialized maritime intelligence capabilities beyond conventional naval means. 1. Coastal surveillance operations. Sophisticated capabilities for conducting sustained surveillance of coastal areas provide intelligence unavailable from satellite or airborne platforms. These human intelligence capabilities create detailed understanding of coastal activities essential for maritime security. 2. Port monitoring systems. Specialized approaches for monitoring port activities identify security vulnerabilities, suspicious movements, and potential threats before they materialize. These capabilities create preventive security rather than merely responsive measures. 3. Underwater intelligence collection. While maintaining appropriate classification, the SSGN clearly possesses underwater intelligence collection capabilities relevant to both counterterrorism and conventional maritime security. These capabilities provide information from a domain often overlooked in maritime security frameworks. 4. Vessel classification expertise. Developed human expertise in vessel classification and behavioral analysis identifies anomalies that technical systems alone might miss. This human intelligence dimension creates maritime domain awareness exceeding what sensors alone could provide. 5. Maritime human intelligence networks. Established networks for maritime human intelligence collection across Pakistan's coastal regions provide information unavailable through technical means. These networks create early warning capabilities particularly valuable for countering maritime terrorism and smuggling. These maritime intelligence capabilities create information advantages essential for effective operations despite limited naval platforms. The resulting maritime domain awareness addresses critical vulnerabilities in Muslim world maritime security beyond what conventional naval forces alone could provide. Strategic seaborne insertion. The SSGN provides Pakistan with strategic options for seaborne special operations insertion. 1. Submarine delivery systems. Integration with Pakistan's submarine force creates covert insertion capabilities for special operations teams far from Pakistan's shores. These capabilities, while maintaining appropriate classification regarding specific systems, create strategic reach beyond visible naval presence. 2. Signature reduction technology. Sophisticated approaches to reducing physical, acoustic, thermal, and electromagnetic signatures enable covert maritime movement despite adversary surveillance systems. These capabilities create freedom of movement essential for maritime special operations. 3. Maritime deception techniques. Develop techniques for maritime deception, including false signatures and misleading indicators, create operational security for maritime special operations beyond physical stealth. These capabilities ensure that special operations remain undetected even in contested maritime environments. 4. Extended endurance operations. Capabilities for conducting extended endurance operations in maritime environments create persistence beyond typical naval deployment patterns. This endurance enables operations requiring extended preparation or surveillance phases. 5. Multiple extraction options. Diverse extraction methodologies ensure that maritime special operations teams can withdraw despite contingencies or changing conditions. These flexible extraction capabilities reduce operational risk while expanding employment options. These strategic insertion capabilities create maritime special operations options extending Pakistan's effective reach far beyond its conventional naval presence. The resulting capabilities directly support potential Muslim alliance maritime security requirements across critical sea lanes and coastal infrastructure. Special Security Division, critical. Infrastructure protection. Pakistan's Special Security Division, SSD, represents innovative development addressing the specific requirements of protecting critical strategic infrastructure, particularly economic corridors and high-value installations. With multiple brigades of specialized personnel, the SSD demonstrates how focused security capabilities can address vulnerabilities exceeding traditional military protection models. China-Pakistan Economic Corridor Protection. The SSD has developed specialized capabilities for securing the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, a model directly applicable to economic infrastructure protection across the Muslim world. 1. Route security methodology. Sophisticated approaches to securing extended ground transportation routes against diverse threats create mobility protection despite challenging terrain and significant distances. These capabilities ensure that economic benefits flow without security disruption. 2. Critical node protection. Specialized capabilities for protecting critical infrastructure nodes, including ports, power plants, and industrial zones, address the concentrated vulnerabilities within distributed economic corridors. These capabilities prevent single-point failures within complex economic systems. 3. Threat-specific countermeasures. Tailored security countermeasures address specific threats ranging from terrorism and insurgency to sabotage and criminal predation. This threat-specific approach creates efficient security without redundant measures against non-relevant threats. 4. Local integration frameworks. Established methodologies integrate local security elements, including both formal and informal structures, into comprehensive protection systems. This integration creates sustainable security presence despite limited dedicated personnel. 5. Intelligence-driven prevention. Emphasis on intelligence-driven preventive security rather than merely responsive measures creates protection before threats materialize into attacks. This preventive approach maintains normal economic function while addressing security requirements. These economic corridor protection capabilities directly apply to the infrastructure security challenges facing numerous Muslim nations, particularly those developing major economic corridors with international partners. The resulting protection model would provide valuable template for the proposed Muslim Security Alliance. Energy infrastructure security. The SSD has developed particular expertise in energy infrastructure protection, a domain of critical importance to numerous Muslim nations. 1. Pipeline security systems. Comprehensive approaches to pipeline security integrate technological monitoring, human surveillance, rapid response capabilities, and preventive measures. These systems protect critical energy flows despite extended vulnerable infrastructure. 2. Power generation protection. Specialized capabilities for securing power generation facilities, including both conventional and nuclear plants, address the concentrated vulnerabilities within energy production systems. These capabilities ensure continuous power essential for economic function. 3. Energy distribution security. Protection frameworks for energy distribution networks, including electrical grids and fuel supply chains, address the networked vulnerabilities beyond production facilities. These capabilities prevent cascading failures through targeted infrastructure attacks. 4. Energy storage protection. Security systems for energy storage facilities, including both petroleum reserves and newer battery installations, protect critical reserves against both physical and cyber threats. These capabilities maintain strategic energy reserves essential for crisis resilience. 5. Energy transportation security. Specialized capabilities for protecting energy transportation, including both fixed infrastructure and mobile elements like tanker trucks, address the dynamic vulnerabilities within energy supply chains. These capabilities ensure continuous energy flows despite diverse threat vectors. These energy security capabilities address vulnerabilities of particular relevance to Muslim world security given the critical importance of energy infrastructure to numerous Muslim economies. The resulting protection frameworks would provide essential templates for securing similar infrastructure across the proposed alliance. Strategic installation defense. Beyond economic infrastructure, the SSD demonstrates sophisticated approaches to defending strategic installations. 1. Multilayer defense design. Defense frameworks incorporating multiple security layers with different detection and neutralization capabilities create protection depth beyond single-system approaches. These layered systems prevent single-point failures in critical installation security. 2. Counter-surveillance operations. Active counter-surveillance capabilities prevent adversaries from conducting targeted reconnaissance essential for attacking strategic installations. These capabilities address threats before they develop operational plans rather than merely responding to attacks. 3. To insider threat mitigation. Sophisticated approaches insider threat detection and neutralization address vulnerabilities that perimeter security alone cannot resolve. These capabilities prevent compromise from within, often the most dangerous threat to strategic installations. 4. Deception integration. Security frameworks incorporate deception elements that misdirect adversary intelligence collection and attack planning. These deception capabilities multiply security effectiveness beyond visible defensive measures. 5. Resilience engineering. Protection designs incorporate resilience engineering, ensuring that strategic functions continue despite successful attacks on specific components. This resilience creates strategic persistence despite tactical security breaches. These strategic installation defense capabilities provide tested models for protecting critical national assets against diverse threats. The resulting protection frameworks would offer valuable templates for securing similar installations across the proposed Muslim Security Alliance. Private-public security integration. Perhaps most innovatively, the SSD has developed sophisticated approaches to integrating private and public security elements. 1. Commercial security standards. Established security standards for commercial entities operating within protected zones create consistent protection without requiring dedicated military presence at all locations. These standards ensure that private security contributes to rather than detracts from comprehensive protection. 2. Technology integration frameworks. Systems for integrating diverse security technologies from both public and private sources create comprehensive security without requiring standardized equipment. Integration frameworks these maximize from existing. 3. Security investments. Value. Information sharing protocols. Established protocols for sharing security information between public and private entities create comprehensive threat awareness without compromising sensitive information. These information sharing systems prevent the intelligence gaps that typically exist between public and private security domains. 4. Response force coordination. Mechanisms for coordinating private security and public response forces ensure seamless transition when incidents exceed commercial security capabilities. This coordination prevents coverage gaps during critical response phases. 5. Joint training programs. Regular joint training involving both private and public security elements creates operational familiarity essential for effective combined operations. These programs develop both procedures and relationships necessary for crisis effectiveness. These public-private integration capabilities address a critical vulnerability in traditional security approaches that often maintain artificial separation between these domains. The resulting integrated security model would provide valuable template for the proposed Muslim Security Alliance, particularly regarding economic infrastructure protection. Low-intensity conflict doctrine and implementation. Beyond specific elite units, Pakistan has developed sophisticated doctrinal approaches to low-intensity conflict that systematically address asymmetric threats without requiring overwhelming force application. This doctrine, developed through extensive practical experience rather than theoretical construction, creates capabilities particularly relevant to the security challenges facing the broader Muslim world. Counterinsurgency approach evolution. Pakistan's counterinsurgency doctrine has evolved substantially through practical application in challenging environments. 1. Clear hold build transfer model. The developed approach systematically progresses from clearing areas of insurgent presence through establishing security presence, building governance capacity, to transferring responsibility to civilian authorities. This phased model creates sustainable results beyond temporary military presence. 2. Population-centric security focus. The doctrine emphasizes securing population centers and critical infrastructure rather than merely pursuing insurgent forces in remote areas. This population-centric approach addresses the political center of gravity in insurgency rather than merely the military dimension. 3. Selective force application. Operations emphasize highly selective force application against confirmed insurgents while minimizing civilian impacts despite technological limitations. This precision approach maintains legitimacy essential for ultimate political resolution. 4. Tribal engagement frameworks. Sophisticated approaches for engaging tribal and local power structures create partnerships beyond formal government institutions. These engagement frameworks recognize the importance of traditional authority in regions where insurgency typically emerges. 5. Rehabilitation integration. The counterinsurgency approach incorporates rehabilitation programs for former insurgents, creating pathways out of conflict beyond purely military defeat. These programs transform potential adversaries into stability contributors through systematic reintegration. This counterinsurgency doctrine demonstrates how focused experience can produce sophisticated approaches despite resource limitations. The resulting capabilities address precisely the insurgency challenges facing numerous Muslim nations. Intelligence-led operations framework. Pakistan has developed a sophisticated intelligence-led operations framework specifically optimized for low-intensity conflict. 1. Multi-source fusion methodology. Established methodologies fuse intelligence from diverse sources, including human intelligence, signals intelligence, imagery intelligence, and open-source intelligence, into comprehensive understanding despite individual source limitations. This fusion creates operational picture exceeding what any single intelligence discipline could provide. 2. Pattern analysis sophistication. Advanced approaches to pattern analysis identify anomalies, trends, and indicators revealing insurgent activities despite deliberate concealment efforts. These analytical capabilities transform raw data into actionable intelligence essential for precisely targeted operations. 3. Human terrain mapping. Sophisticated capabilities for mapping human terrain, including tribal relationships, economic structures, and networks, religious social dynamics, create contextual understanding essential for effective operations. This human dimension creates insights unavailable through technical intelligence alone. 4. Tactical intelligence integration. Systems for rapidly disseminating intelligence to tactical units enable immediate operational application rather than analytical delays that often render intelligence obsolete. This rapid intelligence cycle creates operational tempo exceeding insurgent decision cycles. 5. Local intelligence networks. Developed capabilities for establishing and maintaining local intelligence networks create information access unavailable through technical collection alone. These human networks provide early warning, targeting information, and essential effectiveness feedback for sustainable operations. These intelligence-led operation capabilities demonstrate how quality can defeat quantity in low-intensity conflict through information advantage rather than merely force application. The resulting precision creates effectiveness far exceeding what raw personnel numbers would predict. Local Forces Development Methodology. Pakistan has refined sophisticated approaches for developing local security forces as force multipliers in low-intensity conflict. 1. Tribal security integration. Established frameworks integrate tribal security elements, including both formal structures like the Frontier Corps and informal arrangements, into comprehensive security systems. These approaches leverage indigenous capability accountability to central authority. 2. While maintaining village defense committees. Proven methodologies for establishing and supporting village defense committees create local security presence without requiring permanent military deployment. These local defense capabilities maintain security gains after military operations conclude. 3. Police capacity development. Specialized approaches for developing police capabilities in conflict zones create transition pathways from military operations to normalized civilian security. These capabilities bridge the gap between initial military presence and sustainable civilian governance. 4. Local intelligence networks. Methodologies for establishing local intelligence networks create sustainable information collection beyond direct military presence. These networks transform local population from passive security recipients to active participants in their own protection. 5. Reconciliation mechanisms. Established frameworks for insurgent reconciliation and reintegration create pathways out of conflict beyond purely military defeat. These mechanisms transform former insurgents into community stability contributors through systematic processes. These local force development approaches create sustainable security presence despite limited dedicated military resources. The resulting force multiplication directly addresses the personnel constraints facing both Pakistan and potential Muslim alliance partners in low-intensity conflicts. Psychological operations sophistication. Pakistan has developed sophisticated psychological operations capabilities specifically tailored for low-intensity conflict environments. 1. Narrative development expertise. Advanced capabilities for developing and disseminating narratives that undermine insurgent legitimacy while strengthening government position create cognitive effects beyond physical operations. These narrative capabilities address the crucial battle for perception that often determines low-intensity conflict outcomes. 2. Religious counter-narrative programs. Specialized programs develop religious counter-narratives that refute extremist interpretations using authentic Islamic scholarship. These programs address the theological dimension often overlooked in secular counterinsurgency approaches. 3. Surrender encouragement systems. Sophisticated approaches encourage insurgent surrender through combination of incentives, pressure, and credible pathways to reconciliation. These surrender programs reduce required force application while accelerating conflict resolution. 4. Community resilience building. Programs developing community resilience against extremist influence create preventive effects that reduce insurgent recruitment potential. These resilience capabilities address root causes rather than merely symptoms of insurgency. 5. Strategic communication integration. Psychological operations integrate with broader strategic communication. Efforts to ensure consistency across civilian, military, and intelligence messaging. This integration prevents contradictory messaging that typically undermines government credibility in low-intensity conflicts. These psychological operations capabilities create effects far exceeding what kinetic operations alone could achieve. The resulting influence presents precisely the quality advantage essential for effective operations in complex social environments. Multi-agency coordination frameworks. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistan has developed sophisticated frameworks for coordinating diverse security agencies in low-intensity conflict. 1. 2. Civil-military cooperation models. Established models for civil-military cooperation create unified effort across government despite institutional differences. These cooperation frameworks overcome the coordination failures that counterinsurgency effectiveness. Intelligence operations. Typically. Integration. Undermine. Systematic approaches integrate intelligence and operations functions more effectively than traditional separated structures. This integration creates shorter decision cycles essential for maintaining initiative against adaptive adversaries. 3. 4. 5. Development security coordination. Frameworks linking security operations with development initiatives create comprehensive approaches addressing both symptoms and causes of instability. This coordination prevents the common disconnect between military operations and reconstruction efforts. Legal operational synchronization. Established mechanisms synchronize legal frameworks with operational requirements to ensure both effectiveness and legitimacy. This synchronization prevents the legal constraints that often hamper security operations while maintaining rule of law. International domestic alignment program. Sophisticated approaches align international assistance programs with domestic security initiatives to prevent contradictory efforts. This alignment maximizes international support value while maintaining indigenous ownership. These coordination frameworks address perhaps the most common failure in low-intensity conflict: insufficient integration across government agencies and between security and development efforts. The resulting unity of effort creates effectiveness far exceeding what individual agency actions could achieve regardless of resource levels. Unconventional operations. Warfare and proxy. While maintaining appropriate classification regarding specific capabilities, Pakistan has clearly demonstrated sophisticated approaches to unconventional warfare and proxy operations that create strategic effects disproportionate to resource investment. These capabilities, developed through necessity rather than luxury, provide options beyond conventional military operations that directly address the asymmetric challenges facing the Muslim world. Strategic proxy development. Pakistan has refined methodologies for developing and employing proxy forces for strategic objectives. 1. Ideological alignment cultivation. Sophisticated approaches cultivate ideological alignment between Pakistani objectives and proxy motivations, creating sustainability beyond material support. This alignment creates proxy commitment exceeding what financial incentives alone could achieve. 2. Operational autonomy balancing. Refined frameworks balance proxy operational autonomy with strategic direction, avoiding both micromanagement that creates brittleness and excessive independence that risks strategic divergence. This balanced approach creates proxies effective beyond their apparent capabilities. 3. Escalation control mechanisms. Established mechanisms maintain escalation control despite distance between sponsor and proxy, preventing unintended conflict expansion. These control capabilities address one of the most significant risks in proxy operations. 4. Plausible deniability maintenance. Sophisticated approaches maintain plausible deniability while providing sufficient support for proxy effectiveness. This balance creates strategic flexibility unavailable through direct military operations. 5. Multiple proxy management. Capabilities for simultaneously managing multiple proxy relationships, sometimes with competing agendas, create strategic depth beyond single proxy approaches. This management sophistication prevents over-reliance on individual proxies with their inevitable limitations. These proxy development capabilities create strategic options particularly relevant to Muslim world security challenges, where direct military intervention often proves politically or practically infeasible. The resulting strategic flexibility provides essential complement to conventional military capability. Unconventional warfare in denied areas. Pakistan has demonstrated capabilities for conducting unconventional warfare in areas where conventional military operations remain impossible or impractical. 1. Resistance movement support. Sophisticated methodologies support indigenous resistance movements against hostile forces through combination of material assistance, training, and operational guidance. These capabilities create effective opposition despite local power disparities. 2. Sabotage network development. While maintaining appropriate classification, Pakistan clearly possesses capabilities for developing sabotage networks targeting critical infrastructure and systems in denied areas. These networks create operational effects without requiring direct military presence. 3. Intelligence collection networks. Advanced capabilities establish human intelligence networks in denied areas, providing information unavailable through technical collection. These networks create strategic awareness beyond what conventional intelligence platforms could achieve. 4. Influence operation platforms. Developed capabilities establish influence platforms within denied areas, projecting narratives supportive of Pakistani objectives. These influence capabilities shape perceptions despite absence of direct presence. 5. Unconventional logistics systems. Sophisticated approaches maintain logistics support to unconventional elements despite physical access limitations and adversary interdiction efforts. These logistics capabilities sustain operations beyond what conventional supply systems could support. These unconventional warfare capabilities create options in environments where conventional military operations remain impossible or impractical. The resulting strategic flexibility addresses precisely the denied area challenges facing numerous Muslim nations where direct intervention proves infeasible. Cyber and electronic warfare integration. Pakistan has increasingly integrated cyber and electronic warfare capabilities into its unconventional operations framework. 1. Non-attribution cyber capabilities. Developed capabilities for conducting cyber operations with minimal attribution create effects without triggering direct confrontation. These capabilities provide options below. Conventional conflict thresholds particularly valuable in nuclear-armed regional contexts. 2. Electronic network mapping. Sophisticated approaches map adversary electronic networks, identifying critical vulnerabilities beyond physical infrastructure. This mapping creates targeting precision essential for effective asymmetric operations. 3. Communication disruption capabilities. Demonstrated capabilities disrupt adversary communications at critical moments, creating operational advantages despite conventional inferiority. These disruption capabilities create windows of opportunity for conventional or special operations. 4. Disinformation operation integration. Cyber capabilities increasingly integrate with broader disinformation operations, creating synergistic effects exceeding either domain individually. This integration multiplies influence beyond what separate capabilities could achieve. 5. Technical intelligence exfiltration. While maintaining appropriate classification, Pakistan clearly possesses capabilities for exfiltrating technical intelligence from denied areas through cyber means. These capabilities create information advantages essential for asymmetric effectiveness. These cyber and electronic warfare capabilities demonstrate Pakistan's adaptation to evolving technological battlefields despite resource constraints. The resulting options address critical vulnerabilities in modern military and governance systems beyond conventional kinetic approaches. Strategic deception operations. Pakistan has developed sophisticated capabilities for strategic deception operations that multiply effectiveness across other domains. 1. Multilayer deception planning. Advanced methodologies develop deception operations across multiple layers, strategic, operational, and tactical, creating reinforcing effects exceeding any single deception effort. This comprehensive approach prevents the pattern recognition that typically undermines simpler deception. 2. Physical informational integration. Sophisticated approaches integrate physical actions and informational operations to create coherent deception narratives resistant to adversary analysis. This integration prevents the physical informational disconnects that often reveal deception operations. 3. Credibility establishment techniques. Refined techniques establish credibility foundations for deception operations through selective truth-telling and pattern establishment. These credibility measures ensure that deception receives adversary acceptance when most critical. 4. Alternative analysis anticipation. Deception planning systematically anticipates adversary alternative analysis efforts, incorporating elements specifically designed to survive such scrutiny. This anticipation creates deception resilience beyond what simpler approaches can achieve. 5. Multi-channel reinforcement. Sophisticated approaches ensure deception reinforcement across multiple intelligence collection channels, preventing single-source verification that might expose the operation. This multi-channel consistency creates deception effectiveness exceeding what any single-channel approach could achieve. These strategic deception capabilities create force multiplication effects across conventional, special, and unconventional operations. The resulting advantages demonstrate how quality-focused deception development can overcome quantitative disadvantages through adversary misdirection. Pakistan's elite forces and Muslim world. Security. Pakistan's elite forces and asymmetric warfare capabilities provide essential models and potential leadership for addressing the specific security challenges facing the Muslim world. Several dimensions establish unique qualification for this leadership role. Counter-terrorism leadership potential. Pakistan's counter-terrorism capabilities address precisely the violent extremism challenges facing numerous Muslim nations. 1. Islamic context experience. Pakistan's counter-terrorism operations within explicitly Islamic context provide directly applicable experience unavailable from Western models. This cultural religious understanding creates effectiveness exceeding what purely technical approaches could achieve. 2. Resource-constrained model. Pakistan's development of effective counter-terrorism capabilities despite resource constraints provides realistic model for Muslim nations facing similar limitations. This model creates implementable approaches rather than theoretical ideals requiring unattainable resources. 3. Transferable. Multiple. Training systems. Established counterterrorism training programs with proven effectiveness across partner nations demonstrate direct transferability to Muslim alliance context. These programs would provide immediate capability enhancement while longer-term developments progress. 4. Threat-specific adaptation. Pakistan's terrorist threats closely parallel those facing many Muslim nations, creating directly relevant experience rather than requiring significant adaptation. This relevance ensures immediate applicability across the proposed alliance. 5. Religious legitimacy integration. Pakistan's counterterrorism approach integrates religious legitimacy dimensions often neglected in secular models, addressing the theological aspects of violent extremism. This integration creates sustainability beyond purely security measures. These counterterrorism capabilities would provide immediate value to the proposed Muslim security alliance, addressing one of the most pressing security challenges facing member states. The resulting capability transfer would multiply Pakistan's counterterrorism impact far beyond its direct operational reach. Sacred Sites Protection Framework. Pakistan's elite forces provide the foundation for specialized capabilities protecting Islamic sacred sites. 1. Sensitive Site Operation Experience. Pakistan's extensive experience with security operations in sensitive religious locations provides directly applicable models for protecting Islamic sacred sites. This experience addresses the unique challenges balancing security requirements with religious access and dignity. 2. Precision Operation Capability. Demonstrated capabilities for extremely precise operations in populated areas provide essential foundation for the specialized requirements of sacred site protection. This precision creates security without compromising religious function or dignity. 3. Crisis Response Framework. Established frameworks for responding to terrorist incidents at sensitive sites provide templates for protecting sacred locations from hostile action. These response capabilities address both prevention and incident management, essential for comprehensive protection. 4. Multi-agency coordination model. Sophisticated approaches coordinating diverse security agencies at sensitive locations create unified protection without jurisdictional gaps. This coordination prevents the security seams that typically create vulnerabilities at important sites. 5. Religious authority integration. Established models integrate religious authorities into security frameworks, creating legitimacy essential for effective sacred site protection. This integration ensures that security measures remain compatible with religious requirements. These capabilities directly address one of the most emotionally significant security challenges facing the Muslim world: the protection of sacred sites from diverse threats. The resulting protection framework would provide essential reassurance regarding locations holding deep spiritual significance throughout the Muslim world. Asymmetric response to external intervention. Pakistan's elite forces and asymmetric capabilities provide models for deterring and responding to external military interventions in Muslim lands. 1. Anti-access area denial framework. Developed capabilities create anti-access area denial effects despite resource constraints, providing models for deterring military intervention through cost imposition rather than matching conventional power. These capabilities make intervention prohibitively expensive despite conventional disparities. 2. Critical Infrastructure Protection Model. Sophisticated approaches protecting critical infrastructure from precision strike create resilience against typical intervention targeting patterns. This protection preserves essential functions despite adversary technological advantages. 3. Escalation Management Framework. Established frameworks manage escalation dynamics during asymmetric responses, preventing uncontrolled escalation while maintaining sufficient deterrent effect. These management capabilities address one of the most challenging aspects of asymmetric response. 4. Unconventional counterintervention. While maintaining appropriate classification, Pakistan clearly possesses sophisticated unconventional capabilities for countering external intervention beyond conventional military responses. These capabilities create options when conventional resistance proves infeasible. 5. Post-intervention persistence. Demonstrated capabilities maintain effective resistance even after successful intervention, creating long-term costs that deter initial action. These persistence capabilities transform temporary conventional defeat into strategic dilemma for intervening powers. These asymmetric response capabilities directly address the intervention vulnerability that has repeatedly affected Muslim nations in recent decades. The resulting deterrent and response options would significantly enhance Muslim world security against external military action. The quality foundation for a Muslim security alliance. Most fundamentally, Pakistan's elite forces and asymmetric capabilities demonstrate the core premise underlying the proposed Muslim security alliance, that quality can systematically defeat quantity through superior selection, training, organization, and motivation. 1. Selection system transferability. Pakistan's sophisticated selection systems for elite forces provide transferable models identifying and developing exceptional capabilities across diverse national contexts. These selection approaches create quality foundation regardless of initial personnel numbers. 2. Training methodology exportability. Established training methodologies with proven effectiveness create exportable models developing elite capabilities despite resource constraints. These approaches transform ordinary personnel into extraordinary operators through systematic quality focus. 3. Asymmetric doctrine applicability. Pakistan's developed asymmetric warfare doctrines provide directly applicable frameworks for confronting superior conventional forces through quality-focused approaches. These doctrines create viable disadvantages. 4. Security options despite conventional. Religious military integration model. Pakistan's sophisticated integration of Islamic principles within elite military development provides template for maintaining religious authenticity while developing world-class capabilities. This integration creates motivation exceeding what material incentives alone could achieve. 5. Technology training balance template. Pakistan's balanced approach emphasizing human quality alongside selective technology acquisition provides realistic model for developing elite capabilities despite resource constraints. This balance creates implementable excellence rather than theoretical capability beyond practical reach. These foundational approaches would provide the essential methodology for developing the proposed Muslim Security Alliance's elite capabilities. The resulting force quality would create security options far exceeding what mere force aggregation could achieve. Conclusion: asymmetric excellence as security foundation. Pakistan's elite forces and asymmetric warfare capabilities demonstrate perhaps the purest expression of the quality defeats quantity principle central to this book. Through rigorous selection, intensive training, innovative organization, and religious spiritual motivation, these specialized units create capabilities far exceeding what their numbers would suggest. The resulting effectiveness, proven in diverse operational contexts, establishes Pakistan's unique qualification for Muslim world security leadership. The Special Service Group's demonstrated excellence across diverse special operations provides foundation for addressing unconventional threats facing the Muslim world. The Special Operations Task Force's counterterrorism sophistication addresses the violent extremism challenging numerous Muslim nations. The Naval Special Service Group's maritime special operations capabilities secure critical coastal and offshore infrastructure essential for Muslim economic security. The Special Security Division's innovative approaches protect the economic corridors and strategic installations upon which Muslim development depends. Beyond specific units, Pakistan's low-intensity conflict doctrine provides sophisticated framework for addressing insurgency and terrorism through quality-focused approaches rather than overwhelming force. The developed capabilities in unconventional warfare and proxy operations create strategic options beyond conventional military action, particularly valuable in contexts where direct intervention proves infeasible. Most importantly, these elite and asymmetric capabilities demonstrate exactly how Islamic principles can enhance rather than constrain military effectiveness. The spiritual motivation, ethical framework, and religious legitimacy create force multiplication effects that purely secular approaches cannot achieve. This integration of Islamic authenticity with operational excellence provides precisely the template required for a Muslim security alliance maintaining religious. Chapter 14. defense industrial base and indigenous production. And prepare against them whatever you are able of power and of steeds of war, by which you may terrify the enemy of Allah and your enemy and others besides them whom you do not know but Allah knows. Quran 8 hours 60 minutes. The Quranic injunction to prepare whatever you are able of power remains a timeless strategic principle that transcends its historical context. In the modern security environment, true strategic independence requires not merely the possession of advanced weapon systems but the indigenous capacity to design, manufacture, maintain, and upgrade those systems. Pakistan's development of a sophisticated defense industrial base, despite severe resource constraints and international technology access limitations, represents one of the most remarkable demonstrations of the quality defeats quantity principle in action. This chapter examines how Pakistan has systematically built this capability, creating a model for how the broader Muslim world could achieve greater self-sufficiency in critical security domains through institutional excellence rather than sheer economic mass. The May 2025 crisis between Pakistan and India demonstrated the strategic significance of indigenous defense production capabilities. When Western suppliers suspended parts deliveries for Pakistan's imported systems, the country's domestic production facilities maintained operational capability through indigenously manufactured components and systems. This resilience against supply chain weaponization validated decades of investment in self-reliance and provides critical lessons for the proposed Muslim security architecture, which would face similar pressures during periods of geopolitical tension. Tank and armored vehicle production. Capabilities. Pakistan's evolution from complete dependence on imported armor to sophisticated indigenous design and production capabilities demonstrates how systematic capability development can overcome resource constraints. The country's armored vehicle production ecosystem now encompasses everything from main battle tanks to armored personnel carriers and specialized combat vehicles, creating strategic depth against sanctions and supply disruptions. Heavy industries taxola hit the core manufacturing complex. Heavy industries taxola represents the centerpiece of Pakistan's armored vehicle production capability, demonstrating how focused institutional development can create sophisticated production capacity despite resource limitations. 1. Evolutionary capability development, beginning with basic assembly and repair of Chinese Type 59 tanks in the 1970s, it systematically expanded capabilities to complete tank refurbishment, 1980s, licensed production, 1990s, and eventually indigenous design and development, 2000s. This incremental approach maximized learning while minimizing capital requirements at each stage. 2. Vertical integration achievement. The complex now encompasses multiple factories performing casting, forging, machining, gun manufacturing, and electronics integration, creating complete ecosystem rarely achieved by countries with similar economic constraints. This integration minimizes vulnerability to external supply disruptions. 3. Public-private partnership model. Rather than relying solely on state funding, it developed innovative partnerships with private sector vendors for components and subsystems, creating more efficient resource utilization while developing broader industrial base capabilities. For technology absorption methodology, it developed sophisticated processes for absorbing foreign technology and adapting it to local manufacturing capabilities and operational requirements, maximizing learning from each partnership while reducing long-term dependency. 5. Dual-use capability balance. While maintaining primary focus on military production, it developed commercial manufacturing capabilities for construction equipment and specialized vehicles, creating revenue streams that subsidize defense production while maintaining key capabilities during procurement fluctuations. This institutional framework has enabled Pakistan to develop armored production capabilities far exceeding what its economic position would predict, validating the core principle that organizational excellence can overcome resource constraints through systematic capability development. Al-Khalid Tank Program, Indigenous Design and Production. The Al-Khalid Main Battle Tank Program exemplifies Pakistan's approach to indigenous armor development, demonstrating how targeted technological innovation can create combat capabilities comparable to systems produced by major powers. 1. Collaborative development approach. The Al-Khalid program began as a partnership with China, MBT 2000 project, but evolved into increasingly Pakistan-led design effort, with Pakistan developing specific subsystems meeting its unique operational requirements while maintaining cooperative framework that reduced development costs. 2. Environmental optimization. Unlike imported designs optimized for European or Russian conditions, the Al-Khalid was specifically designed for Pakistan's operational environment, featuring enhanced cooling systems, dust protection, and desert mobility features that provide performance advantages in regional conditions. 3. Perfect incremental improvement methodology. Rather than seeking system before production, Pakistan implemented phased development approach with Al-Khalid 1 and 2 variants incorporating lessons from operational experience and new technologies as they became feasible, maximizing capability while managing development risk. 4. Combat system integration. Indigenous integration of fire control systems, autoloaders, and battlefield management systems created performance exceeding the sum of individual components, demonstrating system integration capabilities typically associated with major defense producers. 5. Supply chain indigenization. The program systematically increased local content from approximately 45% in initial production to over 70% in current variants, substantially reducing vulnerability to sanctions while creating deeper industrial capabilities. During the May 2025 crisis, Al-Khalid tanks demonstrated remarkable operational readiness rates exceeding 85% despite Western spare parts embargoes, directly validating the strategic value of indigenization efforts that had been criticized as unnecessarily costly during peacetime. The tank's performance in defensive operations during Operation Bunyan Mahsoos, particularly their effectiveness in integrated battlefield networks, demonstrated combat capabilities comparable to significantly more expensive Indian T-90 MS Sisti. Specialized vehicle development programs. Beyond main battle tanks, Pakistan has developed diverse armored vehicle production capabilities addressing specific operational requirements. 1. Armored personnel carrier production. The Saad and Talha APCs manufactured at HIT provide protected mobility for infantry forces at fraction of imported vehicle costs, with design features specifically optimized for counterinsurgency operations in Pakistan's northwestern regions. During the May 2025 crisis, these vehicles demonstrated extraordinary improvised explosive device (IED) survivability due to design features derived from domestic counterterrorism operations. 2. Mine-resistant ambush-protected MRAP vehicles. The indigenous Burak MRAP program adapted global design concepts to local manufacturing capabilities and specific threat profiles, providing specialized protection against the predominant threat types encountered in Pakistan's security operations at approximately one-third the cost of comparable imported systems. 3. Light armored vehicles. The Hamza 6x6 infantry fighting vehicle program demonstrates Pakistan's capacity to develop more sophisticated armored systems with advanced features including remote weapon stations and modern battlefield management systems, capabilities typically associated with much larger defense industrial bases. 4. Special Operations Vehicles. Specialized light armored vehicles for Pakistan's Special Service Group, SSG, have been developed with unique mobility and protection characteristics for specific mission profiles, demonstrating capacity to address niche requirements that foreign suppliers might not prioritize. 5. Logistics and support vehicles. Indigenous production of logistics vehicles, recovery vehicles, and maintenance equipment creates a complete ecosystem supporting armored operations, an often overlooked but critical capability for sustained operations under sanctions conditions. This diverse production capability provides Pakistan strategic flexibility during crises, allowing force reconfiguration based on operational requirements rather than foreign supplier limitations. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated this flexibility when Pakistani forces rapidly adapted vehicle configurations for specific defensive requirements in southern sectors facing Indian armored thrusts, with manufacturing facilities producing specialized armor kits within days of operational requests. Armor development strategy lessons for Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's experience in developing indigenous armor capabilities provides critical lessons for the proposed Muslim security architecture. 1. Incremental capability development. The step-by-step evolution from maintenance to production to design provides a realistic model for other Muslim states to follow, regardless of their current capability level. 2. Collaborative frameworks. Pakistan's successful partnerships with China and Ukraine demonstrate how Muslim countries could cooperate to pool resources and expertise while maintaining sovereign capabilities. 3. Could specialization opportunities. The proposed alliance implement division of specialized production responsibilities among member states based on existing industrial capacities, creating more efficient resource utilization across the Muslim world. 4. Technology transfer protocols. Pakistan's experience developing mechanisms for technology absorption and adaptation provides models for broader technology sharing within the proposed alliance. 5. Environmental optimization priority. The focus on systems optimized for specific regional conditions rather than imported designs for different environments provides important principle for alliance-wide development priorities. These lessons would form core principles for the defense industrial integration frameworks proposed in Chapter 58, with Pakistan's institutions providing both expertise and potential production hubs within the broader alliance structure. Aircraft manufacturing and maintenance. Pakistan's aerospace sector represents perhaps its most impressive achievement in defense industrial development, having evolved from basic maintenance capabilities to sophisticated co-development of advanced fighter aircraft. This progression demonstrates how systematic capability building can create aerospace production capacity despite significant financial and technological constraints. Pakistan Aeronautical Complex, PAC. Institutional Excellence Model. The Pakistan Aeronautical Complex at Comra represents the centerpiece of the country's aerospace capabilities, demonstrating how focused institutional development can create significant production capacity despite resource limitations. 1. Comprehensive capability integration. PAC integrates for major facilities, aircraft manufacturing factory, avionics production factory, Mirage rebuild factory, an aircraft research and development factory, creating complete ecosystem that minimizes external dependencies for critical functions. 2. Progressive capability acquisition. The complex evolved systematically from basic maintenance, 1970s, to overhauling and upgrading, 1980s, to parts manufacturing, 1990s, to complete aircraft assembly and co-development, 2000s, maximizing learning at each stage while minimizing capital requirements. 3. Human capital development integration. PAC's integration with the College of Aeronautical Engineering and similar institutions creates continuous pipeline of specialized technical talent, addressing critical workforce requirements that often limit aerospace development in comparable economies. 4. Certification and quality standard achievement. Despite resource constraints, PAC has achieved international quality certifications including AS 9100 aerospace standards, creating capabilities for potential export sales while ensuring rigorous performance standards. 5. Commercial military integration. The development of capabilities applicable to both military and civilian aircraft creates broader economic sustainability while maintaining core defense capabilities, a model particularly relevant for smaller economies within the proposed alliance. This institutional framework has enabled Pakistan to develop aerospace capabilities far exceeding what its economic position would predict, again validating the core principle that organizational excellence can overcome resource constraints through systematic capability development. JF-17 Thunder Program, a joint development success. The JF-17 Thunder fighter aircraft program represents Pakistan's most significant aerospace achievement, demonstrating how partnership combined with progressive capability development can create advanced platform production capabilities. 1. Strategic Partnership Framework. The program's structure as a Pakistan-China joint development rather than simple license production created technology transfer and development capabilities exceeding typical client-state arrangements, a model directly relevant for potential alliance programs. 2. Indigenous systems integration. While initial aircraft featured primarily Chinese subsystems, Pakistan systematically developed capability to integrate Western, Chinese, indigenous and other systems, creating flexible architecture that minimizes dependency on any single supplier. 3. Block development approach. The program's implementation through progressive blocks, Block 1, 2, and 3, allowed incorporation of technology and manufacturing improvements over time, creating financial sustainability while continuously enhancing capabilities. 4. Operational requirements driving design. Unlike imported designs reflecting foreign priorities, the JF-17's development has been directly shaped by Pakistan Air Force operational requirements, creating capabilities specifically tailored to regional security challenges rather than generic specifications. 5. Ecosystem development effect. The program stimulated development of broader aerospace industrial ecosystem including private sector companies producing specialized components and systems, creating depth beyond the primary manufacturing facility. During the May 2025 crisis, JF-17 Block 3 aircraft demonstrated combat effectiveness comparable to significantly more expensive Indian Rafale fighters, particularly in beyond visual range engagements where Pakistani indigenous integration of advanced sensors and weapons mitigated India's presumed qualitative edge. The aircraft 70% operational. Availability during intense operations, despite spare parts embargoes from Western countries, validated the strategic importance of supply chain indigenization efforts that had added approximately 15% to unit costs but proved decisive in crisis. Unmanned aerial systems development. Pakistan has made significant progress in indigenous unmanned aerial vehicle (UAV) development, demonstrating capability to produce sophisticated systems at fraction of equivalent imported platforms cost. 1. Complete production ecosystem. The country has developed comprehensive capability to design, manufacture, and operationally employ multiple UAV classes from tactical surveillance platforms to medium-altitude long-endurance (MALE) systems, creating full-spectrum capability despite resource limitations. 2. Armed platform development. The Burkhand UAV program demonstrated capability to integrate weapon systems with indigenously produced platforms, creating strike capabilities typically limited to major powers or dependent on external suppliers with political restrictions. 3. Commercial technology adaptation. Pakistani programs have shown particular skill in adapting commercial technologies and components for military applications, creating cost-effective solutions that maximize performance relative to investment. 4. Operational specialization. Rather than attempting to match highest-end foreign systems, Pakistani UAV development has focused on platforms optimized for specific regional requirements and missions, creating practical capability rather than prestige systems. 5. Rapid development cycles. The domestic UAV programs have implemented faster development and upgrade cycles than traditional aerospace programs, allowing more rapid incorporation of technological advances and operational lessons. During the May 2025 crisis, Pakistani UAVs performed critical intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance functions that enabled precision targeting of Indian formations while minimizing civilian impact. The systems demonstrated particular effectiveness in electronic intelligence gathering, with specialized variants locating and characterizing Indian air defense systems through indigenous electronic support measures packages. Aviation maintenance and upgrade capabilities. Beyond manufacturing, Pakistan has developed sophisticated capabilities to extend service life and enhance performance of existing aviation assets, a capability particularly relevant for resource-constrained environments. 1. Comprehensive platform expertise. Pakistani facilities have developed deep expertise across diverse aircraft types from Western F-16, Mirage, Chinese F-7, J-10, and Russian-origin platforms, Mi-35, creating frameworks outlined in Chapter 57, with Pakistani aerospace institutions providing both expertise and production capacity within the broader alliance structure. Missile development programs. Pakistan's missile development program represents one of the most successful examples of indigenous strategic capability development despite international restrictions. From complete dependence on foreign systems to sophisticated indigenous design and production capabilities across multiple missile classes, this evolution provides critical lessons in strategic technology development under constraints. Strategic missile development achievements. Pakistan has developed comprehensive capabilities across ballistic and cruise missile domains, creating strategic deterrent forces with remarkable self-sufficiency. 1. Solid fuel ballistic missile mastery. The Shaheen series 1, 2, and 3 demonstrates Pakistan's mastery of solid fuel ballistic missile technology, a sophisticated capability typically restricted to major powers, with ranges covering entire regional threat spectrum, 3,002 750 km, and accuracy sufficient for precision strategic targeting. 2. Road Mobile Launch System Development. Indigenous development of transporter reactor-launcher (TEL) vehicles for strategic missiles created survivable second strike capability critical for credible deterrence, a capability even some nuclear powers lack with similar resource levels. 3. Multiple Independent Reentry Vehicle (MIRV) technology. The development of MIRV capability for the Ababil missile system represents achievement of exceptionally sophisticated technology typically limited to the most advanced nuclear powers, demonstrating capability to overcome international restriction regimes through indigenous innovation. 4. Terrain-hugging cruise missile development. The Baber land attack cruise missile series demonstrates mastery of low-altitude, terrain-hugging guidance technologies creating systems highly resistant to interception, capabilities typically associated with defense industrial bases of far larger economies. 5. Maritime domain extension. The Harbor anti-ship cruise missile and submarine-launched Baber variants demonstrate capability to extend strategic reach into maritime domain, creating comprehensive deterrence across all operating environments. During the May 2025 crisis, Pakistan's strategic missile forces maintained complete operational readiness despite determined cyber and electronic warfare activities targeting command and control systems. The demonstrated capability to disperse mobile systems rapidly while maintaining secure communications validated decades of investment in survivable second strike capabilities that ultimately prevented escalation to strategic level. Tactical missile system development. Beyond strategic systems, Pakistan has developed sophisticated tactical missile capabilities that provided critical battlefield advantages during the May 2025 crisis. 1. Precision strike systems. The NOSA short-range ballistic missile system provides precision strike capability against high-value targets with conventional warheads, demonstrating sophisticated guidance technologies typically associated with major defense producers. 2. Multiple caliber artillery rocket systems. Indigenous production of multiple artillery rocket systems, including the HATF, ANZA, and Yarmouk systems, across diverse calibers creates comprehensive battlefield fires capabilities that proved particularly effective against Indian armored formations during the crisis. 3. Anti-tank guided missile production. The Bakhtar-Shikan anti-tank guided missile program demonstrates capability to produce sophisticated man-portable guided weapons, technologies typically imported by countries at similar economic development levels. 4. Loitering munition development. Recent development of indigenous loitering munition capabilities demonstrates adaptation to emerging battlefield technologies while maintaining domestic production advantage. 5. Counter-air missile systems. Progress in developing indigenous air defense missile systems reduces critical dependency in domain typically requiring imported solutions, creating strategic depth against supply restrictions. These tactical systems proved particularly effective during the May 2025 crisis, with precision artillery rocket systems playing a decisive role in disrupting Indian offensive operations. The demonstrated accuracy of domestically produced guided rockets achieved effects traditionally requiring significantly more expensive aviation-delivered munitions, validating the cost-effectiveness of indigenous development efforts. Propulsion and guidance technology mastery. The technological foundations underlying Pakistan's missile programs demonstrate remarkable achievement in critical domains typically subject to stringent international controls. 1. Of solid propellant manufacturing, domestic mastery. Solid rocket propellant production, including the sophisticated chemistry, precision manufacturing, and safety systems required, represents technological achievement typically limited to major powers and creates independence from external suppliers for strategic systems. 2. Guidance system integration, indigenous capabilities in inertial navigation systems, GPS, GLONASS integration, terminal guidance sensors, and automated flight control systems demonstrate mastery of the most critical missile technologies often subject to multilateral export controls. 3. Precision manufacturing capabilities. The development of precision manufacturing capabilities for rocket motor casings, control surfaces, and structural components, requiring tolerances measured in micrometers, represents industrial achievement far exceeding typical capabilities at Pakistan's economic development level. 4. System integration expertise. The demonstrated capability to integrate diverse technologies including sensors, propulsion, guidance, and warheads into cohesive systems represents sophisticated systems engineering typically associated with defense industrial bases of advanced economies. 5. Test infrastructure development. The creation of comprehensive test capabilities including instrumented ranges, telemetry systems, and simulation environments represents institutional investment creating iterative improvement capabilities independent of foreign assistance. These technological foundations proved particularly valuable during the May 2025 crisis, when Pakistan demonstrated ability to conduct precision strikes against time-sensitive targets using entirely indigenous kill chains, from detection and targeting through precision engagement with domestic systems. This capability proved particularly important when third-party suppliers suspended precision munitions deliveries that India continued receiving through diversified supply relationships. Missile program lessons for Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's missile development experience provides critical insights for developing broader Muslim world capabilities in this strategic domain. 1. Technology control regime navigation. Pakistan's success overcoming multilateral technology control regimes through indigenous innovation provides important lessons for other Muslim states facing similar restrictions, particularly in developing critical technologies despite export controls. 2. Dual-use industry leveraging. The successful leveraging of civilian industrial capabilities for defense applications provides model for resource-constrained states to develop strategic capabilities without massive dedicated investments. 3. Human capital priority. Pakistan's investment in specialized education and training programs for missile technologies demonstrates the critical importance of human capital development preceding hardware acquisition, a sequencing often reversed in less successful programs. For phased capability development, the systematic progression from basic systems to increasingly sophisticated capabilities provides realistic roadmap for other Muslim states at various development stages. 5. Specialization opportunities. The proposed alliance could implement division missile of specialized technology development responsibilities among member states based on existing capabilities, creating more efficient resource utilization while maintaining collective self-sufficiency. These lessons would inform the joint weapons development programs outlined in Chapter 57, with Pakistani missile development institutions providing both expertise and potential production coordination within the broader alliance structure. Naval vessel construction. While less prominent than land systems or aerospace sectors, Pakistan's naval construction capabilities have shown significant development in recent decades, evolving from basic maintenance to increasingly sophisticated indigenous production and integration capabilities. This progress demonstrates how focused institutional development can create maritime production capacity despite significant economic constraints. Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works, KSEW Institutional Foundation. The Karachi Shipyard and Engineering Works represents the institutional foundation of Pakistan's naval construction capabilities, demonstrating development. 1. Progressive capability. Facilities modernization. Systematic modernization has created infrastructure including a 26,000-ton capacity shipbuilding hall, 7,881-ton ship lift system, and modern fabrication facilities, creating production capabilities exceeding typical expectations for Pakistan's economic position. 2. Progressive capability acquisition. The shipyard evolved systematically from basic maintenance to increasingly complex construction projects, including assembly of foreign-designed vessels, construction under license, and eventually participation in indigenous design efforts, maximizing learning at each development stage. 3. Skilled workforce development. Specialized training programs and partnerships with educational institutions created the workforce necessary for sophisticated shipbuilding, addressing human capital requirements typically limiting naval industrial development. 4. Quality certification achievement. Despite resource constraints, KSEW has achieved international quality certifications including ISO 9001, creating capabilities for potential export sales while ensuring rigorous performance standards. 5. Civil-military integration. The shipyard's work on both commercial and military vessels creates broader economic sustainability while maintaining core defense capabilities, a model particularly environments relevant for resource-constrained. This institutional foundation has enabled increasingly ambitious naval construction projects that create important strategic depth against supply restrictions in the maritime domain. Patrol vessel and missile boat construction. Pakistan has achieved particular success in constructing smaller naval vessels with increasing indigenous content and sophistication. 1. Fast attack craft production. The successful construction of Azmat-class fast attack craft demonstrated capability to build sophisticated smaller warships incorporating indigenous and foreign systems into effective platforms, creating important coastal defense capabilities. 2. Maritime Patrol Vessel Program. The construction of maritime patrol vessels for both Pakistan Maritime Security Agency and Pakistan Navy created important capabilities for exclusive economic zone protection and maritime security operations. 3. Missile integration capabilities. The successful integration of indigenous missile systems, harbor, with domestically produced vessels demonstrated sophisticated systems engineering capabilities typically exceeding countries at similar economic development levels. 4. Progressive indigenous content. Each successive construction program has increased the proportion of domestically produced components and systems, creating greater supply chain independence while developing broader industrial capabilities. 5. Accelerated construction timelines. Recent programs have demonstrated significant improvements in construction efficiency and timeline adherence, creating more predictable acquisition outcomes while maximizing return on investment. During the May 2025 crisis, these platforms demonstrated particular value in maintaining maritime security despite India's numerical advantages. The missile-equipped fast attack craft provided credible sea denial capability in coastal waters, constraining Indian naval operations despite their advantages in major surface combatants. Submarine construction maintenance capabilities and Pakistan has made significant progress in developing submarine-related industrial capabilities, among the most sophisticated naval construction domains. 1. Augusta 90B Submarine Overhaul Mastery. The successful midlife update and overhaul of the Augusta 90B submarine fleet demonstrated sophisticated capabilities in one of naval construction's most complex domains, creating institutional knowledge applicable to future programs. 2. Hangar-class Ongoing Submarine Program. The Pakistan-China collaboration on Hangar-class, modified Type 039B, submarines represent significant advancement in construction complexity, with initial vessels built in China but subsequent units constructed in Pakistan with increasing indigenous content. 3. Air-independent propulsion integration. The demonstrated capability to integrate and maintain advanced air-independent propulsion systems represents mastery of sophisticated technologies typically restricted to the most advanced naval powers. 4. Submarine weapon system production. Domestic production capabilities for submarine-launched weapons, including the Baber-3 submarine-launched cruise missile, create critical strategic capabilities independent of foreign suppliers. 5. Specialized infrastructure development. The development of dedicated facilities for submarine construction and maintenance represents strategic institutional investment creating long-term capabilities despite significant initial costs. Pakistan's submarine capabilities proved particularly valuable during the May 2025 crisis, with the fleet maintaining full operational availability despite supply chain disruptions. The demonstrated ability to conduct maintenance and emergency repairs using predominantly indigenous resources validates the strategic importance of investments in this specialized domain that had previously faced criticism for their resource requirements. Surface combatant construction evolution. While Pakistan initially depended entirely on foreign sources for major surface combatants, the country has made significant progress toward greater indigenous construction capabilities. 1. F-22P frigate co-production. The F-22P frigate program marked important milestone with partial construction in Pakistan, transferring significant knowledge and capabilities that formed foundation for subsequent programs. 2. Type 054A EP integration capabilities. The ongoing Type 054A EP program includes substantial Pakistani industrial participation, particularly in systems integration and maintenance capability development, creating foundation for future indigenous construction. 3. Miljam Jinnah-class project. The Turkey-Pakistan collaboration on Miljam corvettes represents significant advancement with 2 vessels constructed in Turkey and 2 in Pakistan with increasing local content, demonstrating growing industrial capabilities for major surface combatants. 4. Systems integration mastery. Pakistan has demonstrated particular capability in integrating diverse weapon systems and sensors from multiple international sources with domestically produced components, creating unique configurations optimized for regional requirements. 5. A life extension expertise. Indigenous capabilities to extend service lives of existing surface combatants through comprehensive modernization programs create cost-effective expansion of naval capabilities, a critical capability for resource-constrained environments. During the May 2025 crisis, these capabilities enabled Pakistan to maintain naval presence despite international pressure and supply restrictions. The ability to conduct emergency repairs using predominantly domestic resources proved particularly valuable when third-party suppliers suspended technical support that continued flowing to India through diversified relationships. Naval construction lessons for Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's naval construction experience provides valuable insights for developing broader Muslim world maritime industrial capabilities. 1. Phased capability development model. The systematic progression from maintenance to co-production to indigenous construction provides realistic model for other Muslim states at various development stages. 2. Strategic partnership frameworks. Successful collaborations with China and Turkey demonstrate how Muslim countries could cooperate to develop maritime construction capabilities while maintaining sovereign capacity. 3. Specialization opportunities. The proposed alliance could implement division of specialized naval construction responsibilities among member states with maritime boundaries, creating more efficient resource utilization while maintaining collective capabilities. For technology transfer protocols, Pakistan's experience developing mechanisms for absorbing naval construction technology provides models for broader technology sharing within the proposed alliance. 5. Coastal defense prioritization. The successful focus on smaller vessels optimized for coastal defense rather than exclusively pursuing major surface combatants provides important principle for alliance-wide development priorities reflecting realistic threat assessments. These insights would inform the defense industrial integration frameworks proposed in Chapter 58, with Pakistani naval construction institutions providing both expertise and specialized production capabilities within the broader alliance structure. Advanced electronics, systems integration, and perhaps the most significant achievement in Pakistan's defense industrial development has been the creation of sophisticated electronics and systems integration capabilities, domains requiring advanced technological expertise typically associated with the most developed economies. These capabilities create force multiplication effects far exceeding their financial investment by enhancing effectiveness of all military platforms and systems. Electronic systems development achievements. Pakistan has developed comprehensive capabilities across multiple electronic warfare and communications domains. 1. Indigenous radar development. The development of sophisticated radar systems including ground-based air defense radars, naval navigation radars, and airborne systems demonstrates capability in one of the most complex electronics domains, creating critical sensor independence for Pakistani forces. 2. 3. Electronic warfare suite production. Indigenous electronic warfare systems including radar warning receivers, jammers, and countermeasure systems have reached sophistication levels typically limited to major defense producers, creating asymmetric advantages despite platform limitations. Secure communications development, network. Domestic production of comprehensive secure communication systems from tactical radios to strategic networks creates critical capabilities typically vulnerable to foreign monitoring or interruption when externally sourced. 4. 5. Cybersecurity capability development. The growth of defensive and offensive cyber capabilities represents strategic investment in emerging warfare domain, creating both protection for indigenous systems and potential asymmetric capabilities against adversaries. Electro-optical system production. Indigenous production of thermal imaging, night vision, and target designation systems creates critical force multiplication capabilities independent of often restricted foreign sources. During the May 2025 crisis, these indigenous electronic systems demonstrated particular value through continued operation despite intensive electronic warfare activities. Pakistani forces maintained communication cohesion and situational awareness when Indian units experienced significant disruption due to Pakistani jamming of foreign source systems with known vulnerabilities, validating the strategic investment in developing these capabilities despite their technical complexity. Command, control, communications, computers, intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, C4ISR, integration. Beyond individual electronic systems, Pakistan has developed sophisticated capabilities integrating these technologies into comprehensive networks. 1. Network-centric warfare implementation. The development of indigenous battle management systems connecting sensors and weapons across air, land, and sea domains represents achievement of capabilities typically limited to the most advanced military powers. 2. Tactical data link development. Domestic development of secure tactical data links enables real-time information sharing between platforms, creating force multiplication effect through improved situational awareness and target assignment optimization. 3. Common operational picture generation. indigenous command systems generating comprehensive operational pictures from diverse sensor inputs represent sophisticated systems integration capabilities exceeding typical expectations for Pakistan's technological development level. 4. Multi-sensor integration expertise, the demonstrated ability to integrate data from diverse sensor types, radar, electro-optical, electronic intelligence, human intelligence, into cohesive intelligence picture represents sophisticated information processing capabilities typically associated with advanced economies. 5. Resilient network architecture design. Pakistani C4ISR systems demonstrate particular emphasis on resilience against disruption, with redundant communication paths, distributed processing, and degraded mode operation capabilities, creating battlefield advantages against adversaries with potentially more advanced but less resilient systems. During the May 2025 crisis, these network-centric capabilities proved decisive in multiple engagements, with Pakistani forces consistently demonstrating superior tactical coordination despite overall numerical disadvantage. The ability to rapidly share targeting information across platforms and services created effects typically requiring substantially greater force investments, validating the strategic priority placed on C4ISR development despite competing resource demands. Avionics and aircraft systems integration. Pakistan has developed particularly sophisticated capabilities in aviation electronics integration and development. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fighter aircraft avionics integration, the demonstrated capability to integrate diverse avionics systems from multiple international sources with domestically produced components represents sophisticated systems engineering typically associated with major aerospace powers. Mission computer development. Indigenous development of mission computers and system software creates strategic independence for critical aircraft functions, eliminating potential kill switches or limitations in foreign source systems. Electronic warfare suite integration, the successful integration of electronic warfare capabilities into multiple aircraft types demonstrates sophisticated understanding of electromagnetic spectrum operations, a domain increasingly critical to aviation survivability. Weapons system integration, demonstrated capability to integrate diverse weapons from multiple international sources onto various strategic platforms creates flexibility unachievable through single-source relationships. Simulator development and training system. Indigenous development of sophisticated flight simulators and training systems creates cost-effective pilot proficiency development capabilities independent of foreign training requirements. During the May 2025 crisis, these capabilities enabled effective employment of Pakistani aircraft despite intensive Indian electronic warfare operations. The indigenous mission computers and electronic warfare systems proved particularly valuable when they continued functioning against jamming spectrums that temporarily degraded Indian aircraft operating with systems containing known vulnerabilities Pakistani engineers had specifically addressed in domestic designs. Electronics infrastructure research and development. Supporting these achievements is a sophisticated research and development infrastructure that enables continuous capability advancement. 1. Advanced research centers, specialized institutions including the National Electronics Complex, Air Weapons Complex, and Maritime Technologies Complex create focused research capabilities in critical innovation despite resource constraints. 2. Academia-industry-military relationships between defense domains are generating integration, research. Strong institutions, universities, and production facilities create efficient innovation ecosystem maximizing return on limited research investment. 3. Reverse engineering capabilities. Sophisticated reverse engineering capabilities enable understanding and improvement of foreign technologies, creating learning opportunities from both allied and adversary systems. 4. Rapid prototyping implementation. The development of rapid prototyping capabilities enables faster iteration and field testing of new technologies, creating innovation velocity typically associated with more resource-rich environments. 5. Commercial technology adaptation. Systematic capabilities to adapt commercial electronics for military applications creates cost-effective solutions leveraging global technology advancement while maintaining security requirements. These research and development capabilities enable continuous improvement of Pakistani electronic systems despite international restrictions and resource limitations, creating sustainable technological advancement rather than dependence on episodic foreign technology transfers. Electronics and Systems Integration Lessons for Muslim Security Architecture. Pakistan's experience in electronic systems and integration provides crucial insights for developing broader Muslim world capabilities in these strategic domains. 1. Knowledge transfer priority. Pakistan's success demonstrates how electronics capabilities can be developed with relatively modest infrastructure investments when sufficient human capital exists, suggesting alliance emphasis on education and knowledge transfer above hardware acquisition. 2. Commonality standards development. The proposed alliance could develop interface and protocol standards enabling integration of systems from diverse member states, creating interoperability without requiring identical systems. 3. Specialization efficiency. Rather than each state pursuing complete electronics development capabilities, the alliance could implement specialized research and production responsibilities, creating more efficient resource utilization while maintaining collective capability. 4. Commercial technology leverage. Pakistan's successful adaptation of commercial technologies for military applications provides model for cost-effective capability development across the alliance. 5. Supply chain security focus. The demonstrated vulnerability of foreign-sourced electronic systems to disruption or monitoring emphasizes the critical importance of indigenous capabilities in these domains, suggesting priority focus within alliance industrial development. These insights would inform the technology sharing systems proposed in Chapter 59, with Pakistani electronics institutions, providing both expertise and specialized production capabilities within the broader alliance structure. Conclusion: qualitative excellence through indigenous capability. Pakistan's development of a sophisticated defense industrial base despite severe resource and access constraints demonstrates how institutional excellence and focused prioritization can overcome seemingly insurmountable material limitations. This achievement provides not merely technical production capacity but strategic depth against coercion through supply chain weaponization, a vulnerability that continues affecting many Muslim nations dependent on external suppliers with competing strategic interests. The May 2025 crisis validated the strategic importance of these indigenous capabilities when Western suppliers suspended parts and maintenance support for platforms operated by both Pakistan and India. While India's numerically larger but more import-dependent forces experienced significant readiness degradation, Pakistan maintained operational capability through domestic production and maintenance capabilities, directly validating decades of investment that had often faced criticism as unnecessarily costly during peacetime. The qualitative advantage provided by indigenous production extends beyond mere equipment availability to encompass systems specifically optimized for regional conditions and threats. Rather than employing generic designs optimized for different operating environments, Pakistani forces utilize systems specifically developed for local conditions, creating performance advantages that partially offset numerical disadvantages against larger adversaries. For the proposed Muslim security architecture, Pakistan's defense industrial base provides both model and potential foundation for broader capability development. The institutional frameworks, development methodologies, and specialized production facilities could serve as initial capabilities around which broader alliance industrial cooperation could develop, leveraging proven approaches rather than beginning from theoretical frameworks. Most importantly, Pakistan's achievement demonstrates the fundamental thesis underlying this book, that quality can systematically defeat quantity through superior organization, innovation, and spiritual motivation. The development of sophisticated defense production capabilities despite GDP less than 5% of neighboring India validates the principle that resource constraints can be overcome through institutional excellence, focused prioritization, and strategic persistence, precisely the qualities required for effective leadership of the proposed Muslim Security Alliance. As the Muslim world faces unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, the lessons from Pakistan's defense industrial development provide not merely inspiration but practical guidance for achieving greater self-sufficiency through qualitative excellence rather than raw economic mass. The proposed security architecture represents the institutional manifestation of these principles, adapting Pakistan's demonstrated approaches to broader Muslim world application while maintaining their essential wisdom that quality, implemented with excellence and persistence, consistently defeats mere quantity. Chapter 15. Training Systems and Human Capital Excellence. The strong believer is better and more beloved to Allah than the weak believer, although both are good. Sahih Muslim. This hadith of the Prophet Muhammad provides the philosophical foundation for Pakistan's approach to military training and human capital development. While equipment, technology, and numerical strength represent important factors in military capability, the quality of personnel who employ these resources ultimately proves decisive in conflict. Pakistan's military training systems, developed through decades of institutional refinement despite resource constraints, represent one of the most significant qualitative advantages enabling the country to maintain strategic parity with a numerically superior adversary. This chapter examines how Pakistan has systematically built human capital excellence through institutional frameworks that produce disproportionate combat effectiveness relative to resource investment. The May 2025 crisis between Pakistan and India demonstrated the strategic significance of superior training and human capital excellence. Throughout the confrontation, Pakistani units consistently demonstrated superior tactical coordination, operational flexibility, and strategic coherence compared to their Indian counterparts despite operating with smaller forces and often less expensive equipment. This performance differential directly validated Pakistan's long-term emphasis on human capital quality as the foundation for military effectiveness. For the proposed Muslim security architecture, Pakistan's training systems provide both model and potential foundation for broader capability development across alliance members with diverse resource levels and current capabilities. Pakistan Military Academy, Officer Development Model. The Pakistan Military Academy, PMA, at Kakul represents the cornerstone of Pakistan's military human capital development system. Through systematic refinement over decades, PMA has developed distinctive approaches to officer formation that create leadership capabilities exceeding what comparable resources would typically produce. Character-centric leadership development. While technical skills receive appropriate emphasis, PMA's distinctive focus on character development creates officers with moral foundation for genuine leadership rather than merely positional authority. 1. Islamic ethical framework integration. Rather than treating ethics as separate subject, PMA integrates Islamic ethical principles throughout all aspects of training, creating cohesive moral framework that guides decision-making under pressure. This integration creates leaders with genuine ethical convictions rather than merely rule-based compliance. 2. Structured Character Challenge System. The Academy employs sophisticated progressive character development challenges that systematically require cadets to demonstrate integrity under increasingly difficult circumstances, creating leaders prepared for ethical complexities of modern warfare. 3. Personal example emphasis. PMA's instructor selection prioritizes officers whose personal conduct exemplifies the character qualities being developed, creating consistent modeling that reinforces formal instruction through lived example rather than mere theoretical discussion. 4. Peer accountability framework. Unlike systems relying primarily on hierarchical supervision, PMA implements sophisticated peer accountability mechanisms that develop intrinsic character rather than mere external compliance, creating leaders who maintain ethical standards without oversight. 5. Progressive responsibility model. Cadets receive gradually increasing responsibility for other cadets' actions and development, creating understanding of the moral dimensions of leadership before encountering actual combat command responsibilities. This character-centric approach directly influences operational effectiveness. During the May 2025 crisis, Pakistani officers consistently demonstrated ethical conduct under extreme pressure, maintaining proportionate response and civilian protection despite provocations. This discipline created significant advantages in information operations and international perception compared to scattered Indian ethical violations that undermined legitimacy. Asymmetric warfare emphasis. Unlike conventional military academies focused primarily on conventional force operations, PMA integrates sophisticated understanding of asymmetric approaches throughout officer development. 1. Historical case study integration. PMA's curriculum systematically studies historical examples of numerically inferior forces defeating larger adversaries, creating intellectual framework for officers to conceptualize qualitative advantages against quantitative superiority. 2. Technological offset thinking. Cadets receive specific training in identifying and exploiting technological asymmetries that can offset numerical disadvantages, creating innovative mindset that maximizes impact of limited resources. 3. Terrain exploitation focus. Field exercises emphasize maximizing terrain advantages to neutralize enemy numerical superiority, directly reflecting principles demonstrated in early Islamic military history from bad to the present. 4. Psychological dimension integration. Unlike many conventional military education systems, PMA places substantial emphasis on psychological aspects of warfare, including deception operations, information warfare, and morale factors, creating officers skilled in dimensions that can offset material disadvantages. 5. Adaptability development. Training specifically cultivates adaptability through scenario-based exercises with rapidly changing parameters, creating officers capable of operating effectively despite information constraints or unexpected developments. During the May 2025 crisis, these asymmetric warfare capabilities proved particularly valuable when Pakistani formations successfully employed sophisticated deception operations that repeatedly misled numerically superior Indian forces about actual defensive dispositions. The resulting operational uncertainty created hesitation and resource misallocation that offset India's numerical advantages in multiple sectors. Multi-domain integration approach. PMA has developed sophisticated approaches to developing officers' understanding of multi-domain operations despite resource limitations that might otherwise constrain such training. 1. Joint operations fundamentals. Unlike systems that postpone joint operations concepts until mid-career, PMA integrates basic joint operations understanding from the earliest stages, creating officers with inherent appreciation for cross-domain synergies. 2. Technological integration framework. Training specifically addresses integration of effects across conventional, cyber, information, and space domains despite resource constraints, using simulation and conceptual exercises where physical resources are limited. 3. Combined arms thinking development. Tactical exercises systematically require cadets to integrate different combat arms for maximum effect, creating cognitive frameworks that naturally maximize combined arms advantages regardless of resource limitations. 4. Cross-branch understanding requirement. Unlike systems that create branch parochialism, PMA requires all cadets to demonstrate understanding of other branches' capabilities and limitations, creating officers who naturally think in terms of integrated capabilities. 5. Resource-constraint creativity. Exercises specifically include scenarios with significant resource constraints requiring creative integration of available capabilities, developing officers skilled at maximizing limited assets through innovative combinations. This multi-domain integration capability proved particularly valuable during the May 2025 crisis, when Pakistani forces demonstrated superior synchronization of conventional, electronic warfare, information operations, and cyber effects. Despite overall resource disadvantages, The resulting operational synergy created effects typically requiring substantially greater investments, validating PMA's emphasis on integration thinking as force multiplier. Indigenous strategic thought development. Perhaps PMA's most distinctive contribution is its development of indigenous strategic thinking that addresses Pakistan's specific security environment rather than merely adopting foreign doctrinal concepts. 1. Regional security complex analysis. Unlike academy systems relying primarily on foreign strategic theory, PMA develops sophisticated understanding of South Asia-specific security dynamics, creating officers with contextually appropriate strategic frameworks. 2. Islamic strategic heritage integration. The curriculum systematically integrates classical Islamic strategic concepts with contemporary security theory, creating synthetic understanding that combines religious and professional dimensions rather than treating them as separate domains. 3. Resource-constraint strategic models. Training specifically addresses strategic effectiveness under resource constraints rather than assuming material superiority, creating realistic approaches to Pakistan's actual security position. 4. Strategic culture awareness. Officers develop sophisticated understanding of regional strategic cultures, particularly Indian strategic thinking patterns, creating anticipatory capabilities regarding adversary decision-making. 5. Nuclear conventional integration understanding. Unlike many military education systems, PMA develops nuanced understanding of the relationship between conventional and nuclear domains in limited war contexts, creating officers capable of operating effectively in Pakistan's specific deterrence environment. During the May 2025 crisis, this indigenous strategic thinking proved particularly valuable in maintaining escalation control despite intense conventional operations. Pakistani forces consistently demonstrated sophisticated understanding of escalation thresholds, communication requirements, and signaling mechanisms that prevented conventional operations from creating nuclear stability risks, directly reflecting PMA's distinctive approach to developing strategic understanding appropriate to Pakistan's specific security environment. PMA model applicability for Muslim security architecture. PMA's approaches provide valuable models for developing officer quality across the proposed Muslim Security Alliance. 1. Islamic ethical framework universality, the integration of Islamic ethical principles throughout officer development provides natural common framework for alliance-wide leadership standards despite diverse national traditions. 2. Resource-efficient training methodologies. PMA's development of high-quality officers despite modest infrastructure and technology investments provides practical model for alliance members with varied resource levels. 3. Exchange Program Foundation. The Academy's existing international cadet programs provide immediate foundation for expanded exchange programs among alliance members, creating relationship networks that would enhance future operational coordination. 4. Common doctrinal language development. PMA's synthetic approach combining Islamic and professional concepts provides potential foundation for alliance-wide doctrinal language bridging different national traditions and terminology systems. 5. Scalable implementation models. Different elements of PMA's approach could be implemented by alliance members based on their current capabilities and resources, creating progressive improvement path rather than requiring complete system adoption. These elements would inform the joint military education system proposed in Chapter 61, with Pakistan's institutions providing both expertise and initial capacity for alliance-wide officer development programs. Staff College System and Advanced Military Education. Beyond initial officer formation, Pakistan has developed sophisticated mid-career and advanced education systems that create disproportionate professional quality relative to resource investment. These institutions systematically develop the intellectual capital necessary for effective employment of military capabilities at operational and strategic levels. Command and Staff College Quetta, Operational Excellence Development. The Command and Staff College at Quetta represents Pakistan's primary institution for developing field-grade officers capable of effective planning and execution at operational level. 1. Problem-solving methodology development. Rather than focusing primarily on doctrinal solutions, the college develops sophisticated problem-solving methodologies applicable across diverse operational contexts, creating adaptable planners rather than merely doctrine implementers. 2. Resource constraint planning frameworks. Staff exercises specifically require planning under significant resource constraints rather than assuming material adequacy, creating realistic approaches to Pakistan's actual operational environment. 3. Adversary analysis sophistication. The curriculum develops nuanced understanding of likely adversaries' operational patterns, decision-making processes, and doctrinal tendencies, creating anticipatory planning capabilities that partially offset information disadvantages. 4. Qualitative advantage identification. Planning exercises specifically require identification of potential qualitative advantages against quantitatively superior adversaries, institutionalizing the quality defeats quantity principle at operational level. 5. Historical pattern analysis. The curriculum systematically studies historical examples of successful operations against numerically superior forces, creating intellectual framework for conceptualizing effective approaches despite disadvantages. During the May 2025 crisis, these capabilities proved particularly valuable in developing effective defensive plans against India's Operation Sindoor. Pakistani operational planning consistently anticipated Indian thrust directions and timing, positioning defensive assets optimally despite overall numerical disadvantages. The resulting combat effectiveness created defense in-depth that neutralized India's offensive momentum despite its material advantages. National Defense University Strategic Leader Development. The National Defense University, NDU, represents Pakistan's apex military education institution, developing strategic thinking capabilities among senior officers and civilian officials. 1. Integrated National Security Framework. Unlike purely military war colleges, NDU develops sophisticated understanding of the relationships between military, economic, diplomatic, and informational elements of national power, creating leaders capable of genuine wholly-off government approaches. 2. Islamic Strategic Thought Synthesis. The curriculum integrates classical contemporary Islamic security strategic concepts theory, creating with synthetic understanding that combines religious and professional dimensions at strategic level. 3. Regional Security Complex Analysis. NDU develops nuanced understanding of South Asia's geopolitical dynamics, including extra-regional actors' interests and involvement, creating strategic context awareness that informs operational approaches. 4. Nuclear strategy sophistication. The university has developed particularly advanced understanding of nuclear strategy under resource constraints, creating distinctive Pakistani approach to deterrence that maximizes strategic effect from limited capabilities. 5. Civil-military integration focus. Unlike institutions focused exclusively on military dimensions, NDU emphasizes effective civil-military integration, creating relationships and understanding that enhance strategic effectiveness during actual crises. During the May 2025 crisis, this strategic sophistication proved particularly valuable in Pakistan's overall crisis management. The political and military leadership demonstrated remarkable unity of effort, with consistent strategic messaging, diplomatic engagement, and military operations creating coherent overall effect despite India's more substantial resources for strategic communication and diplomatic outreach. Army War College Doctrine Development. The Pakistan Army War College at Sahala provides critical institutional capability for doctrine development, ensuring concepts remain appropriate to Pakistan's specific security environment rather than merely adopting foreign approaches. 1. Indigenous Doctrine Development Methodology. The college has developed sophisticated methodology for creating doctrine aligned with Pakistan's specific strategic context, resources, and threats, avoiding inappropriate adoption of foreign concepts designed for different circumstances. 2. Adversary-specific operational concepts. Doctrinal development specifically addresses likely adversaries' known strengths and vulnerabilities rather than generic opponents, creating focused approaches maximizing effectiveness against actual threats. 3. Technology Doctrine Integration Framework. The college systematically evaluates new technologies' implications for doctrine, creating realistic integration approaches rather than either technology fetishism or doctrine stagnation. 4. Lessons Learned Integration Process. A sophisticated lessons learned system rapidly incorporates operational experiences into doctrinal refinement, creating continuous improvement rather than episodic updates. 5. Resource Optimization Focus. Doctrinal development explicitly considers resource requirements and sustainability, creating approaches actually implementable within Pakistan's constraints rather than aspirational concepts requiring unavailable resources. During the May 2025 crisis, these doctrinal capabilities proved particularly valuable in effective employment of Pakistan's defensive capabilities against India's offensive operations. The demonstrated integration of electronic warfare, conventional fires, defensive positions, and counter-mobility operations reflected sophisticated doctrinal development specifically optimized for Pakistan's resources and India's known operational patterns. International outreach and exchange programs. Beyond domestic education, Pakistan has developed sophisticated international military education relationships that enhance its officers' capabilities while building valuable international relationships. 1. Diversified educational partnerships. Pakistani officers attend professional military education in diverse countries including the United States, United Kingdom, China, Turkey, and others, creating exposure to multiple doctrinal approaches and operational philosophies. 2. Knowledge transfer systems. Sophisticated processes ensure knowledge gained through foreign education is systematically shared within Pakistani institutions, creating multiplication effect beyond the individual officers directly educated abroad. 3. Adapted application frameworks. Rather than directly adopting foreign concepts, returning officers apply sophisticated analysis to determine appropriate adaptation to Pakistan's specific context, creating synthetic approaches rather than mere imitation. 4. Foreign instructor integration. Pakistani staff colleges integrate foreign instructors from partner nations, creating perspective diversity while developing international professional relationships. 5. Foreign student programs. Pakistan's military education institutions host substantial numbers of international students, particularly from Muslim countries, creating professional networks that enhance operational cooperation while developing Pakistan's soft power. These international relationships proved valuable during the May 2025 crisis through the professional networks they had created. Several key partner nations maintain positions more favorable to Pakistan than India's superior economic leverage might have predicted, directly reflecting the personal relationships developed through decades of professional military education exchanges. Advanced education system relevance for Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's advanced military education system provides valuable models for developing the proposed alliance's intellectual capital. 1. Resource-efficient excellence model. Pakistan's development of sophisticated educational institutions despite modest infrastructure and technology investments provides practical template for alliance members with varied resource levels. 2. Doctrine development methodology. The indigenous doctrine development approach provides model for creating alliance doctrine appropriate to member states' actual capabilities rather than merely adopting Western concepts. 3. Muslim Defense University Foundation. The NDU could provide initial foundation for the proposed Muslim Defense University, leveraging existing capabilities while expanding focus to alliance-wide strategic concerns. 4. Exchange program expansion. Existing exchange relationships with Muslim partner states provide immediate foundation for expanded programs among alliance members, creating relationship networks enhancing future operational coordination. 5. Intellectual framework compatibility. Pakistan's integration of Islamic and professional concepts provides potential foundation for alliance-wide intellectual framework bridging different national traditions while maintaining Islamic authenticity. These elements would directly inform the joint military education system proposed in Chapter 61, with Pakistan's institutions providing both expertise and initial capacity for alliance-wide advanced officer development programs. Technical training programs and centers of excellence. Beyond officer education, Pakistan has developed sophisticated technical training systems that create disproportionate capabilities relative to resource investment. These institutions systematically develop the specialized skills necessary for effective employment of modern weapons systems and technologies. Military College of Engineering, Technical Foundation Excellence. The Military College of Engineering at Raisalpur represents Pakistan's premier institution for developing engineering capabilities critical to modern warfare. 1. Integrated Civil Military Engineering Focus. The college combines military engineering applications with fundamental civil engineering principles, creating versatile capabilities applicable across combat, humanitarian, and infrastructure domains. 2. Indigenous Solutions Emphasis. Training specifically emphasizes developing solutions using locally available materials and technologies rather than assuming access to advanced imported systems, creating realistic capabilities for Pakistan's resource environment. 3. Reverse Engineering Capability Development. The curriculum includes sophisticated approaches to analyzing and reproducing foreign technologies, creating self-sufficiency capabilities particularly valuable under sanctions or supply restrictions. 4. Combat Engineering Innovation. The college has developed distinctive approaches to combat engineering under resource constraints, creating asymmetric capabilities that partially offset conventional disadvantages through superior battlefield preparation. 5. Dual-use application focus. Training emphasizes technologies and techniques applicable to both military and civilian requirements, creating sustainability through peacetime relevance while maintaining combat capability. During the May 2025 crisis, these engineering capabilities proved particularly valuable in rapid battlefield preparation, with Pakistani forces creating sophisticated defensive positions incorporating both traditional and innovative elements. The resulting defensive effectiveness significantly offset India's conventional advantages, particularly in armored warfare domains where Pakistani defensive engineering created substantial force multiplication effects. College of Electrical and Mechanical Engineering. The College of Electrical and Mechanical Engineering, EME, provides critical capabilities for maintaining and enhancing Pakistan's diverse weapons systems despite limited resources and international restrictions. 1. Maintenance Self-Sufficiency Development. The college has developed sophisticated capabilities for maintaining diverse weapons systems with minimal external support, creating resilience against sanctions and supply disruptions that proved decisive during the May 2025 crisis. 2. Systems Integration Expertise. Training develops particular expertise in integrating components from diverse sources into cohesive systems, creating capabilities to combine Chinese, Western, Eastern European, and indigenous technologies that many larger military powers cannot match. 3. Performance Enhancement Engineering. The curriculum includes sophisticated approaches to enhancing existing systems' performance through component improvements, creating cost-effective capability increases without complete system replacement. 4. Obsolescence Management Solutions. Students develop specific expertise in managing obsolescence challenges through indigenous replacement components, creating sustainability for legacy systems despite original manufacturer support termination. 5. Field Repair Optimization. Training emphasizes sophisticated field repair capabilities with minimal infrastructure requirements, creating battlefield resilience despite potential infrastructure targeting or disruption. These capabilities proved particularly valuable during the May 2025 crisis, when Pakistani systems maintained substantially higher availability rates than comparable Indian systems despite supply chain disruptions. The resulting combat power sustainability created significant advantages as the crisis extended beyond initial Indian assumptions about Pakistani endurance capabilities. School of Army Air Defense. The School of Army Air Defense at Malaya Cantonment has developed distinctive approaches to creating effective air defense capabilities despite technological asymmetries with likely adversaries. 1. Integrated Air Defense Concept Development. The school has developed sophisticated integrated air defense systems combining diverse technologies into cohesive networks, creating effectiveness exceeding the sum of individual components' capabilities. 2. Asymmetric counters to air superiority. Training specifically addresses countering technologically superior air forces through distribution, concealment, mobility, and electronic protection, creating resilience against adversaries' theoretically overwhelming air capabilities. 3. Multispectral threat response. The curriculum develops capabilities against diverse aerial threats including conventional aircraft, standoff weapons, unmanned systems, and helicopters, creating comprehensive protection despite resource limitations. 4. Sensor fusion optimization. Students develop particular expertise in maximizing effectiveness from limited sensors through sophisticated fusion techniques, creating detection and tracking capabilities that partially offset technological disadvantages. 5. Electronic protection sophistication. The school has developed distinctive approaches to operating effectively within contested electromagnetic environments, creating resilience against electronic attack that many more technologically advanced forces lack. During the May 2025 crisis, these capabilities proved particularly valuable in limiting Indian air operations despite its numerical and technological advantages. Pakistani air defense networks demonstrated sophisticated integration of diverse systems that created uncertainty in Indian planning and execution, generating caution that significantly limited air operations' effectiveness against Pakistani ground forces. Signals Training Center. The Signals Training Center at Kohat has developed distinctive capabilities in communications and electronic warfare domains that create significant force multiplication effects. 1. Communication Security Excellence. The center has developed sophisticated approaches to communication security under resource constraints, creating resilience against adversary signals intelligence that proved particularly valuable during the May 2025 crisis. 2. Electronic Warfare Innovation. Training develops distinctive electronic warfare capabilities optimized for Pakistan-specific operational environment and likely adversaries, creating asymmetric advantages that partially offset conventional disadvantages. 3. Cyber Operations Integration. The curriculum has increasingly integrated cyber operations with traditional signals functions, creating synergies that effectiveness despite resource limitations. 4. Enhance overall. Degraded operations capability. Students develop particular expertise in maintaining effective communications under significant degradation or disruption, creating battlefield resilience that many more technologically advanced forces lack. 5. Indigenous Solutions Emphasis. Training specifically emphasizes developing communication solutions using locally available technologies rather than assuming access to advanced imported systems, creating realistic capabilities for Pakistan's resource environment. These capabilities proved particularly valuable during the May 2025 crisis, when Pakistani forces maintained communication cohesion despite intensive Indian electronic warfare operations. The demonstrated ability to operate effectively in contested electromagnetic environments created significant advantages as Indian forces frequently experienced communication disruptions affecting their operational coordination. Special Operations Training Institutions. Pakistan has developed sophisticated special operations training capabilities that create elite forces with effectiveness far exceeding their numerical strength. 1. Special Service Group (SSG) Training System. The SSG training program systematically develops extraordinary individual and small unit capabilities through progressive physical, technical, and psychological challenges, creating operators capable of effectiveness against numerically superior conventional forces. 2. Cultural intelligence integration. Special operations training specifically develops sophisticated understanding of operational environments' cultural dimensions, creating effectiveness in complex human terrain that many technically superior forces lack. 3. Resource-constrained operations emphasis. Training specifically addresses operating with minimal support in austere environments, creating capabilities for sustained operations despite potential logistics disruptions. For asymmetric approach development, the curriculum systematically develops understanding of asymmetric approaches against superior conventional forces, creating capabilities to target critical vulnerabilities rather than attempting symmetrical confrontation. 5. Joint operations expertise. Special operations training emphasizes integration with conventional, intelligence, and air assets, creating force multiplication through effective combination rather than isolated employment. During the May 2025 crisis, these special operations capabilities proved particularly valuable in targeting critical Indian command nodes and communication systems. The resulting disruption created disproportionate effects relative to the small forces employed, demonstrating how qualitative excellence can offset quantitative disadvantages through precision application against critical vulnerabilities. Technical training relevance for Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's technical training systems provide valuable models for developing specialized capabilities across the alliance. 1. Resource-efficient training methodologies. Pakistan's development of sophisticated technical capabilities despite modest infrastructure investments provides practical template for alliance members with varied resource levels. 2. Centers of Excellence Framework. The specialized training institutions could serve as initial alliance centers of excellence in their respective domains, providing immediate capability while broader alliance training systems develop. 3. Cross-training program foundation. Existing relationships with selected Muslim partner states provide foundation for expanded technical training exchanges among alliance members, creating capability transfer mechanisms. 4. Common technical standards development. Pakistani technical training frameworks could inform development of alliance-wide technical standards and procedures, creating interoperability despite equipment diversity. 5. Specialized capability distribution. Different alliance members could develop specialized technical training capabilities based on their existing strengths, creating more efficient resource utilization while maintaining comprehensive alliance capabilities. These elements would directly inform the combined training and exercises frameworks proposed in Chapter 62, with Pakistan's institutions providing both expertise and initial capacity for alliance-wide technical capability development. Comparison with regional training systems. Pakistan's training systems demonstrate particular effectiveness when compared with regional counterparts, creating qualitative advantages that partially offset quantitative disadvantages. This comparative excellence provides important validation for Pakistan's leadership qualification within the proposed Muslim security architecture. Comparison with Indian training systems. Despite India's substantially greater resources, Pakistan's training systems demonstrate several qualitative advantages that became evident during the May 2025 crisis. 1. Practical exercise emphasis. Pakistani training emphasizes practical field exercises over theoretical instruction to greater degree than Indian counterparts, creating more effective translation of knowledge to operational application as demonstrated by superior tactical adaptation during crisis engagements. 2. Junior leader initiative development. Pakistani systems develop greater initiative at junior leader levels compared to India's more hierarchical approach, creating tactical flexibility that proved decisive in several engagements when communications were disrupted or situations developed rapidly. 3. Combined arms integration. Pakistan's training demonstrates superior integration of different combat arms at tactical level compared to Indian counterparts, creating synergistic effects that partially offset numerical disadvantages as evidenced by effective defensive operations against mechanized thrusts. 4. Realistic combat condition replication. Pakistani training more effectively replicates actual combat conditions, including communications disruption, leadership casualties, and logistics constraints, creating greater resilience when these conditions occurred during actual operations. 5. Islamic motivation integration. The integration of Islamic principles throughout training creates motivation and cohesion exceeding what Indian secular military education achieves, manifesting in superior unit integrity under pressure during several crisis engagements. These comparative advantages directly influenced operational outcomes during the May 2025 crisis, with Pakistani units consistently demonstrating superior tactical adaptation, resilience under pressure, and combined arms coordination. Despite overall numerical and sometimes technological disadvantages. Comparison with Middle Eastern training systems. Pakistan's training systems also demonstrate distinctive qualities when compared with Middle Eastern counterparts, including several Muslim-majority states. 1. Merit-based leadership selection. Pakistani systems demonstrate greater emphasis on merit-based selection compared to some Middle Eastern counterparts where social or political factors more heavily influence advancement, creating more effective leadership at all levels. 2. Tactical decentralization. Pakistan's training develops greater capability for decentralized operations compared to more centralized command models prevalent in many Middle Eastern forces, creating adaptability and initiative that enhance operational effectiveness. 3. Realistic exercise scenarios. Pakistani training consistently employs more realistic exercise scenarios with genuine opposition forces compared to more scripted approaches common in some regional counterparts, creating better preparation for actual combat uncertainties. 4. Technical depth development. Pakistani technical training develops greater depth of understanding compared to the sometimes equipment-focused approach of wealthier Gulf states, creating superior maintenance and adaptation capabilities particularly valuable under resource constraints. 5. Islamic professional integration. Pakistan more effectively integrates Islamic principles within professional military framework compared to either secularized or purely traditional approaches found regionally, creating synthesis rather than separation between religious and professional dimensions. These comparative advantages help explain why Pakistan's military effectiveness exceeds many Middle Eastern counterparts despite their often superior equipment and resources, directly validating the quality defeats quantity principle through regional comparison. Comparison with Western training systems. While Western military training systems possess significant advantages in resources and technology, Pakistan's approaches demonstrate several distinctive qualities creating effectiveness despite constraints. 1. Resource-efficient training methods. Pakistani systems achieve remarkable effectiveness with fraction of the resources required by Western counterparts, creating sustainable excellence model more applicable to alliance members' realistic constraints than resource-intensive Western approaches. 2. Cultural context integration. Unlike Western systems requiring cultural adaptation, Pakistani training inherently integrates Islamic and regional cultural dimensions, creating immediate relevance for Muslim alliance context without extensive modification. 3. Adversary-specific preparation. Pakistani training focuses specifically on likely regional adversaries rather than generic or theoretical opponents common in Western systems, creating more directly applicable operational preparation for alliance members' actual security challenges. 4. Spiritual dimension integration. Unlike generally secularized Western approaches, Pakistani training integrates spiritual motivation throughout professional development, creating cohesion and resilience dimensions that Western systems achieve through different mechanisms, if at all. 5. Asymmetric focus prioritization. Pakistani systems emphasize asymmetric approaches against superior conventional forces to greater degree than Western counterparts typically designed for escalation dominance, creating more relevant model for alliance members likely facing resource advantages from potential adversaries. These distinctive qualities make Pakistan's training systems potentially more relevant models for the proposed alliance than Western alternatives, despite the latter's technical sophistication. and resource advantages. The demonstrated effectiveness under constraints creates more applicable template for alliance members' realistic circumstances. Training system lessons for Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's comparative training advantages provide important lessons for developing alliance-wide human capital excellence. 1. Resource-efficient excellence model. The demonstrated ability to create superior capabilities with limited resources provides viable template for alliance members with diverse economic circumstances, creating realistic path to excellence regardless of starting position. 2. Islamic professional synthesis. Pakistan's successful integration of Islamic principles within professional military framework provides model for alliance-wide approach maintaining both religious authenticity and professional effectiveness. 3. Asymmetric emphasis appropriateness. The focus on asymmetric approaches against superior conventional forces aligns with likely alliance requirements when facing potential adversaries with greater resources, creating relevant training emphasis rather than inappropriate symmetrical focus. 4. Exchange Program Foundation. Pakistan's existing training relationships with selected Muslim states provide immediate foundation for expanded exchanges among alliance members, leveraging established programs rather than creating entirely new structures. 5. A scalable implementation framework. Different elements of Pakistan's training approaches could be implemented by alliance members based on their current capabilities, creating progressive improvement path rather than requiring complete system adoption. These comparative insights would directly inform the joint military education system proposed in Chapter 61, providing proven models adaptable to alliance members' diverse requirements and capabilities. Force multiplier. Superior training. Effective. Beyond specific training institutions and approaches, Pakistan's systematic emphasis on human capital excellence creates force multiplication effects that enhance all military capabilities. These effects transform what appear quantitative disadvantages into qualitative advantages through superior employment of available resources. Combat effectiveness enhancement. Superior training directly enhances combat effectiveness through multiple mechanisms. 1. Tactical proficiency maximization. Pakistani units consistently demonstrate superior tactical proficiency compared to adversaries with similar or superior equipment, creating effectiveness that partially offsets numerical disadvantages as evidenced during the May 2025 crisis engagements. 2. Equipment utilization optimization. Well-trained personnel extract greater capability from available equipment than less trained counterparts, effectively multiplying equipment value through superior employment techniques, maintenance practices, and tactical integration. 3. Adaptation speed enhancement. Superior training creates faster recognition and adaptation to changing battlefield conditions, creating advantage against adversaries with more rigid operational patterns despite their potential material superiority. 4. Forces combined arms synchronization. Effectively trained achieve superior synchronization of different capabilities, creating effects exceeding the sum of individual components as demonstrated by Pakistani defensive operations integrating indirect fires, obstacles, maneuver elements, and electronic warfare during the crisis. 5. Casualty management resilience. Well-trained units maintain effectiveness despite casualties at rates that would render less trained units combat ineffective, creating sustainability that proved particularly valuable during extended engagements in the May 2025 crisis. These combat effectiveness enhancements directly influence operational outcomes, converting what appear disadvantages in material comparisons into advantages in actual engagements, precisely as occurred in multiple sectors during the crisis. Resource utilization optimization. Beyond direct combat effects, superior training creates more efficient resource utilization across all military functions. 1. Equipment lifecycle extension. Well-trained maintenance personnel extend equipment service lives beyond original specifications, creating effective capability retention despite procurement constraints as evidenced by Pakistani aircraft availability rates during the crisis. 2. Ammunition expenditure efficiency. Superior marksmanship and fire discipline reduce ammunition requirements for equivalent effects, creating sustainability advantage that proved valuable during extended operations with constrained resupply. 3. Fuel consumption optimization. Properly trained operators employ more efficient equipment utilization techniques, reducing logistical burdens while maintaining operational capability as demonstrated by Pakistani units' extended endurance beyond Indian expectation. 4. Repair parts prioritization. Well-trained maintenance personnel make more effective decisions regarding parts utilization and cannibalization when necessary, creating maximum operational capability from limited resources during supply constraints. 5. Time compression achievement. Superior training enables completing operational tasks in less time than less trained counterparts require, creating tempo advantages that can offset numerical disadvantages through superior positioning and anticipation. These resource optimization effects proved particularly valuable during the May 2025 crisis when international pressure constrained Pakistan's supply chains. The resulting sustainability exceeded Indian expectations based on material calculations, directly validating the force multiplication effect of superior training. Strategic flexibility enhancement. At strategic level, superior human capital creates flexibility that partially offsets resource constraints. 1. Force reconfiguration capability. Well-trained personnel adapt more quickly to mission changes or equipment substitutions, creating strategic flexibility despite more limited force structure options compared to larger adversaries. 2. Rapid capability integration. Superior training enables faster integration of new technologies or tactics, creating capability development advantages that partially offset procurement constraints. 3. Mission expansion adaptability. Effectively trained units can perform wider mission sets than specialized counterparts, creating strategic depth despite more limited total force numbers. 4. Operational uncertainty management. Superior training develops greater comfort with uncertainty and incomplete information, creating decision advantages in complex environments despite potential intelligence collection disadvantages. 5. Coalition integration capability. Well-developed professional education creates superior ability to integrate with partner forces when necessary, creating strategic partnership options that extend beyond national capabilities. These strategic flexibility enhancements provide critical advantages in complex security environments, enabling more effective response to diverse challenges despite resource limitations. During the May 2025 crisis, this flexibility allowed Pakistan to maintain multiple defensive efforts simultaneously despite overall force size disadvantages compared to India. Leadership multiplication effect. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistan's emphasis on leadership development creates cascading effects throughout all force elements. 1. Decision quality enhancement. Well-developed leaders make more effective decisions under uncertainty and pressure, creating operational advantages that partially offset information or intelligence disadvantages. 2. Initiative distribution. Superior leadership development creates appropriate initiative at all levels, enabling continued effectiveness despite communications disruption or senior leadership targeting. 3. Organizational learning acceleration. Effective leaders implement lessons more quickly than less developed counterparts, creating adaptation advantages that proved particularly valuable as the May 2025 crisis evolved. 4. Resource prioritization optimization. Well-trained leaders make more effective resource allocation decisions under constraints, creating maximum capability from available assets when facing adversaries with greater total resources. 5. Moral cohesion development. Superior leadership creates unit cohesion that maintains effectiveness under pressure, providing resilience that numerical calculations cannot capture but proves decisive in actual operations. These leadership effects proved particularly valuable during the May 2025 crisis, with Pakistani commanders demonstrating consistently superior decision-making, initiative, and adaptation compared to Indian counterparts despite the latter's often superior intelligence capabilities. Collection and training as strategic investment. Communication. Pakistan's experience demonstrates how focused investment in training creates disproportionate returns relative to material procurement alternatives. 1. Cost-effectiveness ratio. Investment in human capital development typically yields greater capability increase per financial unit than equivalent investment in additional equipment, creating strategic efficiency particularly valuable for resource-constrained environments. 2. Sustainability advantage. Unlike equipment that degrades and becomes obsolete, human capital investments create enduring capabilities that continue generating returns over extended periods, providing strategic depth that material-focused approaches cannot match. 3. Adaptation capability. Well-trained personnel adapt existing resources to new challenges more effectively than poorly trained personnel with superior equipment, creating responsiveness to emerging threats despite procurement cycle limitations. 4. Organizational knowledge preservation. Effective training systems institutionalize knowledge and experience, creating capability retention even through personnel transitions that would otherwise degrade organizational effectiveness. 5. Strategic independence enhancement. Human capital excellence reduces dependency on external suppliers for training and doctrine, creating strategic autonomy dimension that equipment-focused approaches often compromise through foreign dependency. These strategic investment advantages explain how Pakistan maintains effective deterrence despite spending approximately one-third of India's defense budget, directly validating the quality defeats quantity principle through demonstrated strategic efficiency. Training excellence lessons for Muslim security architecture. Pakistan's experience developing force multiplication through superior training provides crucial insights for the proposed alliance. 1. Investment prioritization guidance. The demonstrated effectiveness of training investment relative to equipment procurement provides important resource allocation. Principle for alliance members, suggesting human capital priority before major material acquisition programs. 2. Training before equipment sequencing. Pakistan's experience demonstrates the importance of developing training capabilities before acquiring advanced equipment, creating readiness to effectively employ new systems immediately upon receipt. 3. Institutional knowledge transfer. Pakistani training institutions could provide immediate capability transfer to alliance partners through expanded exchange programs, leveraging existing excellence while broader alliance systems develop. 4. Common training standards foundation. Pakistan's established training frameworks could inform development of alliance-wide standards, creating interoperability foundation despite equipment diversity. 5. Force multiplication framework. The demonstrated multiplication effect of superior training provides strategic principle for alliance development, creating path to collective capability enhancement that remains viable despite potential resource constraints. These insights would directly inform the joint military education system proposed in Chapter 61, providing proven approaches to developing force multiplication through human capital excellence across the alliance regardless of individual member resource limitations. Conclusion: human capital as strategic foundation. Pakistan's development of sophisticated training systems creating disproportionate combat effectiveness relative to resource investment validates the fundamental thesis underlying this book, that quality can systematically defeat quantity through superior organization, innovation, and spiritual motivation. The demonstrated performance of Pakistani forces during the May 2025 crisis, consistently achieving tactical effectiveness against numerically superior Indian formations, directly confirms the decisive impact of human capital excellence on operational outcomes. For the proposed Muslim security architecture, Pakistan's training systems provide both model and potential foundation for broader capability development. The institutional frameworks, methodologies, and specialized facilities could serve as initial capabilities around which alliance-wide human capital development could develop, leveraging proven approaches rather than beginning from theoretical frameworks. The Islamic Foundation integrated throughout Pakistan's professional military education provides natural common ground for alliance members despite their diverse national traditions and current capabilities. Perhaps most importantly, the emphasis on human capital excellence creates realistic path to enhanced capabilities regardless of member states' current resource limitations. Unlike equipment-centric approaches requiring massive financial investments before generating enhanced capability, focusing on training systems can create immediate improvement trajectories accessible to all alliance members regardless of economic circumstances. The resulting collective capability enhancement would exceed the sum of individual national efforts through standardization, specialization, and shared infrastructure. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated how Pakistan's qualitative advantages in human capital offset India's quantitative advantages in personnel and equipment, precisely the dynamic that would enable the proposed Muslim security alliance to achieve effectiveness exceeding what its collective resources might suggest possible. By institutionalizing the approaches that have enabled Pakistan's success, the alliance could develop human capital excellence that systematically multiplies the effectiveness of all other capabilities, creating genuine strategic weight from what currently remains fragmented potential. As the Muslim world faces unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, the lessons from Pakistan's training systems provide not merely inspiration but practical guidance for achieving greater effectiveness through qualitative excellence rather than raw numerical or material mass. The proposed security architecture represents the institutional manifestation of these principles, adapting Pakistan's demonstrated approaches to broader Muslim world application while maintaining their essential wisdom that quality, implemented with excellence and persistence, consistently defeats mere quantity. Section B. Geopolitical and Strategic Position. Chapter 16. Geographic Centrality in the Muslim World. And thus we have made you a median, i.e., just community that you will be witnesses over the people and the messenger will be a witness over you. Quran 2:143. The crossroads of Islamic civilization. Pakistan's qualifications for Muslim world security leadership extend beyond its military capabilities, technological achievements, and human capital excellence to include a dimension often overlooked in traditional security analysis: its unique geographic centrality within the Muslim world. This geographic positioning, at the crossroads of South Asia, Central Asia, and the Middle East, creates natural connectivity to diverse Muslim regions that transcends political divisions or historical separation. The resulting spatial centrality provides both practical advantages for potential security architecture and symbolic significance as a bridging power between traditionally separated Muslim regions. Unlike nations positioned at the geographical periphery of the Muslim world, Pakistan occupies a central location that facilitates physical connectivity, cultural synthesis, and strategic coordination across diverse Islamic regions. This positioning creates natural advantages for potential security leadership that purely military or technological capabilities alone cannot provide. The geographic centrality complements Pakistan's demonstrated excellence in other domains while addressing specific practical challenges inherent in developing Muslim world security architecture spanning multiple regions and traditions. This chapter examines Pakistan's geographic position within the broader Muslim world, analyzing both the practical implications for security architecture and the symbolic dimensions that enhance legitimacy for leadership. Throughout, the analysis demonstrates how this spatial centrality directly supports the proposed Muslim security alliance while addressing the specific challenges of geographical discontinuity that have historically hindered unified Muslim world security approaches. Between Middle East, Central Asia, and South Asia. Pakistan occupies a unique position at the intersection of three distinct Muslim regions, each with its own historical experiences, security challenges, and cultural traditions. This tripartite positioning creates natural bridging functions that few Muslim states can match. The Southwest Connection, Middle Eastern Linkage. Pakistan's southwestern border region creates natural connectivity to the Middle Eastern Muslim world. 1. Persian Gulf proximity. Pakistan's Balochistan coast lies just 400 kilometers from Oman across the Gulf of Oman, creating direct maritime access to the Arabian Peninsula. This maritime proximity provides natural connection to the Persian Gulf security environment and the economically vital energy infrastructure of Gulf Arab states. 2. Iran land border. The 909-kilometer shared border with Iran creates direct territorial connectivity to the heart of the Middle East. This land connection provides potential overland access to the broader Middle East region through established transportation corridors regardless of maritime security conditions. 3. Religious pilgrimage routes. Pakistan's position on traditional pilgrimage routes to the holy cities of Mecca and Medina creates enduring connection to Islam's spiritual heartland. These pilgrimage pathways maintain practical linkage between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia beyond formal diplomatic or security relationships. 4. Energy corridor potential. Pakistan's geographic position creates natural pathways for energy resources from the Middle East to reach energy-deficient South and Central Asia. This energy corridor potential creates shared economic interests that strengthen security relationships across regional divisions. 5. Cultural religious affinity. Pakistan's founding vision as an Islamic republic and its strong Sunni majority creates natural religious cultural affinity with Arab Gulf states despite ethnic and linguistic differences. This religious connection transcends geographic distance through shared Islamic values and principles. These Middle Eastern linkages enable Pakistan to maintain meaningful engagement with the Arab Muslim world despite physical separation from the Arab core. The resulting connections provide essential pathway for integrating traditionally Arab-focused and South Asian Muslim security perspectives within unified architecture. The Northern Connection, Asian linkage central. Pakistan's northern border regions create natural connectivity to the Central Asian Muslim world. 1. Direct territorial adjacency. Pakistan shares a 798-kilometer border with Afghanistan, creating direct territorial connectivity to the heart of Central Asia. This adjacency provides potential overland access to the broader Central Asian region through established mountain passes and transportation corridors. 2. Historical Silk Road legacy. Pakistan's northern territories maintain historical connection to Central Asia through ancient Silk Road pathways that facilitated trade and cultural exchange for centuries. These historical routes create natural interaction zones between South Asian and Central Asian Islamic traditions. 3. Wakhan Corridor proximity. Pakistan's northernmost territory directly approaches the Wakhan Corridor of Afghanistan, creating near connection to Tajikistan and the former Soviet Central Asian republics. This geographic proximity provides potential direct access to post-Soviet Muslim states through relatively short transportation corridors. 4. Cultural linguistic bridges. Pakistan's significant Turkic, Persian, and Tajik-speaking minority populations create natural cultural and linguistic bridges to Central Asian Islamic societies. These cultural connections facilitate communication and understanding across traditional regional divisions. 5. Energy import pathways. Pakistan's geographic position creates natural pathways for Central Asian energy resources to reach warm water ports, establishing mutual economic interests transcending political divisions. These energy corridors create shared security concerns that align Central Asian and Pakistani strategic perspectives. These Central Asian linkages enable Pakistan to maintain meaningful engagement with post-Soviet and Turkic Muslim world despite divergent historical experiences. The resulting connections provide essential pathway for integrating Central Asian perspectives within broader Muslim security architecture. The Eastern Connection, South Asian Muslim linkage. Pakistan's eastern position creates natural leadership within South Asian Muslim communities. 1. Demographic significance. Pakistan represents the largest Muslim majority state within South Asia, creating natural demographic weight within the region's Muslim population. This population mass provides foundation for legitimate leadership role among South Asian Muslims. 2. Historical legacy connection. Pakistan emerged from the historical experience of Muslim governance in South Asia, maintaining connection to centuries of Indo-Islamic civilization. This historical continuity provides cultural legitimacy for leadership role among South Asian Muslims regardless of nationality. 3. Shared religious cultural framework. Pakistan maintains religious and cultural frameworks familiar to Muslims throughout South Asia despite political boundaries. These shared frameworks facilitate communication and understanding across national divisions within the South Asian Muslim world. 4. Indian Muslim connection. Pakistan maintains natural affinity with India's 200+ million Muslims despite political separation, creating potential bridge to this significant Muslim population. This connection provides pathway for incorporating broader South Asian Muslim perspectives beyond Pakistan's national boundaries. 5. Bangladesh coordination potential. Despite historical separation, Pakistan maintains linguistic, religious, and cultural connections to Bangladesh, facilitating potential security coordination. This connection creates natural dialogue possibilities with the world's fourth-largest Muslim-majority nation. These South Asian linkages establish Pakistan as the natural security leader for the region's diverse Muslim communities. The resulting influence creates essential foundation for incorporating South Asian Muslim security concerns within broader alliance frameworks. Strategic triangulation advantages. Pakistan's position at the intersection of these three distinct Muslim regions creates unique strategic triangulation advantages for potential security leadership. 1. Multiple regional perspective integration. The geographic position provides natural understanding of security perspectives from all three regions, creating capability to synthesize diverse viewpoints. This integration capability addresses the perspective differences that frequently undermine Muslim world security cooperation. 2. Communication channel facilitation. Pakistan's multi-regional connections create natural communication channels between Muslim states that might otherwise lack direct engagement. These channels facilitate dialogue essential for developing multilateral security approaches. 3. Strategic partnership diversification. The geographic position enables Pakistan to develop meaningful strategic partnerships across diverse Muslim regions without over-reliance on any single region. This partnership diversification creates independence essential for credible alliance leadership. 4. Regional dispute mediation capability. Pakistan's equidistant position from competing Muslim centers creates natural third-party position for mediating regional disputes. This mediation capability addresses one of the most significant challenges facing broader Muslim security cooperation. 5. Nuclear umbrella projection capability. Pakistan's geographic centrality enhances its ability to extend credible nuclear deterrence across multiple Muslim regions through diverse delivery mechanisms. This geographic reach creates foundational capability for the nuclear umbrella concept central to the proposed security architecture. These triangulation advantages demonstrate how geographic centrality creates strategic benefits exceeding the sum of individual regional connections. The resulting strategic positioning provides unique qualification for security. Leadership across traditionally separated Muslim regions, addressing one of the most persistent challenges facing unified Muslim security approaches. Natural corridors and connection points to Muslim regions. Beyond generalized regional connections, Pakistan's geographic position creates specific natural corridors and connection points that would directly support the proposed Muslim Security Alliance's operational requirements. Mountain pass corridors to Central Asia. Pakistan's northern territory includes mountain pass systems providing controlled access to Central Asia. 1. Khyber Pass System. The historic Khyber Pass creates natural corridor between Pakistan and Afghanistan with established transportation infrastructure. This mountain pass system provides controlled access point for movement between South Asia and Central Asia through relatively narrow geographic features. 2. Khunjerab Pass connection. The Khunjerab Pass on the Pakistan-China border creates potential indirect access to Central Asian states through Chinese Xinjiang. This high-altitude pass provides all-weather transportation corridor connecting Pakistan to broader Eurasian networks. 3. Broghill Pass pathway. The less developed Broghill Pass near the Wakhan corridor creates potential direct connection to Tajikistan and post-Soviet Central Asia. This mountain passage provides alternative access points should primary corridors become compromised or congested. 4. Baragilishod system. The Baragilishod Pass system in northern Pakistan provides additional potential connection points to Central Asian territories. These alternative passages create redundant access options essential for security architecture requiring reliable Central Asian connectivity. 5. Hindu Kush transit corridors. Pakistan's direct adjacency to the Hindu Kush mountain range creates multiple potential transit corridors to Central Asian territories despite challenging terrain. These mountain corridors provide controlled access points that enhance security while maintaining connectivity. These mountain pass systems would provide the essential physical connectivity between Pakistan and Central Asian Muslim states required for effective security architecture. The resulting movement corridors create pathways for personnel, equipment, and command presence across traditionally separated regions. Coastal corridors to the Middle East. Pakistan's southwestern coastal region creates maritime corridors connecting to the Middle Eastern Muslim world. 1. Gwadar Deepwater Port. The strategically positioned deepwater port at Gwadar creates direct maritime connection to Oman and the broader Persian Gulf. This port facility provides maritime movement capability between Pakistan and Arabian Peninsula regardless of land route conditions. 2. Makran Coastal Highway. The developed coastal highway system along Pakistan's Makran coast creates integrated transportation corridor connecting to Iran and beyond. This coastal road system provides surface movement capability complementing maritime connections to the Middle East. 3. Karachi Gulf Maritime Lanes. Established maritime shipping lanes between Karachi and Persian Gulf ports create regular connection to Arab Gulf states. These maritime corridors provide consistent movement capabilities for security cooperation regardless of regional land route complications. 4. Potential Iran transit corridors. Developing transportation corridors through Iran create potential land connection between Pakistan and the Arab world. These transit corridors would provide alternative movement options beyond maritime connections when politically feasible. 5. Arabian Sea navigation freedom. Pakistan's naval presence in the Arabian Sea helps maintain navigation freedom essential for broader Muslim world maritime connectivity. This maritime security contribution creates foundation for secure movement between geographically separated Muslim regions. These coastal corridors would provide the essential maritime and potential land connectivity between Pakistan and Middle Eastern Muslim states required for effective security architecture. The resulting movement pathways create diverse transportation options essential for resilient relationships transcending regional divisions. Himalayan barriers and strategic depth. Security. The Himalayan mountain system creates natural protective barriers while defining Pakistan's strategic depth. 1. Northern Territory protection. The Karakoram and Himalayan mountain ranges create natural protective barrier along Pakistan's northern territories. These formidable geographic features provide defensive advantage against potential threats from non-traditional directions. 2. India-Pakistan geographic definition. The mountain systems extending into Kashmir help define the India-Pakistan geographic relationship despite territorial disputes. These natural barriers create engagement zones that shape conventional military interaction between the nuclear neighbors. 3. Chinese border definition. The Karakoram Mountains define Pakistan's border with China while simultaneously providing natural corridor through the Karakoram Highway. This geographic feature creates both connection point with key ally and natural defensive barrier defining territorial boundaries. 4. Tiered defense geography. Pakistan's progression from coastal plains through hill country to mountain systems creates natural tiered defense geography. This layered terrain provides defense in-depth capabilities essential for territorial security despite conventional force constraints. 5. High-altitude warfare environment. The Himalayan system creates specialized high-altitude warfare environment requiring distinctive military capabilities. This specialized combat environment provides Pakistan particular expertise directly applicable to several potential Muslim alliance members. These Himalayan features simultaneously define Pakistan's relationship with immediate neighbors while providing the strategic depth necessary for credible security leadership beyond its borders. The resulting geographic parameters shape both defensive capabilities and potential power projection essential for broader Muslim alliance leadership. Strategic choke points and access control. Pakistan's geographic position provides influence over several strategic choke points that directly affect Muslim world security and economic interests. Strait of Hormuz approach influence. Pakistan's proximity to the Strait of Hormuz creates strategic influence over this critical global choke point. 1. Naval proximity advantage. Pakistan Navy's operational range provides potential naval presence near the strait approach zones. This proximity creates capability to affect maritime movement through this critical choke point carrying approximately 21% of global petroleum liquids consumption. 2. Alternative maritime pathway. Pakistan's ports provide potential alternative maritime pathways should Hormuz transit become restricted during regional conflicts. This alternative routing creates strategic flexibility particularly valuable to Gulf Arab states seeking petroleum export reliability. 3. Maritime security partnership potential. Pakistan's naval capabilities near Hormuz approaches create natural maritime security partnership opportunities with Gulf states. These partnership possibilities address shared concerns about freedom of navigation through this vital choke point. 4. Energy supply chain interest. Pakistan's own energy supply chain through Hormuz creates shared interest in maintaining free navigation without foreign interference. This shared interest aligns Pakistani security perspectives with Gulf Arab states despite other differences. 5. Strategic listening post. Pakistan's geographic position near Hormuz creates natural maritime domain awareness advantages regarding activities affecting this choke point. This information position provides valuable intelligence regarding threats to critical Muslim world energy infrastructure. This influence over Hormuz approaches addresses one of the most significant shared security interests across Muslim states, maintaining reliable energy export capabilities vital to numerous Muslim economies. The resulting shared concern creates natural cooperation framework transcending other differences between potential alliance members. Central Asian access influence. Pakistan's position controlling key access routes to Central Asia creates strategic influence over this historically landlocked region. 1. Warm water port access control. Pakistan provides the most direct warm water port access for several Central Asian states, creating natural economic leverage. This access control addresses one of Central Asia's most persistent geographic disadvantages, landlocked status limiting global market access. 2. Access alternative to Russian route dependence. Pakistan's routes create alternatives to traditional Russian-controlled northern pathways, enhancing Central Asian strategic independence. This routing diversity addresses the historical dependence that limited Central Asian sovereignty despite formal independence. 3. Afghanistan transit facilitation. Pakistan's position enables essential transit to and from Afghanistan, creating influence over this strategically positioned Central Asian state. This transit facilitation affects economic viability and governance stability for this critical buffer state. 4. Energy export pathway control. Pakistan's territory provides potential energy export pathways for Central Asian resources seeking global markets. This export facilitation addresses one of Central Asia's most significant economic challenges, limited energy export options despite significant resources. 5. Chinese access route alternatives. Pakistan provides alternative access routes complementing Chinese Belt and Road connections to Central Asia. This route diversity creates strategic options for Central Asian states seeking balanced relationships with major powers. This Central Asian access influence addresses critical economic and strategic concerns for these post-Soviet Muslim states. The resulting mutual interests create natural cooperation framework between Pakistan and Central Asian nations that would directly support the proposed Muslim Security Alliance's Central Asian dimension. Indian Ocean security influence. Pakistan's position on the northern Indian Ocean creates strategic influence over this increasingly contested maritime domain. 1. Arabian Sea presence. Pakistan's naval forces maintain significant Arabian Sea presence affecting maritime movement across the northern Indian Ocean. This naval positioning creates capability to monitor and potentially affect maritime traffic through this strategically vital region. 2. Counter-piracy contribution. Pakistan's naval operations contribute to counter-piracy efforts essential for maritime security across Muslim shipping lanes. This security contribution protects economic interests for diverse Muslim states dependent on Indian Ocean commercial transit. 3. Sea lane protection capability. Pakistani naval capabilities provide potential protection for sea lanes connecting multiple Muslim regions across the Indian Ocean. This protection capacity addresses shared vulnerability affecting Muslim states dependent on maritime commerce for economic viability. 4. Non-Muslim power balancing. Pakistan's position helps balance non-Muslim power projection into the Indian Ocean, creating space for Muslim maritime interests. This balancing function provides indirect security benefit to Muslim states with limited naval capabilities of their own. 5. Island territories projection. Pakistani influence extends to critical Indian Ocean island territories affecting broader maritime security dynamics. This extended influence creates strategic depth beyond immediate coastal waters essential for effective maritime security architecture. This Indian Ocean security influence addresses maritime concerns shared across diverse Muslim regions dependent on these waters for commercial connectivity and resource access. The resulting common interests create natural cooperation frameworks spanning traditionally separate Muslim regions. Kashmir Highlands strategic significance. The disputed Kashmir region adjacent to Pakistan's northern territories holds particular strategic significance. 1. Water resource control. The Kashmir Highlands contain critical water sources for Pakistan's agricultural heartland, creating fundamental security interest. This water dependence establishes Kashmir as non-negotiable strategic concern regardless of other political considerations. 2. Mountain pass control. The region contains strategic mountain passes connecting South Asia to Central Asia, affecting broader regional connectivity. This pass control influences potential security cooperation between South and Central Asian Muslim populations. 3. Military observation positions. The elevated terrain provides strategic observation positions affecting military balance on the subcontinent. These observation advantages create security implications extending far beyond the immediate disputed territories. 4. Multiple power intersection. The region represents intersection point of 4 nuclear powers, Pakistan, India, China, and by extension Russia, creating global strategic significance. This power intersection makes Kashmir dispute resolution essential for broader regional stability affecting multiple Muslim populations. 5. Territorial dispute symbolism. The unresolved dispute holds powerful symbolism regarding Muslim territorial sovereignty against non-Muslim control. This symbolic dimension creates psychological significance transcending immediate strategic calculations. This Kashmir Highland significance demonstrates how geographic features create fundamental security interests not readily apparent from conventional capability assessments. The resulting strategic imperatives shape Pakistan's security perspective in ways directly relevant to potential Muslim alliance leadership responsibilities. Defensive depth and terrain advantages. Pakistan's geographic structure provides natural defensive advantages that contribute to its security resilience despite resource constraints. These terrain features represent important qualifications for potential security leadership by demonstrating how geography can enhance conventional capabilities. Natural defensive zones. Pakistan's territory contains distinct defensive zones, creating layered security against potential adversaries. 1. Eastern Desert River Defense Line. The Thar Desert and Indus River system create natural defensive line along much of the India-Pakistan border. This geographic feature channels potential conventional military approaches into predictable corridors more readily defended with limited forces. 2. Balochistan Highland Protection. The rugged highlands of Balochistan province create natural defensive terrain against potential approaches from western directions. These elevated areas provide defensive positions requiring disproportionate attacking force to overcome. 3. Northern Mountain Shield. The Hindu Kush, Karakoram, and Himalayan mountain systems create formidable natural shield against potential northern approaches. These mountain ranges channel any potential military movement through limited passes more readily monitored and defended. 4. Coastal mangrove barriers. Extensive mangrove forests along portions of Pakistan's coast create natural barriers against potential amphibious approaches. These difficult terrain zones complicate potential maritime operations against Pakistani territory. 5. Urban-rural defensive depth. Pakistan's urban centers are typically situated with sufficient geographic separation to prevent simultaneous neutralization, creating defense in-depth. This urban positioning provides redundant command and control capabilities despite limited infrastructure hardening resources. These natural defensive zones demonstrate how Pakistan's geographic structure enhances its security resilience beyond what military capabilities alone would suggest. The resulting territorial defensibility provides foundation for broader security responsibilities within proposed alliance framework. Internal lines of communication. Pakistan's geographic structure creates efficient internal lines of communication essential for effective defense. 1. North-South Transportation Spine. The developed transportation corridor along Pakistan's eastern population centers creates efficient movement capability between northern and southern regions. This transportation spine enables rapid force repositioning between potential threat sectors despite limited mobility assets. 2. Multiple east-west connection routes. Diverse east-west transportation corridors at various latitudes create redundant movement options between defensive sectors. These multiple connections prevent single corridor vulnerability that might otherwise undermine defensive flexibility. 3. Railway-highway integration. Pakistan's integrated railway and highway systems provide complementary movement capabilities, enhancing overall mobility despite infrastructure limitations. This transportation diversity creates redundancy essential for sustained operations during potential infrastructure degradation. 4. River system connectivity. The Indus River system and its tributaries provide additional transportation options complementing land routes through traditionally difficult terrain. This river connectivity creates alternative movement capabilities that enhance overall defensive flexibility. 5. Urban network distribution. Pakistan's major urban centers are distributed in network pattern, facilitating movement between critical nodes through multiple potential routes. This distributed network creates redundant communication pathways essential for command continuity despite potential disruptions. These internal lines of communication create movement efficiency essential for compensating for potential numerical disadvantages through superior force concentration at decisive points. The resulting defensive flexibility provides foundation for effective security operations despite resource constraints, a critical capability for proposed alliance leadership. Diverse climate adaptation capability. Pakistan's geographic diversity creates military climate adaptation capabilities applicable across potential Muslim alliance operating environments. 1. Desert warfare expertise. Pakistan's significant desert territories create natural training environment for desert warfare directly applicable to Arabian Peninsula and North African environments. This desert warfare expertise addresses potential operating conditions facing multiple potential Muslim alliance members. 2. A mountain combat specialization. The Northern Mountain Territories provide development environment for mountain warfare capabilities directly applicable to multiple Muslim regions. This mountain warfare specialization creates expertise valuable for diverse alliance members from Morocco's Atlas Mountains to Indonesia's highlands. 3. Coastal maritime operation capability. Pakistan's extensive coastline creates development environment for coastal maritime operations relevant to numerous Muslim coastal states. This littoral expertise addresses operational requirements for diverse Muslim nations from Malaysia to Morocco. 4. Riverine environment experience. The Indus River system provides development environment for riverine operations applicable to Muslim regions with significant river systems. This riverine capability addresses specialized requirements for several potential alliance members with major river basins. 5. Megacity security operations. Pakistan's large urban centers create development environment for megacity security. Operations increasingly relevant across the Muslim world. This urban expertise addresses growing challenges facing numerous Muslim states experiencing rapid urbanization. These diverse climate adaptation capabilities demonstrate how Pakistan's geographic diversity creates broadly applicable military expertise beyond technological development or doctrinal innovation. The resulting operational flexibility provides foundation for leadership across diverse Muslim regions facing varied geographic conditions. Air defense geography. Pakistan's terrain creates natural advantages for air defense operations despite technological constraints. 1. Mountain radar enhancement. The northern mountain ranges provide natural elevated positions enhancing radar coverage with minimal infrastructure requirements. These elevated positions extend detection ranges while reducing vulnerability to terrain masking typically challenging air defense operations. 2. Limited approach corridors. The surrounding mountain systems channel potential air approaches into relatively predictable corridors more efficiently covered by limited air defense assets. This approach channeling creates coverage efficiency essential for air defense effectiveness despite numerical constraints. 3. Geographic concealment opportunities. Pakistan's diverse terrain provides abundant natural concealment opportunities for mobile air defense systems, enhancing survivability. This concealment potential creates defensive advantage particularly valuable against superior air power with advanced targeting capabilities. 4. Cross-border warning limitations. The mountain terrain surrounding much of Pakistan limits low-altitude cross-border penetration capabilities, providing inherent warning advantages. These penetration limitations create detection opportunities essential for effective air defense despite technology disadvantages. 5. Terrain background complexity. Pakistan's varied terrain creates complex background environment complicating adversary targeting capabilities against mobile or camouflaged systems. This background complexity provides passive defense advantages essential for air defense survivability against technologically superior adversaries. These air defense geography advantages demonstrate how terrain features enhance Pakistan's defensive capabilities beyond what technical specifications or force numbers alone would suggest. The resulting air defense resilience provides particular qualification for security leadership by demonstrating effective asymmetric approaches against advanced aerospace threats. Forward deployment. Collective Muslim defense. Potential for. Pakistan's geographic position provides strategic forward deployment potential for coordinating collective Muslim defense against common threats. This positioning creates natural staging capabilities for potential alliance operations addressing shared security challenges. Middle Eastern security support positioning. Pakistan's southwestern territories provide potential forward positioning supporting Middle Eastern Muslim security. 1. Gulf Security Response Staging. Pakistan's Balochistan coast provides potential staging areas for rapid security response to Persian Gulf contingencies. This forward positioning creates capability for timely reinforcement during Gulf security crises affecting critical Muslim energy infrastructure. 2. Maritime Security Patrol Basing. Pakistan's developed port facilities provide potential basing for expanded maritime security operations protecting Muslim shipping lanes. This patrol basing addresses shared vulnerability affecting diverse Muslim economies dependent on maritime commerce. 3. Strategic Depth Extension. Pakistan's territory provides potential strategic depth extension for smaller Gulf states lacking geographic space for defense in-depth. This depth extension addresses fundamental vulnerability facing several wealthy but geographically constrained Muslim nations. 4. Air power projection capability. Pakistan's western airfields provide potential forward deployment locations for air power supporting broader Middle Eastern security contingencies. This air projection capability creates rapid response options for emerging threats across the broader Middle East region. 5. Special Operations Staging Areas. Pakistan's southwestern territories provide potential staging areas for special operations addressing specific security threats affecting Middle Eastern Muslim states. This special operations capability creates precision response options for sensitive contingencies requiring non-conventional approaches. These Middle Eastern security support capabilities address practical operational requirements for implementing the proposed alliance's collective defense framework. The resulting forward positioning creates timely response options essential for credible security guarantees to Middle Eastern Muslim states. Central Asian Security Integration Potential. Pakistan's northern territories provide natural integration points for Central Asian Muslim security. 1. Mountain Warfare Training Facilities. Pakistan's northern mountains provide natural training environment for integrated mountain warfare capabilities directly applicable to Central Asia. These training facilities would create shared tactical approaches essential for combined operations in Central Asian environments. 2. Counterterrorism Cooperation Centers. Pakistan's established counterterrorism facilities near Afghan border regions provide natural cooperation centers addressing shared extremist threats. These cooperation centers would address one of Central Asia's most persistent security challenges while building integrated response capabilities. 3. Border Security Coordination Hubs. Pakistan's northern border regions provide natural coordination hubs for integrated border security operations with Central Asian states. These coordination capabilities would address cross-border threats affecting multiple nation standardized security approaches. 4. While developing intelligence fusion facilities, Pakistan's established intelligence facilities focusing on Central Asian developments provide foundation for multilateral intelligence cooperation. These intelligence capabilities would create shared situational awareness essential for coordinated security responses to emerging threats. 5. Strategic Reserve Positioning. Pakistan's northern territories provide potential strategic reserve positioning supporting Central Asian contingencies beyond immediate border regions. This strategic depth creates response options for broader security challenges facing Central Asian Muslim states with limited indigenous capabilities. These Central Asian security integration capabilities address practical cooperation requirements for developing unified approaches to shared regional challenges. The resulting operational integration would create security frameworks spanning traditional South Asian and Central Asian divisions. Extended Nuclear Deterrence Projection. Pakistan's geographic position creates natural advantages for extending nuclear deterrence protection to broader Muslim world. 1. Middle Eastern Deterrence Reach. Pakistan's missile systems deployed in Western territories could provide credible deterrence coverage for much of the Middle East. This deterrence projection addresses one of the most significant security vulnerabilities facing numerous Muslim states lacking indigenous nuclear capabilities. 2. Maritime deterrence mobility. Pakistan's developing sea-based deterrent capabilities provide potential mobile deterrence protection extendable throughout Indian Ocean Muslim regions. This maritime dimension creates flexible deterrence options less constrained by fixed geographic positioning. 3. Multiple vector delivery options. Pakistan's geographic position enables potential nuclear deterrence delivery from multiple vectors, complicating adversary defense calculations. This delivery diversity creates credible deterrence regardless of countermeasures. 4. Specific adversary capabilities or survivable basing geography. Pakistan's diverse territory provides numerous potential basing options, enhancing deterrent survivability essential for extended deterrence credibility. This geographic survivability addresses the fundamental requirement that deterrence remain credible even following potential first strikes. 5. Escalation management positioning. Pakistan's geographic proximity to diverse Muslim regions creates natural advantages for managing potential escalation scenarios through graduated response options. This escalation management capability addresses one of the most challenging aspects of extended deterrence relationships. These extended deterrence capabilities address perhaps the most significant potential contribution Pakistan could make to Muslim world security, providing nuclear umbrella protection without requiring destabilizing proliferation. The resulting deterrence framework would transform the strategic calculations facing potential adversaries contemplating aggression against protected Muslim states. Collective Defense Command potential. Pakistan's geographic position provides natural location advantages for potential collective defense command functions. 1. Multi-regional coordination accessibility. Pakistan's position at junction of 3 Muslim regions creates natural accessibility for command representatives from diverse member states. This accessibility addresses practical coordination requirements for maintaining truly representative command structure. 2. Communication node centrality. Pakistan's developed communications infrastructure connecting to multiple Muslim regions creates natural node for integrated command networks. This communication centrality addresses the practical information flow requirements for effective multinational security cooperation. 3. Balanced distance positioning. Pakistan's position provides relatively balanced distances to diverse Muslim security hotspots, creating natural headquarters impartiality. This balanced positioning addresses concerns about headquarters locations potentially favoring particular regional priorities over others. 4. Strategic depth security. Pakistan's geographic depth provides natural security for potential command facilities against decapitation strikes or similar threats. This command security addresses vulnerability concerns that might otherwise undermine confidence in alliance leadership during crises. 5. Transportation hub integration. Pakistan's position at junction of multiple transportation networks creates natural logistics coordination capabilities essential for multinational operations. This transportation integration addresses practical movement requirements for implementing collective security across geographically dispersed membership. These collective defense command capabilities address practical organizational requirements for implementing the proposed Muslim Security Alliance. The resulting command framework would provide essential coordination mechanisms spanning traditionally separated Muslim regions and security traditions. Pakistan's geographic position and Muslim world security challenges. Pakistan's geographic centrality directly addresses several of the critical security challenges facing the Muslim world identified in previous chapters. This spatial positioning complements Pakistan's military, technological, and human capabilities while providing distinctive advantages for potential alliance leadership. Geographic solution strategic fragmentation to Muslim. Pakistan's position at the intersection of traditionally separated Muslim regions provides natural bridge addressing strategic fragmentation. 1. Physical connectivity facilitation. Pakistan's territory creates physical connection points between traditionally separated Muslim regions, addressing basic fragmentation challenges. This connectivity facilitates actual interaction essential for developing unified security approaches beyond rhetorical cooperation. 2. Multi-regional perspective integration. Pakistan's experience balancing relationships across diverse Muslim regions creates natural capability to integrate different regional security perspectives. This integration addresses the divergent threat perceptions that frequently undermine Muslim world security cooperation. 3. Cultural regional translation function. Pakistan's familiarity with diverse Muslim regional contexts creates natural translation capability between different security cultures and traditions. This translation function addresses communication challenges that often hinder effective cooperation despite shared values. 4. Geographic definition for cooperation. Pakistan's central positioning provides natural geographic definition for Muslim security cooperation framework spanning traditional regional divisions. This geographic framework addresses organizational questions that frequently complicate multilateral security initiatives. 5. Natural coordination hub function. Pakistan's position at junction of transportation and communication networks creates natural coordination hub for security activities across traditionally separated regions. This coordination function addresses practical implementation challenges for unified security approaches. These geographic solutions address one of the most persistent obstacles to Muslim world security cooperation, the physical separation and resulting strategic fragmentation across diverse regions. The geographic bridging functions directly support the development of truly integrated security architecture spanning traditional divisions. Territorial access and control advantages. Pakistan's geographic position creates specific advantages addressing territorial sovereignty challenges facing the Muslim world. 1. Sacred site access protection. Pakistan's position provides potential protection for Muslim pilgrimage routes to holy sites, addressing one of the most emotionally significant security concerns. This protection capability enhances Pakistan's legitimacy for broader security leadership through connection to religious priorities. 2. Strategic infrastructure protection. Pakistan's territory contains or adjoins critical infrastructure serving broader Muslim world interests, creating natural protection responsibility. This protection function addresses shared vulnerability affecting Muslim economic security across traditional regional boundaries. 3. Maritime access preservation. Pakistan's coastal position enables contribution to preserving Muslim maritime access essential for economic viability across diverse regions. This maritime security function addresses vulnerability affecting Muslim states dependent on seaborne commerce regardless of their direct maritime access. 4. Regional buffer functions. Pakistan's position between competing power centers creates natural buffer functions protecting Muslim territories from direct great power confrontation. This buffer role addresses vulnerability facing smaller Muslim states with limited individual capability to resist external pressure. 5. Strategic resource access. Pakistan's territory adjoins regions containing strategic resources vital to broader Muslim world interests, creating natural access protection responsibility. This resource security function addresses economic vulnerability affecting Muslim development potential across diverse regions. These territorial advantages address practical aspects of sovereignty protection extending beyond Pakistan's immediate national interests. The resulting security functions provide valuable contribution to broader Muslim world security regardless of formal alliance structures. Strategic depth for vulnerable Muslim states. Pakistan's geographic depth provides potential strategic depth extension for Muslim states facing territorial constraints. 1. Gulf Arab strategic depth. Pakistan's territory could provide strategic depth protecting Gulf Arab states typically lacking geographic space for defense in-depth. This depth extension addresses fundamental vulnerability facing several wealthy but geographically constrained Muslim nations critical to global energy security. 2. Levant reinforcement depth. Pakistan's position could provide strategic depth supporting Levant Muslim states facing significant territorial pressure from multiple directions. This support capability addresses vulnerability affecting states with limited individual resources facing sophisticated regional threats. 3. Central Asian autonomy depth. Pakistan's territory provides potential strategic depth supporting Central Asian Muslim states seeking greater autonomy from traditional Russian security domination. This depth enhancement addresses vulnerability affecting post-Soviet Muslim states with limited independent security capabilities. 4. Maritime Muslim state support. Pakistan's coastal position provides potential support depth for maritime Muslim states with limited territorial holdings vulnerable to naval pressure. This maritime support addresses vulnerability facing island and coastal Muslim nations with significant maritime interests but limited naval capabilities. 5. Nuclear umbrella extension. Pakistan's geographic position enables potential extension of its nuclear deterrent, providing strategic depth for non-nuclear Muslim states facing existential threats. This deterrence extension addresses perhaps the most significant vulnerability facing numerous Muslim states in increasingly complex security environments. These strategic depth extensions address fundamental defense challenges facing numerous Muslim states regardless of specific alliance formalization. The resulting security enhancement provides practically demonstrated benefit from Pakistan's potential leadership rather than merely theoretical advantage. Geographic contribution critical challenges to 6. Pakistan's geographic position directly addresses each of the 6 critical challenges facing the Muslim world identified in earlier chapters. 1. Territorial sovereignty challenge. Pakistan's position controlling critical access points and transit corridors creates practical capability to enhance territorial sovereignty protection across multiple Muslim regions. This geographic function provides essential foundation for addressing sovereignty challenges beyond rhetorical support. 2. External intervention challenge. Pakistan's geographic depth and natural defensive features demonstrate practically how terrain advantages can minimize external intervention capabilities despite technological disparities. This terrain utilization provides model for other Muslim states facing intervention vulnerability. 3. Economic coercion challenge. Pakistan's position controlling multiple transportation corridors creates practical options for reducing economic coercion vulnerability through alternative access routes and supply chains. This connectivity function addresses vulnerability affecting Muslim states dependent on limited transportation options. 4. Technological dependence challenge. Pakistan's diverse geography creates natural environment for developing tailored technical solutions addressing specific regional challenges rather than depending on external technologies. This adaptive approach addresses vulnerability stemming from technological solutions inappropriate for specific Muslim contexts. 5. Sacred sites challenge. Pakistan's position near traditional pilgrimage routes creates practical capability to enhance sacred site protection through both direct security contribution and broader deterrence. This protection function addresses emotional vulnerability affecting the Muslim world's spiritual connection to its sacred geography. 6. Strategic fragmentation challenge. Pakistan's position at intersection of traditionally separated Muslim regions provides natural geographic framework for unified security approaches transcending historical divisions. This bridging function directly addresses the fragmentation that consistently undermines Muslim world security cooperation. These geographic contributions demonstrate how Pakistan's spatial position complements its military, technological, and human capabilities while addressing specific practical requirements for Muslim world security leadership. The resulting combined qualification provides foundation for the comprehensive security architecture proposed in this book. Conclusion: Geography as Destiny and Opportunity. Pakistan's geographic centrality in the Muslim world represents both destiny and opportunity, a spatial positioning that simultaneously constrains and enhances Pakistan's security options while providing unique qualification for broader Muslim world leadership. Unlike qualifications based primarily on developed capabilities that might change with technological evolution or resource availability, this geographic centrality represents immutable advantage derived from physical positioning that transcends political circumstances or historical moment. The positioning at the intersection of Middle Eastern, Central Asian, and South Asian Muslim regions creates natural bridge functions between traditionally separated Islamic societies. The resulting connectivity facilitates physical interaction, cultural exchange, and security cooperation across diverse regions that might otherwise maintain limited engagement. The natural corridors and connection points linking Pakistan to these various Muslim regions provide practical pathways for implementing the proposed security architecture despite geographic discontinuities that have historically hindered unified approaches. The strategic choke points and access control positions resulting from Pakistan's geographic placement provide influence over critical maritime and land routes affecting broader Muslim world security and economic interests. This influence creates natural security contribution extending far beyond Pakistan's immediate territorial concerns. The resulting shared interests establish foundation for multilateral cooperation addressing common vulnerabilities across diverse Muslim states regardless of other differences. The defensive depth and terrain advantages inherent in Pakistan's geographic structure demonstrate how natural features can enhance security despite resource constraints or technological limitations. These geographic advantages provide practical model for other Muslim states facing similar challenges while establishing proven foundation for potential security leadership. The resulting defensive resilience creates capacity for accepting broader security responsibilities beyond immediate national concerns. Positioning the forward deployment potential resulting from Pakistan Central provides practical capability for implementing collective Muslim defense against shared threats. This positioning creates natural staging areas, training environments, and coordination hubs supporting unified security approaches across traditionally separated regions. The resulting operational practicality addresses implementation challenges that frequently undermine multilateral security initiatives despite rhetorical agreement. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistan's geographic positioning directly addresses the 6 critical security challenges facing the Muslim world identified in previous chapters. From territorial sovereignty protection through external intervention deterrence to strategic fragmentation reduction, the spatial centrality creates practical contributions complementing Pakistan's military, technological, and human capabilities. The resulting combined qualification provides comprehensive foundation for the Muslim security alliance proposed in this book. As the Muslim world stands at historic crossroads facing unprecedented security challenges amid shifting global power dynamics, Pakistan's geographic centrality provides both symbolic and practical foundation for transformative security architecture. By building upon this immutable spatial advantage through the institutional frameworks described in subsequent chapters, the Muslim world could achieve security integration that has remained elusive since the fall of traditional Islamic empires. The geographic centrality described in this chapter would provide the essential spatial foundation upon which broader security transformation would rest, the physical connectivity essential for translating shared Islamic principles into practical security cooperation across the diverse Muslim world. Chapter 17. Pakistan's critical alliances and relationships. And hold firmly to the rope of Allah altogether and do not become divided. Quran 3:103. The strategic balance in a multipolar world. Pakistan's qualification for Muslim world security leadership extends beyond its internal capabilities and geographic positioning to include its sophisticated external relationships spanning diverse powers and regions. Unlike Muslim states closely aligned with single external powers, creating dependency relationships that constrain independent action, Pakistan has developed balanced alliance portfolio maintaining strategic autonomy while extracting maximum benefit from diverse partnerships. This equidistant positioning between competing power centers creates independent space for authentic Islamic leadership while securing necessary external support for military, economic, and technological development. The current global transition toward multipolarity, with competing power centers rather than singular hegemony, provides historic opportunity for independent Muslim security architecture without automatic subordination to any external power. Pakistan's diplomatic tradition, positioning itself at calculated distance from all major powers while maintaining productive relationships with each, creates natural foundation for leading such independent alliance. The resulting strategic flexibility provides essential qualification for Muslim world security leadership in complex international environment requiring sophisticated navigation between competing external interests. This chapter examines Pakistan's major international relationships, analyzing both their practical benefits for potential Muslim security architecture and their symbolic significance for leadership legitimacy. Throughout, the analysis demonstrates how Pakistan's balanced approach maintains essential strategic autonomy while securing specific advantages directly relevant to the proposed Muslim alliance framework. China-Pakistan relationship. Strategic implications. And its The China-Pakistan relationship, officially designated as an all-weather strategic cooperative partnership and colloquially termed the ironclad axis, represents Pakistan's most significant international alliance and demonstrates sophistication in extracting maximum benefit while preserving independence. The evolution of the ironclad axis. The China-Pakistan relationship has evolved systematically from tactical alignment to comprehensive strategic partnership. 1. From anti-India tactical alignment to strategic partnership, the relationship began as shared concern regarding India but systematically expanded to comprehensive cooperation across military, economic, technological, and diplomatic domains. This evolution demonstrates Pakistan's diplomatic sophistication in transforming circumstantial alignment into structural partnership transcending original motivations. 2. Progressive trust-building pathway. The relationship demonstrates progressive trust-building through sequential cooperation stages, beginning with boundary settlement, expanding to military cooperation, incorporating economic integration, and currently developing technological partnership. This staged approach creates genuine strategic depth beyond transactional exchanges. 3. Weathering international pressure. The relationship has maintained consistency despite significant international pressure on both partners during different periods, demonstrating resilience essential for strategic reliability. This consistency provides foundation for long-term planning beyond immediate political fluctuations. 4. Shared interest expansion. What began as narrow security cooperation has systematically expanded to shared interests across economic development, regional stability, transportation infrastructure, and counterterrorism domains. This interest expansion creates relationship depth resistant to circumstantial changes in any single domain. 5. Complementary capability integration. The relationship has increasingly integrated complementary capabilities, Chinese financial resources and industrial capacity with Pakistani security experience and regional relationships. This complementarity creates mutual benefit exceeding what either partner could achieve independently. This systematic relationship evolution demonstrates Pakistan's sophisticated approach to alliance management, converting initial circumstantial alignment into comprehensive strategic partnership while maintaining essential independence. The resulting relationship depth provides model for the multilateral trust building essential to successful Muslim security alliance development. Economic dimension, CPEC and beyond. The economic dimension of the China-Pakistan relationship, particularly through the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, demonstrates Pakistan's capability to secure substantive external investment while maintaining sovereignty. 1. Transformative infrastructure development. CPEC has delivered approximately $25 billion infrastructure investment development across transportation, energy, and industrial sectors despite resource constraints and security challenges. This development demonstrates Pakistan's capability to attract and effectively absorb major external investment despite challenging circumstances. 2. Strategic leverage balancing. Pakistan has systematically balanced Chinese economic influence through strategic sequencing, domestic participation requirements, and selective project prioritization. This balancing demonstrates sophisticated approach maintaining relationship benefits without surrendering economic sovereignty. 3. Security economics integration. The relationship demonstrates effective integration between security and economic domains, with each dimension reinforcing rather than contradicting the other. This integration provides model for comprehensive security architecture incorporating economic dimensions essential for sustainable capability development. 4. Implementation despite adverse conditions. CPEC implementation has continued despite significant security challenges, regional instability, and international pressure, demonstrating reliable partnership execution capabilities. This implementation persistence creates confidence essential for long-term security cooperation transcending immediate circumstances. 5. Regional economic framework development. The relationship has expanded from bilateral projects to regional economic framework, potentially incorporating additional partners including Afghanistan and Central Asian states. This regional dimension demonstrates Pakistan's capability to convert bilateral relationships into broader multilateral frameworks. This economic relationship demonstrates Pakistan's capability to secure substantial external support while maintaining essential sovereignty, a critical qualification for potential Muslim alliance leadership requiring similar balance between external assistance and independent direction. The resulting development model provides potential template for broader Muslim world economic cooperation supporting security architecture. Military cooperation framework. The military dimension of the China-Pakistan relationship demonstrates sophisticated technology transfer and capability development beyond simple arms purchases. 1. Progressive defense co-production. The relationship has evolved from simple equipment purchases to sophisticated co-production arrangements across multiple domains including aircraft, JF-17, armor, Al-Khalid, and naval vessels. This co-production demonstrates Pakistan's capability to extract technology transfer rather than merely importing finished systems. 2. Technical self-sufficiency pathway. The military cooperation systematically develops Pakistani independent capabilities rather than creating permanent dependency relationships. This self-sufficiency emphasis provides model for potential Muslim alliance technological development without permanently requiring external support. 3. Regular joint exercise programming. The relationship maintains regular joint military exercises across multiple domains, developing practical interoperability beyond formal agreements. This exercise programming demonstrates capabilities essential for potential alliance training and standardization frameworks. 4. Strategic systems cooperation. While maintaining appropriate classification, the relationship clearly includes strategic systems cooperation enhancing Pakistan's deterrent capabilities beyond what unilateral development could achieve. This strategic dimension creates force multiplication essential for extended deterrence capabilities supporting potential alliance framework. 5. Balanced partnership preservation. The military cooperation maintains Pakistan's independent decision-making regarding force structure, operational doctrine, and deployment options despite deep technical integration. This independence preservation demonstrates sophistication essential for future Muslim alliance managing diverse external relationships without surrendering core sovereignty. This military cooperation framework demonstrates Pakistan's capability to develop substantive external security partnerships while maintaining operational independence. The resulting relationship model provides template for potential Muslim alliance external relationships balancing necessary technical cooperation with essential strategic autonomy. The May 2025 crisis validation. The May 2025 crisis following India's Operation Sindoor provided practical validation of the ironclad Axis relationship's strategic depth beyond rhetorical commitment. 1. Immediate political support. China provided immediate and unequivocal diplomatic support for Pakistan's position, creating international space for calibrated response without isolation risk. This political backing demonstrated relationship reliability under actual crisis conditions rather than merely theoretical commitment. 2. Intelligence sharing activation. The crisis activated established intelligence sharing channels providing Pakistan enhanced situational awareness beyond unilateral collection capabilities. This information advantage demonstrated relationships' practical operational benefits beyond formal declarations. 3. Military signaling coordination. Coordinated Chinese military movements complemented Pakistani operations without direct intervention, creating strategic uncertainty complicating Indian escalation decisions. This calibrated cooperation demonstrated sophisticated alignment without entanglement that could potentially support broader alliance operations. 4. Economic pressure insulation. Chinese financial mechanisms, including currency swap arrangements and alternative payment systems, insulated Pakistan from potential economic pressure during crisis. This economic resilience demonstrated relationship traditional military dimensions. 5. Benefits extending beyond. Technological support continuity. Technical support for key systems continued without interruption despite international pressure, ensuring capability preservation throughout crisis duration. This support reliability demonstrated relationship depth essential for sustained operations during extended confrontations. The crisis demonstrated how Pakistan's relationship with China provides practical benefits directly applicable to potential Muslim security alliance operations. The resulting confidence validation establishes Pakistan's capability to deliver substantive external support during actual security challenges, a critical qualification for credible alliance leadership beyond rhetorical commitments. Strategic implications for Muslim world security. The China-Pakistan relationship creates specific strategic implications directly relevant to potential Muslim security alliance development. 1. Alternative great power relationship model. The relationship demonstrates viable alternative to traditional Western alignment without requiring ideological subordination or sovereignty compromise. This model provides template for potential Muslim alliance maintaining productive external relationships without sacrificing Islamic principles or independent decision-making. 2. Technology access pathway. The relationship creates access to advanced technologies despite Western restrictions, addressing critical vulnerability facing numerous Muslim states subject to selective technology denial regimes. This access pathway could potentially extend to broader Muslim alliance addressing systematic technology limitations hindering independent security development. 3. Economic development framework. The relationship provides economic development framework potentially applicable to broader Muslim world infrastructure needs beyond Pakistan's immediate requirements. This development model could support alliance economic foundations essential for sustainable security capability beyond immediate military dimensions. 4. Belt Road integration potential. The relationship creates potential connection between Muslim security architecture and China's broader Belt and Road initiative, spanning significant Muslim territories across multiple regions. This integration potential provides economic complement to security framework addressing development needs beyond traditional military considerations. 5. Multipolar balancing mechanism. The relationship demonstrates practical mechanism for operating in increasingly multipolar international system without requiring exclusive alignment with any single power center. This balancing capability would prove essential for Muslim security alliance maintaining independence amid competing external pressures. These strategic implications demonstrate how Pakistan's China relationship provides not merely bilateral benefits but potential foundation for broader Muslim world security architecture. The resulting external support framework addresses critical vulnerability facing potential alliance development, securing necessary external assistance without compromising core sovereignty or Islamic principles. Relations with Muslim countries. Historical development. Pakistan's relationships with diverse Muslim states demonstrate sophisticated balancing between shared Islamic identity and practical national interests, creating foundation for potential alliance leadership across traditional Muslim world divisions. Gulf Arab state relationships. Pakistan's relations with Gulf Arab states demonstrate calculated balance between security contribution and economic benefit. 1. Security economic complementarity. The relationships systematically integrate Pakistan's security capabilities with Gulf Arab economic resources, creating mutually beneficial exchanges beyond transactional arrangements. This complementarity creates natural foundation for broader alliance frameworks addressing similar capability differences across Muslim states. 2. Military training contributions. Pakistan provides substantial military training to multiple Gulf states, developing shared operational approaches and personal relationships across officer corps. This training contribution creates practical interoperability foundation essential for potential alliance combined operations. 3. Military personnel deployment. Pakistan has deployed military personnel to various Gulf states in both formal and informal capacities, demonstrating practical security contribution beyond diplomatic declarations. This deployment experience provides operational framework potentially applicable to broader alliance force integration. 4. Technical religious balancing. The relationships balance Pakistan's technical capabilities with Gulf states' religious influence and economic resources, creating sophisticated exchanges beyond single-dimension partnerships. This multidimensional integration provides model for diverse capability utilization across potential alliance membership. 5. Internal autonomy preservation. Despite substantial economic dependence on Gulf remittances and assistance during various periods, Pakistan has maintained independent foreign policy positions on critical issues including Jerusalem status and Iran relationships. This autonomy preservation demonstrates capability to maintain core positions despite significant economic pressure, essential qualification for principled alliance leadership. These Gulf relationships demonstrate Pakistan's capability to maintain productive Muslim state partnerships without surrendering core independence or principles. The resulting relationship model provides template for potential alliance frameworks balancing mutual benefit with essential sovereignty preservation across diverse membership. Iran relationship management. Pakistan's relationship with Iran demonstrates sophisticated management of complex religious and geopolitical differences without unnecessary confrontation. 1. Sectarian difference transcendence. Despite significant Sunni-Shia differences and periodic tension, Pakistan has maintained functional relationship with Iran across multiple domains including border security, limited trade, and diplomatic engagement. This sectarian transcendence demonstrates capability essential for alliance leadership spanning diverse Islamic traditions. 2. Balanced regional positioning. Pakistan has maintained working relationship with Iran despite simultaneously developing Gulf Arab partnerships that frequently oppose Iranian interests. This balanced positioning demonstrates diplomatic sophistication essential for alliance leadership potentially including members with competing interests. 3. Border security cooperation. Despite occasional tension, Pakistan has developed functional border security cooperation with Iran addressing shared concerns including smuggling, terrorist movement, and tribal management. This practical security cooperation despite differences provides model for alliance cooperation despite membership disagreements. 4. Energy relationship potential. Pakistan has explored energy relationship possibilities with Iran including potential pipeline projects despite significant international pressure against such cooperation. This energy dimension demonstrates interest-based cooperation potential despite religious and political differences. 5. Cultural connection maintenance. Pakistan has maintained cultural and religious connections with Iran based on shared heritage despite political differences, creating relationship foundation beyond transactional interests. This cultural dimension provides resilience essential for alliance relationships spanning inevitable political disagreements. This Iran relationship demonstrates Pakistan's capability to manage complex differences with Muslim states holding divergent interests and religious interpretations. The resulting diplomatic flexibility provides essential qualification for alliance leadership requiring similar management across diverse membership with inevitable internal tensions. Central Asian engagement expansion. Pakistan's expanding Central Asian relationships demonstrate forward-looking strategic engagement beyond immediate security concerns. 1. Post-Soviet opportunity engagement. Pakistan rapidly established relationships with newly independent Central Asian states following Soviet collapse, demonstrating recognition of strategic opportunity beyond immediate security threats. This proactive engagement provides model for alliance opportunity recognition essential for long-term strategic development. 2. Afghanistan-centric relationship building. Pakistan has consistently utilized Afghanistan relationships as pathway for broader Central Asian engagement despite periodic complications and setbacks. This persistent engagement despite difficulties demonstrates long-term perspective essential for alliance development beyond immediate complications. 3. Economic connectivity emphasis. Pakistan has emphasized economic connectivity including transportation corridors, energy relationships, and trade frameworks as foundation for broader strategic engagement with Central Asia. This economic foundation provides model for alliance development beyond purely military dimensions. 4. SCO multilateral framework utilization. Pakistan has effectively utilized Shanghai Cooperation Organization framework for multilateral engagement with Central Asian states despite competing Russian and Chinese influence. This multilateral approach demonstrates capability for operating within complex frameworks potentially applicable to alliance development. 5. Historical cultural reconnection. Pakistan has systematically emphasized shared historical and cultural connections with Central Asia as relationship foundation beyond immediate interests. This identity dimension provides resilience beyond transactional considerations essential for sustainable alliance frameworks. These Central Asian relationships demonstrate Pakistan's capability to develop strategic relationships beyond traditional Muslim partnership frameworks. The resulting engagement model provides template for alliance outreach to Muslim regions historically separated from traditional Islamic centers yet essential for comprehensive security architecture. Turkish strategic partnership cultivation. Pakistan's relationship with Turkey demonstrates sophisticated development of partnership with emerging Muslim power sharing leadership ambitions. 1. Defense industrial cooperation. Pakistan has developed substantive defense industrial cooperation with Turkey including technology transfer arrangements, joint development programs, and maintenance partnerships. This industrial relationship demonstrates capability to cooperate productively with Muslim states having similar leadership ambitions. 2. Multilateral forum coordination. Pakistan has maintained effective coordination with Turkey across various multilateral forums including OIC, creating amplification effect beyond bilateral capabilities. This multilateral cooperation demonstrates potential for similar coordination within proposed alliance framework. 3. Balanced partnership development. The relationship maintains balanced partnership without dominance subordination dynamic despite Turkey's larger economy and NATO membership. This balanced approach provides model for potential alliance relationships between members with different capability levels without creating hierarchy undermining sovereignty. 4. Regional perspective integration. The partnership effectively integrates Pakistan's South Asian perspective with Turkey's Middle Eastern European position, creating comprehensive understanding beyond single region viewpoints. This perspective integration demonstrates capability potentially valuable for alliance spanning diverse Muslim regions. 5. Leadership ambition management. Pakistan has effectively managed relationship with Turkey despite both nations maintaining Muslim world leadership ambitions, finding complementary rather than competitive approaches. This ambition management demonstrates diplomatic sophistication essential for alliance incorporating multiple influential Muslim states. This Turkish relationship demonstrates Pakistan's capability to develop productive partnerships with emerging Muslim powers sharing leadership ambitions. The resulting cooperation model provides template for alliance relationships between significant Muslim states without destructive competition that might otherwise undermine unified security approaches. Southeast Asian Muslim engagement. Pakistan's relationships with Southeast Asian Muslim states demonstrate capability to maintain meaningful engagement despite geographic separation. 1. Malaysia-Indonesia relationship development. Pakistan has maintained substantive relationships with Malaysia and Indonesia spanning multiple domains despite significant geographic separation and different regional priorities. This engagement despite distance demonstrates capabilities potentially applicable to alliance relationships spanning traditional Muslim regions. 2. Muslim identity utilization. The relationships effectively utilize shared Muslim identity as foundation despite ethnic, cultural, and geographic differences. This identity emphasis provides model for alliance cohesion beyond immediate interests or geographic proximity. 3. Technical cooperation frameworks. Pakistan has developed technical cooperation arrangements with Southeast Asian Muslim states in select domains including military training, counterterrorism, and limited defense technology. This focused cooperation demonstrates capability for practical collaboration despite limited interaction opportunities. 4. Multilateral framework engagement. Pakistan effectively engages Southeast Asian Muslim states through multilateral frameworks including OIC and various UN forums, maximizing limited bilateral engagement opportunities. This multilateral utilization demonstrates capability for alliance coordination despite practical engagement limitations. 5. Non-traditional security cooperation. The relationships include cooperation on non-traditional security challenges including counterterrorism, disaster management, and maritime security beyond conventional military engagement. This broad security approach demonstrates comprehensive perspective essential for modern alliance addressing diverse threats. These Southeast Asian relationships demonstrate Pakistan's capability to maintain meaningful Muslim state engagement despite significant geographic separation and different regional priorities. The resulting relationship model provides template for alliance frameworks overcoming similar distance challenges across the geographically fragmented Muslim world. Western relationships and balancing act. Pakistan's relationships with Western powers, particularly the United States, demonstrate sophisticated navigation of complex engagement with non-Muslim powers without surrendering core sovereignty or Islamic principles. United States relationship management. Pakistan's management of its complex relationship with the United States demonstrates strategic autonomy maintenance despite significant power asymmetry. 1. Cyclical relationship navigation. Pakistan has effectively navigated multiple cycles of engagement and estrangement with the United States without fundamental policy subordination despite significant pressure during engagement periods. This resilient independent positioning demonstrates autonomy maintenance essential for credible Muslim world leadership. 2. Selective benefit extraction. Throughout the relationship's various phases, Pakistan has systematically extracted specific benefits including military technology, economic assistance, and diplomatic support while limiting corresponding concessions. This transactional sophistication demonstrates capabilities essential for alliance external relationships maximizing sovereignty costs. Benefits while minimizing. 2. ATP-AGE. 3. Red line maintenance. Despite substantial pressure during peak cooperation periods, Pakistan has maintained clear red lines regarding core interests including nuclear program development, India relationship management, and China partnership. This boundary preservation demonstrates principled position maintenance essential for alliance leadership requiring similar clarity. 4. Alternative relationship development. Pakistan has systematically developed alternative relationships during U.S. estrangement periods, creating leverage reducing vulnerability to single power dependence. This relationship diversification demonstrates strategic depth essential for alliance external relationships maintaining independence amid shifting international alignments. 5. Post-Afghanistan relationship recalibration. Following U.S.-Afghanistan withdrawal, Pakistan has effectively recalibrated the relationship toward more transactional, limited engagement without either confrontation or subordination. This pragmatic adjustment demonstrates flexibility essential for alliance external relationships adapting to evolving power dynamics. This U.S. relationship management demonstrates Pakistan's capability to engage productively with dominant non-Muslim powers without surrendering core autonomy or Islamic principles. The resulting engagement model provides template for alliance external relationships maintaining necessary international cooperation without compromising fundamental independence. European engagement strategy. Pakistan's European relationships demonstrate sophisticated differentiation between individual states rather than treating the continent as unified bloc. 1. UK relationship specialization. Pakistan maintains distinctive relationship with United Kingdom based on historical connections, significant diaspora population, and select security cooperation beyond general European engagement. This specialized approach demonstrates capability for tailored relationship development potentially applicable to alliance external partnerships. 2. France-Germany balanced engagement. Pakistan maintains balanced engagement with major European powers including France and Germany, preventing dominant bilateral relationship that might create undue influence. This equilibrium approach demonstrates capability for managing relationships with major powers without creating dependency dynamics. 3. Eastern European opportunity recognition. Pakistan has systematically developed relationships with select Eastern European states presenting specific opportunities despite limited historical engagement. This opportunity focus demonstrates strategic flexibility essential for alliance external relationships identifying specific partnership advantages. 4. Economic security integration. Pakistan effectively integrates economic and security dimensions in European relationships, creating single-domain composite engagement beyond interactions. This integrated approach demonstrates comprehensive perspective essential for alliance external relationships addressing diverse interests. 5. Muslim identity maintenance. Throughout European engagement, Pakistan maintains explicit Islamic identity and principles rather than downplaying religious dimension to facilitate relationships. This identity clarification demonstrates principled engagement essential for alliance leadership representing authentic Islamic security approach. These European relationships demonstrate Pakistan's capability to develop nuanced engagement with diverse Western powers beyond superpower relationships. The resulting engagement model provides template for alliance external relationships identifying specific opportunities with individual powers rather than treating non-Muslim world as undifferentiated blocks. Russia relationship evolution. Pakistan's evolving relationship with Russia demonstrates strategic adaptation to changing international environment without unnecessary confrontation legacy. 1. Post-Cold War recalibration. Pakistan has systematically recalibrated its Russia relationship following Cold War conclusion, transcending historical confrontation. Despite significant Soviet-era tension, this strategic adaptation demonstrates flexibility essential for alliance external relationships adjusting to evolving power distributions. 2. Afghanistan cooperation development. Despite historical competition in Afghanistan, Pakistan has developed selective cooperation with Russia addressing shared concerns including terrorism and regional stability. This issue-specific collaboration demonstrates pragmatic engagement essential for alliance relationships with powers holding mixed alignment patterns. 3. Defense relationship opening. Pakistan has systematically opened previously closed defense relationship with Russia, creating potential alternative technology source beyond traditional suppliers. This supplier diversification demonstrates strategic autonomy essential for alliance defense industrial base reducing dependency on specific external sources. 4. SCO framework utilization. Pakistan effectively utilizes Shanghai Cooperation Organization as engagement framework with Russia, creating multilateral context moderating bilateral limitations. This institutional approach demonstrates sophisticated utilization of international organizations potentially applicable to alliance external relationships. 5. Central Asian competitive management. Pakistan has developed functional Russia relationship despite natural competition regarding Central Asian influence, finding specific cooperation opportunities within broader competitive context. This balanced engagement demonstrates capabilities essential for alliance operation amid inevitable great power competition. This Russia relationship evolution demonstrates Pakistan's capability to adapt strategic relationships to changing international dynamics without unnecessary historical constraint. The resulting engagement flexibility provides template for alliance external relationships maximizing current opportunities despite previous complications or confrontations. Independent policy maintenance. Throughout its varied Western relationships, Pakistan demonstrates consistent capability to maintain independent policy positions on critical issues despite significant pressure. 2. Kashmir position consistency. Throughout relationship fluctuations with Western powers, Pakistan has maintained consistent position regarding Kashmir despite significant incentives for modification. This position maintenance demonstrates principled approach essential for alliance leadership addressing Muslim territorial disputes. Independent policy maintenance. Throughout its varied Western relationships, Pakistan demonstrates consistent capability to maintain independent policy positions on critical issues despite significant pressure. 1. Nuclear program independence. Despite enormous pressure including sanctions and aid termination, Pakistan maintained nuclear program development based on fundamental security requirements regardless of Western opposition. This principled persistence demonstrates capabilities essential for alliance maintaining core security requirements despite external pressure. 2. Kashmir position consistency. Throughout relationship fluctuations with Western powers, Pakistan has maintained consistent position regarding Kashmir despite significant incentives for modification. This position maintenance demonstrates principled approach essential for alliance leadership addressing Muslim territorial disputes. 3. Israel recognition resistance. Despite substantial diplomatic and economic pressure, Pakistan has maintained principled position regarding Israel recognition linked to Palestinian rights rather than accepting normalization for transactional benefits. This principled stance demonstrates capabilities essential for alliance maintaining Islamic positions despite material incentives for compromise. 4. China partnership preservation. Pakistan has consistently maintained China partnership despite significant Western pressure during various periods, recognizing fundamental strategic interest beyond transactional Western relationship benefits. This partnership preservation demonstrates strategic clarity essential for alliance external relationships based on fundamental interests rather than circumstantial pressures. 5. Afghanistan policy autonomy. Throughout Afghanistan engagement, Pakistan maintained core policy autonomy despite significant Western pressure for specific approaches contradicting Pakistani assessments. This autonomy preservation demonstrates capabilities essential for alliance independent assessment despite pressure from powerful external actors. This independent policy maintenance demonstrates Pakistan's fundamental capability to determine sovereign positions based on its own assessment of interests and principles regardless of external incentives or pressure. The resulting sovereign autonomy provides essential qualification for alliance leadership requiring similar independence amid inevitable pressure from both Muslim and non-Muslim powers. Diplomatic network analysis and leverage. Points. Pakistan has developed sophisticated diplomatic capabilities creating influence exceeding its material power resources, demonstrating potential leverage directly applicable to proposed alliance frameworks. OIC influence development. Pakistan has systematically developed influence within the Organization of Islamic Cooperation beyond its formal position. 1. Principled position advocacy. Pakistan consistently advocates principled positions on key Muslim world issues including Palestine, Kashmir, and sacred site protection, establishing moral authority transcending material capability limitations. This principled leadership demonstrates approaches potentially applicable to alliance moral foundation beyond power calculations. 2. Coalition building capability. Pakistan demonstrates sophisticated coalition building within OIC across traditional regional and sectarian divisions, creating policy influence beyond individual capability. This coalition development provides model for alliance decision processes requiring similar consensus building amid diverse membership perspectives. 3. Secretariat relationship cultivation. Pakistan maintains effective relationships with OIC Secretariat beyond formal sessions, creating continuous influence capability regarding organizational direction and priorities. This institutional engagement demonstrates capabilities essential for alliance organizational development beyond formal structures. For technical contribution strategy, Pakistan makes substantial technical contributions to OIC specialized bodies including statistical and economic organizations, creating practical value enhancing broader influence. This functional contribution demonstrates approaches potentially applicable to alliance technical bodies requiring similar substantive participation. 5. Islamic identity balancing. Pakistan effectively balances its Muslim identity with practical state interests within OIC contexts, addressing both principled positions and pragmatic requirements. This balanced approach provides model for alliance members necessarily managing similar dual considerations. This OIC influence demonstrates Pakistan's capability to exercise effective multilateral diplomacy within explicitly Islamic institutional context. The resulting organizational experience provides essential foundation for leadership within proposed alliance requiring similar navigation of diverse Muslim interests within unified Islamic framework. United Nations System Navigation. Pakistan demonstrates sophisticated United Nations system utilization creating influence opportunities despite structural limitations. 1. Security Council periodic influence. Despite non-permanent status, Pakistan has effectively utilized Security Council terms for agenda influence beyond direct voting impact. This temporary opportunity maximization demonstrates capabilities essential for alliance international organization engagement. 2. Peacekeeping contribution leverage. Pakistan's position among leading peacekeeping contributors creates institutional influence exceeding formal decision authority. This contribution leverage demonstrates approach potentially applicable to alliance international legitimacy development through constructive international system participation. 3. Specialized agency positioning. Pakistan maintains strategic positioning within key UN specialized agencies including nuclear-related organizations, creating specific issue influence beyond general UN presence. This focused engagement demonstrates approaches potentially applicable to alliance specialized international bodies. 4. Relationship development with Muslim interest coordination. Pakistan frequently coordinates Muslim state positions within UN contexts, creating voice amplification beyond individual capabilities. This coordination function demonstrates capabilities essential for alliance representation within international organizations. 5. Procedural expertise development. Pakistan has developed significant UN procedural expertise, creating tactical advantages regarding timing, forum selection, and process utilization. This procedural sophistication demonstrates capabilities essential for alliance navigation of complex international organization environments. This UN system navigation demonstrates Pakistan's capability to operate effectively within complex multilateral institutions despite structural limitations. The resulting multilateral experience provides essential qualification for alliance leadership requiring similar navigation of international organizational frameworks where Muslim world interests frequently face significant procedural challenges. Regional organization participation. Pakistan participates effectively in diverse regional organizations spanning multiple geographic contexts. 1. SCO full membership utilization. Pakistan has effectively utilized Shanghai Cooperation Organization membership for relationships transcending traditional partnerships while managing competing Chinese and Russian interests. This multilateral navigation demonstrates capabilities essential for alliance balancing between influential external powers. 2. SAARC alternative development. Pakistan has developed alternative regional frameworks when South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation proves ineffective due to India relationship limitations. This institutional flexibility demonstrates capabilities essential for alliance adaptation when existing frameworks prove inadequate. 3. ECO revitalization efforts. Pakistan has consistently supported Economic Cooperation Organization revitalization despite limited immediate returns, recognizing long-term strategic benefits beyond transactional considerations. This strategic patience demonstrates perspective essential for alliance institutional development requiring similar long-term commitment. 4. ASEAN engagement expansion. Pakistan has systematically expanded association of Southeast Asian nations engagement despite geographical separation, recognizing long-term strategic opportunities beyond immediate circumstances. This forward engagement demonstrates approaches potentially applicable to alliance relationship development with peripheral Muslim regions. 5. African Union relationship building. Pakistan has developed substantive African Union relationship including observer status despite limited historical African engagement. This relationship diversification demonstrates capabilities essential for alliance engagement across traditionally separated Muslim regions. This regional organization participation demonstrates Pakistan's capability to engage effectively across diverse institutional contexts spanning multiple geographic regions. The resulting institutional flexibility provides essential qualification for alliance leadership requiring similar adaptability across the geographically fragmented Muslim world's varied regional frameworks. Key Muslim state bilateral leverage. Pakistan has developed specific bilateral relationships with key Muslim states creating particular influence opportunities. 1. Saudi Arabia Security Partnership. The long-standing security partnership with Saudi Arabia including military training, personnel deployment, and defense cooperation creates unique relationship with Islam's spiritual center. This Saudi connection provides essential legitimacy dimension for potential alliance leadership given the kingdom's special religious status. 2. Turkey Defense Industrial Cooperation. The developing defense industrial cooperation with Turkey creates substantive partnership with NATO's largest Muslim member and significant emerging power. This Turkish relationship provides potential bridge between proposed alliance and Western security structures through partner with feet in both camps. 3. Malaysia-Indonesia Islamic identity connections. The relationships with Malaysia and Indonesia emphasizing shared Islamic identity despite geographical separation creates connections to world's largest Muslim-majority democracy and significant Southeast Asian Muslim center. These Southeast Asian relationships provide essential connections to Muslim regions frequently overlooked in Middle Eastern-centered Islamic initiatives. For Central Asian energy potential, the developing energy relationships with Central Asian states create practical economic foundation for broader security engagement with these post-Soviet Muslim nations. These Central Asian connections provide essential incorporation of Muslim regions historically separated from traditional Islamic centers yet critical for comprehensive security architecture. 5. Gulf state military training. The substantial military training relationships with various Gulf states create direct influence within officer corps of wealthy but militarily limited Muslim nations. These training relationships provide practical foundation for potential alliance force integration across significant capability disparities. These bilateral leverage points demonstrate Pakistan's capability to develop specific influence relationships with diverse key Muslim states across traditional regional divisions. The resulting relationship network provides essential foundation for alliance development requiring similar connections spanning the fragmented Muslim world's varied power centers. Pakistan's external relationships and Muslim security challenges. Pakistan's diverse external relationships directly address several critical security challenges facing the Muslim world identified in previous chapters. These relationships complement Pakistan's internal capabilities and geographic positioning while providing essential external support for the proposed security architecture. External support for territorial sovereignty. Pakistan's external relationships create specific support mechanisms addressing Muslim territorial sovereignty challenges. 1. China Territorial Support Framework. The comprehensive China relationship provides robust support framework addressing territorial pressures facing Pakistan and potentially extensible to broader Muslim world sovereignty challenges. This external backing addresses fundamental vulnerability facing numerous Muslim states lacking credible deterrence against territorial encroachment. 2. OIC Sovereignty Advocacy Platform. Pakistan's OIC influence creates advocacy platform for Muslim territorial sovereignty beyond individual diplomatic capabilities. This multilateral legitimacy addresses international dimension of territorial disputes affecting numerous Muslim states requiring coordinated diplomatic approaches. 3. UN peacekeeping expertise. Pakistan's extensive UN peacekeeping experience creates institutional knowledge regarding territory protection under international frameworks potentially applicable to disputed Muslim territories. This operational expertise addresses practical implementation challenges for protecting vulnerable Muslim territories within international legal frameworks. 4. Legal position development resources. Pakistan's international relationships provide legal expertise resources for territorial position development beyond national capabilities. This legal dimension addresses legitimate authorities essential for sustainable territorial sovereignty beyond immediate military control. 5. Border management partnership models. Pakistan's border cooperation frameworks with various neighbors provide models for territorial management despite disputes or historical tensions. These management approaches address practical sovereignty requirements for Muslim territories facing unresolved boundary questions without immediate resolution prospects. These external support mechanisms demonstrate how Pakistan's international relationships could directly strengthen Muslim world territorial sovereignty beyond rhetorical solidarity. The resulting practical capabilities address one of the most fundamental security requirements facing numerous Muslim states with disputed or threatened territories. Alliance options against external intervention. Pakistan's external relationships provide specific capabilities addressing external military intervention vulnerability. 1. UN intervention limitation frameworks. Pakistan's UN system expertise provides procedural knowledge for limiting intervention authorization through various institutional mechanisms. This procedural dimension addresses international legitimacy challenges frequently enabling interventions targeting Muslim territories. 2. China-Russia Security Council protection. Pakistan's relationships with both China and Russia create potential Security Council protection against intervention authorization targeting Muslim states. This procedural protection addresses fundamental vulnerability facing Muslim nations regarding international legal sanction for military actions against their territories. 3. Asymmetric response knowledge sharing. Pakistan's experience developing asymmetric capabilities against superior conventional forces provides transferable knowledge addressing intervention vulnerability despite technological disadvantages. This asymmetric dimension addresses practical military requirements for deterring intervention despite capability disparities. 4. Regional support framework development. Pakistan's regional organization experience provides models for developing mutual support frameworks, reducing individual vulnerability to targeted external pressure. This regional dimension addresses isolation vulnerability, frequently enabling interventions against specific Muslim states without broader consequences. 5. Military technology access pathways. Pakistan's diverse defense relationships create technology access pathways, potentially reducing intervention vulnerability through specific capability development beyond individual acquisition possibilities. This technological dimension addresses capability gaps, frequently enabling external military actions against Muslim territories. These alliance options demonstrate how Pakistan's international relationships could directly strengthen Muslim world protection against external military intervention. The resulting practical capabilities address vulnerability repeatedly exploited against numerous Muslim states lacking effective deterrence against foreign military action. Economic security enhancement potential. Pakistan's external relationships create specific economic security benefits potentially extensible to broader Muslim alliance. 1. China Economic Corridor expansion potential. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor framework provides potential expansion model incorporating additional Muslim states into broader economic network. This connectivity expansion addresses infrastructure limitations hindering economic integration across traditionally separated Muslim regions. 2. Alternative financial channel development. Pakistan's relationships with both China and Russia create potential alternative financial channels, reducing vulnerability to Western economic pressure. This financial dimension addresses vulnerability repeatedly exploited against Muslim states through sanctions and banking restrictions. 3. Energy supply diversification pathways. Pakistan's relationships spanning Middle Eastern, Central Asian, and potential Iranian sources create energy diversification models potentially applicable to broader Muslim energy security. This diversification addresses vulnerability affecting numerous Muslim states dependent on limited supply sources subject to potential disruption. 4. Development financing alternatives. Pakistan's experience securing development financing from diverse sources including China, Gulf states, and international institutions provides models for reducing dependency on conditional Western financing. This financing dimension addresses vulnerability created through economic leverage frequently used to influence Muslim state policies contrary to Islamic interests. 5. Trade route security frameworks. Pakistan's developing role in securing trade routes connecting multiple regions provides models for broader Muslim commerce protection beyond individual state capabilities. This commercial security addresses economic vulnerability affecting Muslim states dependent on maritime trade routes through potentially contested waters. These economic security enhancements demonstrate how Pakistan's international relationships could directly strengthen Muslim world economic resilience beyond traditional security dimensions. The resulting practical capabilities address vulnerability increasingly exploited through economic pressure where conventional military intervention proves impractical or undesirable. Technological independence facilitation. Pakistan's external relationships create specific technological access, potentially reducing broader Muslim world dependence. 1. Chinese technology transfer frameworks. Pakistan's demonstrated success securing substantive Chinese technology transfer provides models potentially extensible to broader Muslim technology access. This transfer framework addresses systematic technology denial regimes targeting Muslim states seeking strategic capabilities. 2. Joint development program templates. Pakistan's experience establishing joint development programs with various partners provides templates for collaborative Muslim technological advancement beyond individual capabilities. This collaborative dimension addresses resource limitations hindering independent Muslim technology development despite significant collective potential. 3. Alternative technology source identification. Pakistan's diverse technology relationships spanning Chinese, Western, Eastern European, and Turkish sources provide source diversification models reducing dependency vulnerability. This diversification addresses supply security essential for sustainable technological development despite potential source disruption. 4. Indigenous adaptation frameworks. Pakistan's experience adapting externally acquired technologies to specific requirements provides models for appropriate technology implementation beyond direct importation. This adaptation dimension addresses contextual requirements essential for effective technology utilization within specific Muslim environments. 5. Dual-use technology acquisition pathways. Pakistan's sophisticated approach acquiring dual-use technologies despite international restrictions provides pathways potentially applicable to broader Muslim development requirements. This acquisition dimension addresses practical access challenges facing numerous Muslim states regarding technologies with both civilian and security applications. These technological independence capabilities demonstrate how Pakistan's international relationships could directly strengthen Muslim world technological self-reliance. The resulting practical development pathways address technological dependency vulnerability that increasingly underlies broader security limitations across the Muslim world. Sacred Site Protection Coordination. Pakistan's external relationships provide specific mechanisms potentially enhancing sacred site protection. 1. OIC Special Committee Influence. Pakistan's OIC influence creates institutional frameworks specifically addressing sacred site protection beyond individual diplomatic capabilities. This multilateral dimension addresses international legitimacy essential for effective sacred site protection against diverse threats. 2. UN Cultural Protection Engagement. Pakistan's UN system experience provides engagement models utilizing international cultural protection frameworks for specific Islamic site security enhancement. This international dimension addresses legal protection supplementing physical security measures essential for comprehensive sacred site preservation. 3. Specialized Security Training Exchange. Pakistan's security cooperation with various Muslim states creates potential training exchange specifically developing sacred site protection capabilities beyond conventional force protection. This specialized dimension addresses unique requirements for securing locations with both religious significance and public access requirements. 4. Regional security coordination models. Pakistan's experience coordinating security approaches across diverse stakeholders provides models for sacred site protection spanning multiple jurisdictions or authorities. This coordination dimension addresses practical implementation challenges for sites holding significance across diverse Muslim communities with varied security capabilities. 5. Technology application frameworks. Pakistan's experience applying security technologies within sensitive cultural contexts provides models for appropriate sacred site monitoring without compromising religious dignity or access. This technological dimension addresses balance between security requirements and religious function essential for effective sacred site protection. These sacred site protection mechanisms demonstrate how Pakistan's international relationships could directly enhance Muslim world capability protecting its religious heritage. The resulting practical approaches address vulnerability affecting locations holding deep spiritual significance throughout Muslim world despite varied local security circumstances. Strategic fragmentation reduction. Pakistan's external relationships demonstrate specific capabilities addressing strategic fragmentation hindering unified Muslim security approaches. 1. Cross-regional relationship bridging. Pakistan's simultaneous relationships spanning Middle Eastern, Central Asian, South Asian, and Southeast Asian Muslim states provide connection points reducing traditional regional separation. This bridging function addresses communication gaps between Muslim regions frequently maintaining limited direct interaction despite shared religious identity. 2. Sectarian difference transcendence. Pakistan's relationships spanning predominantly Sunni Arab states, Shia Iran, and diverse internal sectarian composition demonstrate practical cooperation despite theological differences. This pragmatic approach addresses sectarian divisions frequently undermining unified Muslim security perspectives despite shared external challenges. 3. Organizational framework development. Pakistan's experience within diverse multilateral organizations provides institutional models potentially applicable to bridging traditional Muslim world organizational divisions. This institutional dimension addresses structural fragmentation hindering effective Muslim cooperation despite general agreement regarding critical challenges. 4. Leadership competition management. Pakistan's balanced relationships with multiple Muslim states maintaining leadership ambitions demonstrates conflict management essential for unified approaches without destructive competition. This diplomatic dimension addresses coordination challenges between significant Muslim powers whose competition frequently undermines collective security effectiveness. 5. External power navigation models. Pakistan's experience maintaining productive relationships with competing external powers provides models for Muslim states balancing similar pressures without defaulting to exclusive alignment. This navigation dimension addresses vulnerability created when Muslim states align with competing external powers against each other rather than maintaining collective Muslim interests. These fragmentation reduction capabilities demonstrate how Pakistan's international relationships could directly strengthen Muslim world strategic cohesion. The resulting practical cooperation frameworks address division vulnerability repeatedly exploited by external powers pursuing divide and rule strategies against potentially unified Muslim security approaches. Conclusion: Relationship Foundation 4. Muslim Security Architecture. Pakistan's diverse external relationships represent not merely national diplomatic achievement but potential foundation for transformative Muslim security architecture. Unlike Muslim states locked into dependent relationships with single external patrons or isolated through confrontational postures toward major powers, Pakistan maintains productive engagement with all significant international actors while preserving essential strategic autonomy. This balanced approach provides the relationship foundation necessary for leading a genuinely independent Muslim security alliance amid increasingly complex multipolar international environment. The ironclad Axis relationship with China demonstrates Pakistan's capability to develop comprehensive strategic partnership with major power without surrendering essential sovereignty or Islamic principles. The resulting cooperative framework provides model for proposed alliance securing necessary external support without compromising core independence. The May 2025 crisis validation of this relationship's practical benefits establishes Pakistan's demonstrated capability to deliver substantive external backing during actual security challenges, essential qualification for credible alliance leadership beyond rhetorical promises. The diverse Muslim country relationships spanning Middle Eastern, Central Asian, and Southeast Asian states demonstrate Pakistan's capability to maintain productive engagement across traditionally separated Islamic regions despite varied interests and perspectives. The resulting relationship network provides essential connectivity for alliance development requiring similar bridging between historically fragmented Muslim regions. The consistent principled positions regarding core Islamic concerns including Palestine and sacred site protection despite economic pressure establish the moral credibility essential for authentic alliance leadership beyond merely material capabilities. The sophisticated Western relationship management demonstrates Pakistan's capability to engage productively with non-Muslim powers without sacrificing fundamental interests or Islamic identity. The resulting diplomatic flexibility provides model for alliance external relationships maintaining necessary international cooperation without compromising essential independence. The consistent policy autonomy regarding critical issues including nuclear program development and Kashmir position despite enormous pressure establishes the principled determination essential for credible alliance leadership amidst inevitable external opposition. The sophisticated multilateral diplomacy across diverse international organizations demonstrates Pakistan's capability to navigate complex institutional environments, maximizing Muslim interest advancement despite structural limitations. The resulting organizational experience provides essential foundation for alliance institutional development requiring similar navigation of international frameworks where Muslim perspectives frequently face significant procedural and political obstacles. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistan's external relationships directly address the 6 critical security challenges facing the Muslim world identified in previous chapters. From territorial sovereignty protection through external intervention deterrence to strategic fragmentation reduction, the diplomatic network creates practical capabilities complementing Pakistan's military, technological, and geographic advantages. The resulting comprehensive qualification addresses both internal capability requirements and external support needs essential for effective Muslim security architecture in complex international environment. As the Muslim world faces unprecedented security challenges amid shifting global power dynamics, Pakistan's balanced international relationships provide both model and foundation for transformative security approach. By building upon these established relationships through the institutional frameworks described in subsequent chapters, the Muslim world could achieve genuine security independence that has remained elusive amid competing external alignments since the fall of the Ottoman Caliphate. The external relationships described in this chapter would provide the diplomatic foundation upon which broader security transformation would rest, the international engagement essential for translating internal capabilities into effective security architecture within complex global environment. Chapter 18. Economic corridors and connectivity potential. And we have made the earth a bed, spread out, and the mountains as pegs, and we have created you in pairs, and we have made your sleep the means for rest, and we have made the night as clothing, and we have made the day for livelihood. Quran 78:611. Introduction: Economic foundations of strategic power. While military capability forms the visible edge of national power, economic connectivity represents its enduring foundation. Throughout history, nations that controlled vital trade routes, from the ancient Silk Road to modern maritime choke points, have exercised influence disproportionate to their size or population. The Quranic recognition that Allah has created the earth with natural pathways and made the day for livelihood acknowledges this fundamental relationship between economic activity and human security. Pakistan's geographic position at the crossroads of South Asia, Central Asia, and the Middle East provides unparalleled potential for developing economic corridors that serve both development objectives and strategic imperatives. This chapter examines how Pakistan's economic connectivity initiatives, particularly the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, provide not merely commercial benefits but fundamental strategic advantages that enhance Pakistan's qualification for Muslim world security leadership. The economic corridors being developed by Pakistan represent more than infrastructure projects. They constitute strategic architecture that addresses multiple critical challenges facing the Muslim world simultaneously. By creating physical connectivity between previously isolated regions, enhancing energy security through diversified supply routes, and providing development alternatives to dependency relationships, these corridors offer a comprehensive approach to economic resilience that directly enhances security capabilities. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan revealed how economic connectivity directly impacts security outcomes. Pakistan's ability to maintain supply lines through alternative northern routes via China, despite attempts to impose maritime restrictions, demonstrated how economic corridor development creates strategic depth that conventional military planning alone cannot achieve. This practical validation during crisis confirms the theoretical understanding that economic connectivity represents not a luxury but a security imperative in the contemporary environment. China-Pakistan Economic Corridor CPEC Detailed Analysis. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor represents perhaps the most significant strategic infrastructure initiative in the Muslim world, creating multidimensional connectivity with implications far beyond bilateral relations between Pakistan and China. A comprehensive analysis reveals how CPEC establishes a model for infrastructure-based security enhancement that could be replicated throughout the Muslim world. Strategic genesis and evolution. The development of CPEC from concept to implementation demonstrates Pakistan's capacity for strategic vision and execution on multi-generational projects. 1. Long-term vision. CPEC originated not as tactical response to immediate needs but as strategic initiative with 50-year horizon, demonstrating Pakistan's capacity for multi-generational planning essential for security architecture leadership. 2. Phased implementation structure. The corridor's development across multiple phases, 2015-2030 plus, established systematic approach to massive infrastructure development despite resource constraints, providing model for incremental capability building in other domains. 3. Adaptive framework. Despite changing regional conditions, leadership transitions in both countries, and external pressure, CPEC maintained core objectives while adapting specific projects to emerging needs, demonstrating institutional resilience essential for security leadership. 4. Comprehensive integration. CPEC evolved from transportation corridors alone to integrated development including energy, industrial zones, agriculture, and telecommunications, reflecting holistic understanding of security development nexus. 5. Financial innovation. The project pioneered financing mechanisms combining concessional loans, commercial financing, and public-private partnerships that provide models for resource mobilization in security domain despite constraints. This strategic evolution demonstrates Pakistan's capacity to conceive, negotiate, and implement transformative infrastructure that creates long-term strategic advantages despite resource limitations and external pressure. The same capabilities would be essential for developing collective Muslim security architecture amidst similar constraints. Multimodal transportation network analysis. The transportation infrastructure within CPEC creates strategic mobility capabilities with direct security applications. 1. North-South trunk routes. The development of three major north-south routes, eastern, central, and western alignments, provides redundant connectivity that enhances resilience against interdiction, a blockage critical economic and military logistics. 2. Or capability for both. Port development integration. The transformation of Gwadar from fishing village to deep water port linked to inland transportation networks demonstrates capacity to develop strategic maritime capabilities from minimal foundation, applicable to other underdeveloped Muslim coastal regions. 3. Rail capacity enhancement. The ML1 railway upgrade, increasing speed and capacity fivefold, showcases ability to modernize existing infrastructure rather than requiring entirely new construction, applicable to resource-constrained security capability development. 4. All-weather road networks. The Karakoram highway upgrade to all-weather standards demonstrates capacity to overcome extreme geographical challenges, applicable to developing military mobility in similarly challenging Muslim regions from Afghanistan to Yemen. 5. Logistics hub development. The integrated development of dry ports, special economic zones, and intermodal facilities creates capability for managing complex logistics flows, directly applicable to military sustainment requirements in crisis. These transportation capabilities directly enhance Pakistan's security by creating strategic depth through multiple supply routes, reducing vulnerability to blockade, and enabling rapid force projection across challenging terrain. Similar transportation integration across the Muslim world would address critical vulnerabilities that currently constrain collective security options. Energy corridor dimensions. Beyond physical transportation, CPEC has established energy corridors that directly address critical security vulnerabilities. 1. Supply diversification. The development of multiple energy import routes, pipeline, electricity transmission, has reduced Pakistan's vulnerability to supply disruption or choke point control, a model for addressing broader Muslim world energy security. 2. Generation capacity enhancement. CPEC energy projects adding over 10,000 megawatts to Pakistan's grid demonstrate capacity to rapidly address critical infrastructure deficiencies even with limited initial resources, applicable to power projection capability development. 3. Indigenous resource utilization. The integration of coal and other domestic resources into the energy mix demonstrates capacity to reduce external dependency through technological application, paralleling security self-sufficiency requirements. 4. Transmission infrastructure security. The development of protected energy transmission corridors provides models for securing critical infrastructure against sabotage or attack, directly applicable to military installation protection. 5. Regional energy market integration. The foundation for electricity trading with Central and South Asian neighbors creates mechanisms for energy cooperation that could extend to broader security relationships. Collaboration through established. These energy security dimensions directly impact military capabilities by ensuring power for defense industries, creating protected supply routes for fuel, and reducing vulnerability to economic coercion through supply manipulation. The energy corridor model could be extended throughout the Muslim world to address similar vulnerabilities that currently constrain security options. Digital Silk Road implementation. CPEC's digital connectivity components create capabilities essential for modern security operations. 1. Cable fiber optic backbone. The Pakistan-China fiber optic provides secure, high-bandwidth communications independent of vulnerable submarine cables, creating model for secure military communications across the Muslim world. 2. Safe city implementations. Integrated urban security systems implemented in major cities demonstrate capacity to apply digital technologies to physical security challenges, applicable to protecting critical infrastructure throughout Muslim world. 3. Surveillance integration. Cross-domain surveillance capabilities combining satellite, aerial, and ground sensors demonstrate comprehensive security monitoring applicable to border protection and critical facility security. 4. Digital economy foundation, e-commerce, digital finance, and smart logistics components create resilient economic functions less vulnerable to physical disruption, enhancing continuity during security challenges. 5. Indigenous technology development. The collaborative development of telecommunication standards and systems demonstrates capacity to reduce dependency on Western technology subject to sanctions or restrictions, addressing critical vulnerability in security systems. These digital infrastructure components directly enhance security capabilities by providing secure communications channels, creating comprehensive surveillance capabilities, and reducing vulnerability to technological sanctions or restrictions. Similar digital connectivity across the Muslim world would address critical vulnerabilities in command, control, communications, and intelligence domains. Financial integration mechanisms. CPEC has pioneered financial integration that creates economic resilience, directly enhancing security capabilities. 1. Currency expanded swap arrangements. The China-Pakistan currency swap arrangement, $40 billion by 2024, demonstrated crisis-resilient financial mechanisms during the May 2025 standoff, providing model for reducing dollar dependency across Muslim world. 2. 3. Alternative payment systems, integration with China's cross-border interbank payment system, CIPS, created alternatives to SWIFT, reducing vulnerability to financial sanctions that frequently accompany security crises. Development finance institutions, the creation of specialized infrastructure financing vehicles demonstrates capacity to mobilize capital for strategic projects despite limited government resources, applicable to security capability development. 4. 5. Islamic finance integration, the pioneering of Sharia-compliant infrastructure financing mechanisms creates models for funding security capabilities throughout Muslim world while maintaining religious authenticity. Direct investment frameworks, special economic zone regulations and protections provide templates for capital attraction that could be applied to defense industrial development throughout Muslim world. These financial mechanisms directly enhance security by reducing vulnerability to economic coercion, creating funding options for capability development despite resource constraints, and establishing economic resilience during crisis. Similar financial integration throughout the Muslim world would address the critical vulnerability of economic dependency that frequently constrains security options. Potential extensions to Central Asia and Middle East. The CPEC model can be systematically extended beyond the bilateral Pakistan-China relationship to create integrated economic corridors throughout the Muslim world, addressing multiple security challenges simultaneously. Central Asian Connectivity Framework. Pakistan's geographic position provides natural connectivity to Central Asia that could be systematically developed. 1. Afghanistan Stabilization Pathway. The proposed extension of CPEC to Afghanistan would create economic incentives for stability while providing Pakistan direct access to Central Asian markets, simultaneously addressing security and development objectives. 2. Trans-Afghanistan Pipeline Completion. The TAPI, Turkmenistan-Afghanistan-Pakistan-India, pipeline, despite implementation challenges, remains viable through CPEC model security arrangements, creating energy security across multiple Muslim nations. 3. Quadrilateral Traffic in Transit Agreement. The Pakistan-China-Kyrgyzstan-Kazakhstan Transit Agreement provides template for multi-country corridor development, applicable throughout fragmented Muslim regions. 4. Complementary resource integration. Pakistan's industrial capacity combined with Central Asian natural resources creates natural economic complementarity, providing foundation for security cooperation beyond transactional arrangements. 5. Rail connectivity restoration. The restoration of historical rail connections disrupted during the Soviet period would recreate integrated economic space, enhancing collective security through economic interdependence. These Central Asian extensions would address multiple Muslim world security challenges simultaneously by reducing external dependency, creating economic incentives for stability in conflict zones, and establishing physical infrastructure connecting currently fragmented Muslim populations. The enhanced connectivity would directly support the proposed security architecture by enabling rapid force mobility across regions currently separated by logistics challenges. Middle Eastern integration potential. Pakistan's westward connectivity potential creates opportunities for transformative integration with the Middle East. 1. Gwadar Gulf shipping routes. Dedicated shipping services between Gwadar and Gulf ports would create maritime connectivity complementing land routes, enhancing resilience against choke point control by external powers. 2. Iran Energy Corridor development. Despite sanctions challenges, the Iran-Pakistan pipeline corridor remains viable through CPEC model financing mechanisms, creating energy integration independent of vulnerable maritime routes. 3. Saudi Vision 2030 complementarity. Pakistan's industrial development zones offer manufacturing capabilities complementing Saudi economic diversification, creating mutual dependency, enhancing security cooperation incentives. 4. Turkish Middle Corridor linkage. Integration with Turkey's Middle Corridor initiative would create continuous connectivity from Istanbul to Kasha, establishing physical foundation for security cooperation across historically fragmented regions. 5. Egypt CPEC Maritime Bridge. Dedicated shipping services connecting Gwadar to Egyptian ports would create alternative to vulnerable Red Sea routes, enhancing strategic resilience during regional conflicts. These Middle Eastern extensions would address critical Muslim world security vulnerabilities by creating alternative connectivity independent of choke points controlled by external powers, establishing economic integration transcending sectarian divisions, and providing physical infrastructure for rapid security assistance during crises. The resulting connectivity would directly enhance the proposed security architecture's operational capability across the historically fragmented Muslim regions. Eurasian integration harmonization. Pakistan's unique position at the intersection of multiple integration initiatives creates opportunity for harmonization that enhances security. 1. Belt and Road synergy. Pakistan's experience integrating CPEC with broader Belt and Road initiative provides model for Muslim countries to maintain strategic autonomy while development, creating subordination. 2. Accessing Chinese maximum infrastructure benefit without SCOECO coordination mechanisms. Pakistan's simultaneous membership in Shanghai Cooperation Organization and Economic Cooperation Organization provides institutional framework for integrating security and economic dimensions applicable throughout Muslim world. 3. Carrick Corridor alignment. The Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation Corridors intersecting Pakistan provide established multinational frameworks for infrastructure development, reducing implementation barriers for security-enhancing connectivity. 4. International North-South Transport Corridor interface. Strategic connections between CPEC and the INSTC would create comprehensive Eurasian connectivity, enhancing Muslim world options for trade routes independent of vulnerable maritime choke points. 5. Multilateral Development Bank coordination. Pakistan's experience coordinating Asian Development Bank, World Bank, and Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank resources for corridor development provides templates for maximizing external financing while maintaining strategic autonomy. This integration harmonization capability directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating capacity to navigate complex international arrangements while maintaining focus on strategic objectives. The resulting multidirectional connectivity would create options for Muslim world interaction with different power centers without dependency on any single patron, a critical capability for collective security architecture. Maritime trade routes and protection. Capabilities. Beyond land corridors, Pakistan's maritime dimension provides critical capabilities for protecting sea lanes essential to Muslim world economic security. Strategic maritime geography utilization. Pakistan's 1,000-kilometer coastline creates maritime presence at one of the world's most critical choke points. 1. Hormuz-Malacca alternative. The development of Gwadar and connecting corridors creates the world's only viable land alternative to the vulnerable Hormuz-Malacca maritime route, dramatically enhancing energy security for China and potentially other Asian nations. 2. Arabian Sea presence. Pakistan's naval bases along the Arabian Sea coastline provide potential security coverage for maritime routes carrying over 60% of global oil trade, a capability no other Muslim nation can offer despite greater resources. 3. Choke point proximity. Pakistan's geographic position provides simultaneous proximity to 3 critical maritime choke points: Hormuz, Bab el-Mandeb, and Malacca, creating unique capability for comprehensive maritime security coordination. 4. Deep water access. The natural deep water ports at Gwadar and potential development at Keti Banda provide capabilities for hosting major naval vessels, essential for projecting maritime security presence. 5. Island territory strategic value. Pakistan's island territories, including Astola Island, provide potential forward maritime security positions, enhancing surveillance and rapid response capabilities throughout northern Arabian Sea. This maritime geography creates capabilities for protecting critical sea lanes that no other Muslim nation, including those with greater economic resources, can provide. The resulting ability to ensure maritime security for energy and commerce represents a unique contribution Pakistan could make to collective Muslim security. Naval modernization and maritime security. Pakistan's Naval Development Program creates capabilities directly applicable to Muslim world maritime security. 1. Blue water evolution. The systematic development from coastal defense to blue water capability demonstrates capacity for naval force development relevant to other Muslim nations beginning from limited maritime traditions. 2. Type 054A-P frigate acquisition. The induction of advanced multi-mission frigates provides models for cost-effective maritime security capability development, balancing advanced requirements. 3. Indigenous technology. Construction with sustainability. Capability. The development of domestic shipbuilding capacity for corvettes and patrol vessels demonstrates pathway for reducing external dependency, applicable throughout Muslim world despite varying resource levels. 4. Maritime domain awareness systems. The integration of shore-based radar, aerial surveillance, and satellite monitoring creates comprehensive maritime picture addressable to broader Muslim maritime security. 5. Counter-piracy operational experience. Pakistan's extensive participation in international counter-piracy operations has developed operational expertise directly applicable to securing Muslim world maritime commerce, a critical security requirement. These naval and maritime security capabilities directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing practical capacity to secure vital shipping lanes upon which Muslim world economies depend. The expansion of these capabilities through the proposed security architecture would address the critical vulnerability of maritime trade routes to disruption during conflict. Gwadar development as security hub. The development of Gwadar represents not merely commercial infrastructure but strategic capability with security dimensions. 1. Deep seaport functionality. The 16-meter depth berths capable of handling the world's largest vessels provide capability for both commercial and naval operations, including potential basing for Muslim Alliance naval forces. 2. Logistics support facilities. The development of ship repair, maintenance, and supply facilities creates capacity to sustain extended maritime security operations, a critical requirement for protecting extended sea lanes. 3. Port naval integration planning. The master plan integration of commercial and potential naval facilities demonstrates dual-use infrastructure development applicable throughout Muslim world with limited resources. 4. Secure communications hub. The landing of multiple submarine fiber optic cables creates secure communications capabilities essential for coordinated maritime security operations across multiple naval forces. 5. Regional Maritime Training Center. The development of training facilities for port operations, maritime security, and naval support functions provides capacity development capability extendable throughout Muslim world. The systematic development of Gwadar from fishing village to strategic port within 2 decades demonstrates Pakistan's capacity to create maritime security infrastructure from minimal foundations, a capability directly applicable to developing similar hubs throughout the Muslim world to protect critical maritime domains from the Mediterranean to the South China Sea. Energy maritime security specialization. Pakistan has developed specialized capabilities for energy maritime security directly applicable to broader Muslim world requirements. 1. LNG terminal security protocols. The development of comprehensive security systems for liquefied natural gas terminals provides protection models for similar vulnerable infrastructure throughout Muslim world energy system. 2. Oil tanker escort operations. Pakistan's naval experience in escorting oil tankers through high-threat areas provides operational expertise applicable to protecting energy shipping throughout Muslim maritime regions. 3. Critical infrastructure protection systems. The integrated physical and electronic security systems protecting energy infrastructure from Karachi to Gwadar provide templates applicable throughout Muslim world's vulnerable energy facilities. 4. Maritime land security integration. The coordination between maritime and land security forces for pipeline and port protection demonstrates integrated security planning applicable to energy corridors throughout Muslim regions. 5. Energy choke point contingency planning. Pakistan's development of alternative supply routes during crisis demonstrates strategic depth creation applicable to broader Muslim world energy security despite geographic constraints. These specialized energy security capabilities directly address one of the Muslim world's most critical vulnerabilities: dependency on maritime energy shipping vulnerable to disruption by external powers. The extension of these capabilities through the proposed security architecture would enhance energy resilience essential for both economic development and military operations during crisis. Economic integration. Security foundation. As beyond specific corridors and routes, Pakistan's approach to economic integration creates foundational capabilities essential for effective security architecture. Crisis-resilient economic design. The May 2025 crisis revealed how Pakistan's economic integration creates resilience directly enhancing security capabilities. 1. Supply chain redundancy. Multiple supply routes through CPEC prevented effective isolation despite attempts to impose maritime restrictions, demonstrating how economic corridor development creates strategic depth. 2. Financial system resilience. The activation of expanded currency swap arrangements with China maintained financial stability despite pressure, providing model for reducing sanctions vulnerability throughout Muslim world. 3. Energy supply continuity. Diversified energy import routes maintained power for essential functions despite targeted disruption attempts, demonstrating how infrastructure redundancy enhances crisis resilience. 4. Digital economy continuity. Secure fiber optic connections independent of vulnerable submarine cables maintained essential communications despite attempts to impose digital isolation, creating model for communication resilience. 5. Industrial production sustainability. The prepositioning of critical raw materials within industrial zones enabled continued production of essential items despite supply chain disruptions, a model for strategic industrial planning applicable throughout Muslim world. This crisis-resilient economic design directly enhances security capabilities by ensuring continuity of essential functions despite attempts to impose isolation, a vulnerability frequently exploited against Muslim nations during security crises. The extension of these resilience principles throughout the proposed security architecture would address critical vulnerabilities currently limiting Muslim world options during confrontation with external powers. Economic development security nexus. Pakistan's corridor development demonstrates the fundamental relationship between economic development and security capability. 1. Domestic resource mobilization. The economic expansion generated by corridor development has increased Pakistan's ability to fund defense capabilities from domestic resources, reducing vulnerability to external security assistance manipulation. 2. Human capital development. Technical training programs associated with corridor projects have created workforce skills directly applicable to defense industrial requirements, enhancing indigenous production capabilities. 3. Industrial-based dual-use potential. The development of manufacturing capabilities in special economic zones creates production capacity adaptable to defense requirements during crisis, enhancing strategic resilience. 4. Technology transfer pathways. Mechanisms established for commercial technology transfer provide channels applicable to defense technology acquisition, reducing dependency on restricted sources. 5. Infrastructure dual functionality. Transportation networks developed for commercial purposes provide mobility capabilities directly usable for military logistics, multiplying effective defense resources. This development security nexus directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating how economic development can be structured to systematically enhance security capabilities despite resource constraints. The application of these principles throughout the Muslim world would address the critical vulnerability of economic underdevelopment that frequently constrains security options. Regional stabilization, economic integration through Pakistan's corridor initiatives demonstrate how economic integration can address security challenges through non-military means. 1. Conflict zone economic stakes. The extension of economic corridors through conflict-affected regions creates stakeholder interests in stability, providing non-military mechanisms for reducing violence essential to security architecture. 2. Cross-border community integration. The development of integrated economic zones at border regions reduces separatist pressures by creating cross-border identification superseding ethnic division, addressing root causes of conflicts that consume security resources. 3. Resource dispute mediation frameworks. Joint development zones for contested resources provide models for transforming potential conflict drivers into cooperation mechanisms, applicable throughout resource-disputed Muslim regions. 4. Opportunity cost manipulation. The creation of economic opportunities along corridor routes increases the cost of participating in extremist activities, providing indirect counter-radicalization operations. 5. Methods complementing security. Demographic pressure relief valves. Economic development in previously marginalized regions reduces migration pressures that frequently generate security challenges, addressing root causes rather than symptoms. These stabilization mechanisms directly enhance Pakistan's security leadership qualification by demonstrating capacity to address complex challenges through multiple approaches beyond purely military means. The application of these principles throughout the proposed security architecture would create a comprehensive approach addressing both symptoms and causes of security challenges facing the Muslim world. Islamic economic integration models. Pakistan has pioneered Islamic economic integration mechanisms directly applicable to Muslim security architecture. 1. Sharia-compliant infrastructure financing. The development of Islamic financial instruments for infrastructure development demonstrates capacity to mobilize capital while maintaining religious authenticity, applicable to funding security capabilities throughout Muslim world. 2. Halal supply chain integration. The development of certified halal industrial zones and logistics corridors provides models for integrating economic activity with religious requirements, enhancing legitimacy essential for security cooperation. 3. Waqf asset development. The innovative utilization of waqf, religious endowment, properties for economic development creates sustainable funding mechanisms potentially applicable to security capability maintenance. 4. Zakat-linked development mechanisms. Systems linking obligatory charitable giving to strategic development projects provide potential models for supplementary security funding without taxation increases. 5. Interest-free reserve pooling. Sharia-compliant mechanisms for pooling monetary reserves create potential models for funding joint security capabilities without interest-based debt, maintaining religious authenticity while enhancing practical capabilities. These Islamic economic models directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for Muslim world security leadership by demonstrating capacity to integrate religious principles with practical development requirements, precisely the combination needed for developing collective security architecture maintaining both effectiveness and authenticity. The application of these models throughout the proposed system would address the frequent tension between Islamic principles and security requirements that has undermined previous cooperation attempts. Conclusion: Economic Foundations for Strategic Transformation. The economic corridors and connectivity initiatives developed by Pakistan provide not merely commercial benefits but fundamental security capabilities essential for Muslim world transformation. By creating physical integration across previously fragmented regions, establishing diversified supply routes independent of vulnerable choke points, and developing crisis-resilient economic structures, these initiatives directly address critical vulnerabilities that have historically constrained Muslim world security options. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor represents not merely a bilateral project but a model for infrastructure-based security enhancement applicable throughout the Muslim world. Its multimodal transportation networks, energy corridor components, digital connectivity systems, and financial integration mechanisms provide templates for developing similar capabilities adapted to local conditions across Muslim regions. The systematic extension of these models to Central Asia and the Middle East would create physical connectivity transcending the historical fragmentation that has undermined collective security efforts. Pakistan's maritime dimensions further enhance its leadership qualifications through capabilities to protect critical sea lanes upon which Muslim world economies depend. The development of blue water naval capacity, specialized energy shipping protection capabilities, and strategic ports like Gwadar creates practical means to secure maritime domains essential for both commerce and security operations. The extension of these capabilities through the proposed security architecture would address the critical vulnerability of maritime trade routes to disruption during conflict. Most importantly, Pakistan's approach to economic integration demonstrates the fundamental relationship between development and security that would underpin the proposed alliance. The crisis-resilient economic design revealed during the May 2025 standoff, the systematic development of dual-use capabilities, and the application of economic tools to regional stabilization all provide models for enhancing security through non-military dimensions. The integration of Islamic economic principles further demonstrates capacity to maintain religious authenticity while developing practical capabilities, a critical requirement for legitimate Muslim world leadership. The economic foundations established through these connectivity initiatives directly qualify Pakistan for Muslim security leadership by demonstrating capacity to develop sophisticated capabilities despite resource constraints, to integrate religious principles with practical requirements, and to implement multi-generational strategic projects despite changing conditions. These same capabilities would be essential for developing the proposed security architecture across the diverse Muslim world facing similar challenges and constraints. As the Muslim world confronts unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, the economic corridor model pioneered by Pakistan provides essential foundation for enhancing both resilience and capability. By systematically developing connectivity that serves both commercial and strategic objectives, creating crisis-resistant economic structures, and establishing physical integration across historically divided regions, these initiatives address the critical vulnerabilities that have previously limited Muslim world security options. The proposed security architecture represents the institutional manifestation of these principles, creating a comprehensive approach that enhances both prosperity and security through systematic integration across currently fragmented Muslim regions. Chapter 19. Technological Edge and Modern Capabilities. And prepare against them whatever you are able of power and of steeds of war by which you may terrify the enemy of Allah and your enemy and others besides them whom you do not know, but Allah knows. Quran 8 hours 60 minutes. Introduction. Technology. Multiplier. As force. The Quranic injunction to prepare whatever you are able of power speaks directly to the central premise of this book, that quality can systematically defeat quantity through superior capabilities rather than numerical mass. In the contemporary security environment, technological edge represents perhaps the most significant quality factor enabling smaller forces to overcome larger adversaries. This divine guidance, revealed 14 centuries ago, remains profoundly relevant in an era where cutting-edge technology serves as the ultimate force multiplier. Pakistan has demonstrated remarkable capacity to develop sophisticated technological capabilities despite resource constraints, international restrictions, and persistent attempts to maintain technological advantage by potential adversaries. This achievement, creating indigenous technological capacity where conventional analysis would deem it impossible, provides both practical capability and powerful model for the broader Muslim world. The technological self-reliance developed by Pakistan directly addresses one of the most critical vulnerabilities facing Muslim nations: dependency on external powers for security-critical systems that frequently comes with political conditions undermining sovereignty. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan revealed the practical impact of these technological capabilities in operational context. Pakistan's employment of sophisticated electronic warfare systems to temporarily blind Indian air defense networks, its utilization of advanced cyber capabilities to protect critical infrastructure from attack while precisely targeting adversary systems, and its demonstration of space-based intelligence capabilities all validated theoretical concepts through practical application. This real-world demonstration established definitively that Pakistan possesses not merely basic technology but sophisticated integration capabilities essential for modern multi-domain operations. This chapter examines Pakistan's technological edge across four critical domains: cyber warfare, electronic warfare, space capabilities, and emerging technologies, analyzing how these capabilities qualify Pakistan for Muslim world security leadership while providing models for broader application throughout the proposed alliance. The analysis moves beyond theoretical potential to examine demonstrated capabilities, institutional frameworks, and development pathways that could be adapted to enhance technological self-reliance throughout the Muslim world. Cyber warfare and digital defense capabilities. In the contemporary security environment, cyber capabilities represent both essential defensive requirement and potential asymmetric equalizer against conventionally superior adversaries. Pakistan has developed sophisticated cyber warfare capabilities that directly address this critical domain while providing models for broader Muslim world application. Strategic cyber defense architecture. Pakistan has implemented comprehensive cyber defense architecture protecting critical national systems while providing models for broader application. 1. Multilayer defense implementation. The National Center for Cybersecurity coordinates layered defenses from infrastructure to application levels across both military and civilian critical systems, creating resilience against sophisticated attacks that routinely penetrate single-layer defenses. 2. Sectoral computer emergency response teams. Specialized certs for energy, finance, telecommunications, and defense sectors provide domain-specific expertise essential for protecting complex systems with unique requirements, enhancing effectiveness compared to generic approaches. 3. Supply chain security protocols. Comprehensive security requirements for technology procurement reduce vulnerability to compromised components, addressing critical risk facing many Muslim nations dependent on imported systems. 4. Cross-domain intelligence integration. The systematic integration of signals intelligence, human intelligence, and open-source information enhances cyber defense through comprehensive threat awareness, providing detection capabilities for sophisticated adversary operations. 5. Indigenous encryption implementation. The development and deployment of locally controlled encryption standards reduces vulnerability to backdoors in foreign systems, addressing fundamental requirement for trusted communications. Security. This strategic architecture directly enhances Pakistan's security leadership qualification by demonstrating capacity to protect national systems despite substantial adversary capabilities and resources. The institutional frameworks and methodologies could be adapted throughout the Muslim world to address similar vulnerabilities in nations currently dependent on external providers for critical security functions. Offensive cyber capabilities development. Beyond defensive systems, Pakistan has developed offensive cyber capabilities that create asymmetric options against conventionally superior adversaries. 1. Precision Target System Disruption. The May 2025 crisis revealed sophisticated capability to temporarily disable specific adversary systems without broader infrastructure damage, demonstrating precision essential for proportionate response options. 2. Advanced Persistent Presence. Established capability to maintain persistent access in adversary networks provides intelligence advantage and potential for precise effects if required, creating strategic advantage despite conventional disadvantages. 3. Custom exploit development. Indigenous capacity to identify vulnerabilities and develop custom exploitation tools reduces dependency on foreign-sourced capabilities that might have hidden limitations or reporting requirements. 4. Counter-C for ISR specialization, focused capability development targeting adversary command, control, communications, computers, and provides viable model for other Muslim nations facing similar resource constraints. Digital Sovereignty Framework. Pakistan has established institutional frameworks for digital sovereignty that address fundamental security requirements. 1. Critical Technology Protection Regulations. The implementation of legal frameworks protecting strategic technologies from foreign control creates sovereignty essential for independent security decision-making. 2. Data localization requirements. Mandatory local storage for sensitive data reduces vulnerability to extraterritorial legal regimes frequently used to compromise Muslim nation security interests. 3. Alternative platform development. The creation of local alternatives to foreign-controlled platforms for critical functions reduces vulnerability to service denial during crisis, a leverage point frequently exploited against Muslim nations. 4. Digital skills development pipeline. Systematic programs developing indigenous expertise reduce dependency on foreign specialists whose access can be restricted precisely when capabilities are most needed. 5. Public-private collaboration framework. The structured integration of private sector capabilities with national security requirements enhances overall capacity while maintaining strategic direction, maximizing limited resources. This digital sovereignty framework addresses one of the most critical vulnerabilities facing Muslim nations: dependency on digital systems controlled by potential adversaries or subject to their legal regimes. The institutional models developed by Pakistan provide templates adaptable throughout the Muslim world despite varying resource levels and technical starting points. Cyber deterrence doctrine development. Pakistan has pioneered cyber deterrence concepts directly applicable to the broader Muslim security architecture. 1. Declared capability without technical disclosure. The strategic communication of cyber capabilities without revealing technical details creates deterrence benefits while preserving operational advantages, an approach particularly valuable for resource-constrained nations. 2. Proportionate response doctrine. Clearly established policies for proportionate response to cyber aggression create predictability that enhances deterrence while maintaining international legitimacy, balancing security and diplomatic requirements. 3. Escalation management frameworks. Sophisticated understanding of cyber-physical escalation dynamics enables operations below conflict thresholds, creating usable capabilities rather than theoretical options too escalatory for practical employment. 4. Attribution capability demonstration. The public attribution of specific attacks with supporting evidence demonstrates forensic capabilities that enhance deterrence through credible threat of exposure, a powerful tool against adversaries sensitive to reputational damage. 5. Non-state actor management. Clear policies holding state sponsors responsible for non-state actor operations from their territory closes proxy deniability gaps in the cyber domain, addressing a frequent vulnerability in international security frameworks. These doctrinal approaches directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating sophisticated understanding of how technical capabilities translate to strategic effects, moving beyond tool development to operational concepts essential for effective employment. The resulting frameworks could be adapted throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to enhance collective cyber deterrence despite varying individual capabilities. Advanced electronic warfare systems. Electronic warfare capabilities represent perhaps the most significant force multiplier in contemporary conflicts, capable of neutralizing advantages in platforms and weapons through control of the electromagnetic spectrum. Pakistan has developed sophisticated electronic warfare capabilities that create asymmetric advantages applicable throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture. Electromagnetic spectrum dominance approach. Pakistan has implemented comprehensive approach to electromagnetic spectrum operations that creates battlefield advantages against numerically superior forces. 1. Full spectrum capability development. Rather than focusing exclusively on communications jamming like many developing nations, Pakistan has developed capabilities across the electromagnetic spectrum, including radar, satellite communications, GPS, and other critical frequencies. 2. Integrated electronic order of battle. The systematic mapping of adversary electromagnetic emissions creates comprehensive understanding essential for effective targeting, moving beyond opportunistic jamming to strategic spectrum planning. 3. Emission control discipline. Sophisticated procedures minimizing electromagnetic signature when required reduces vulnerability to adversary detection and targeting, creating survivability essential for sustained operations. 4. Mobile platform integration. The integration of advanced electronic warfare systems on mobile platforms creates operational flexibility that fixed installations cannot match, enhancing survivability against precision strikes. 5. Indigenous development capacity. The domestic production of critical electronic warfare components reduces vulnerability to supply disruption during precisely the crisis situations when capabilities are most needed. This comprehensive approach to electromagnetic spectrum operations directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating capacity to neutralize conventional advantages of numerically superior adversaries through spectrum dominance. These capabilities could be extended throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to address similar vulnerabilities facing nations with quantitative disadvantages. Air defense electronic protection systems. Pakistan has developed sophisticated electronic protection systems enhancing air defense effectiveness against technologically advanced adversaries. 1. Counter-DED capabilities. Effective systems countering destruction of enemy air defenses operations through frequency agility, emission control, and deception create survivability essential for sustained air defense, addressing critical vulnerability frequently exploited against Muslim nations. 2. Anti-radiation missile countermeasures. Advanced techniques defeating anti-radiation missiles targeting radar emissions enhance air defense persistence in contested environments, creating capability to maintain control despite dedicated suppression efforts. 3. Radar network integration. The integration of multiple radar systems through secure networks creates resilience against jamming or destruction of individual nodes, providing persistent coverage despite advanced electronic attacks. 4. Passive detection systems. Sophisticated passive detection systems identifying aircraft through emissions or visual signatures provide targeting information without revealing defensive positions through radar emissions, creating asymmetric advantage against stealth platforms. 5. GPS denial environment operations. Air defense systems capable of operating effectively in GPS-denied environments maintain capability despite adversary navigation warfare operations, addressing critical vulnerability in many modern systems dependent on satellite navigation. These electronic protection capabilities directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating capacity to maintain effective air defense despite dedicated electronic attack by technologically superior adversaries. The resulting air defense resilience provides essential protection for other forces without which modern operations become effectively impossible against capable adversaries. Offensive electronic attack capabilities. Beyond defensive systems, Pakistan has developed offensive electronic attack capabilities, creating asymmetric advantages against conventionally superior forces. 1. Precision electronic attack, the demonstrated capability to selectively target specific adversary systems while minimizing collateral electromagnetic effects, creates usable options below conflict thresholds, enhancing deterrence through credible employment options. 2. Counter-C for ISR focus, specialized capabilities targeting adversary command and control networks create disproportionate effect by degrading coordination essential for modern operations, neutralizing platform advantages through disruption of their integration. 3. Adaptive electronic attack, systems capable of analyzing and responding to adversary emissions in real time maintain effectiveness despite frequency hopping and other countermeasures, providing persistent capability rather than temporary advantage. 4. Distributed electronic attack, the integration of electronic attack capabilities across multiple platforms and echelons creates resilience against countermeasures while complicating adversary response, enhancing effectiveness through unpredictable attack vectors. 5. Psychological operation integration, the selective targeting of adversary communications for information operation purposes rather than complete denial creates sophisticated options beyond binary jam-TJM choices, enhancing overall effect beyond technical disruption. These offensive electronic warfare capabilities directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing models for developing asymmetric advantage against conventionally superior adversaries, a critical requirement for the broader Muslim world facing similar disparities. The sophisticated integration of these capabilities with broader operations demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis validates their practical effectiveness beyond theoretical potential. Electronic Intelligence Collection Framework. Pakistan has developed sophisticated electronic intelligence capabilities that create information advantage essential for effective operations. 1. Strategic signal monitoring infrastructure, comprehensive ground, air, and maritime signal collection platforms provide persistent coverage of adversary electromagnetic intelligence emissions, creating advantage essential for anticipating adversary operations. 2. 3. 4. Advanced signal processing capabilities, sophisticated analysis systems extracting meaningful intelligence from complex signal environments create usable information from raw data, addressing a critical capability gap in many developing nations with collection platforms but limited processing capability. Pattern analysis methodology, the systematic correlation of signal data with observed activities enables prediction of adversary operations based on electromagnetic signatures, creating early warning essential for effective response with limited forces. Technical development, SIGINT database. Comprehensive Technical Parameters Database for Adversary Systems enables rapid identification and exploitation, creating persistent advantage that denies adversaries benefit from new system introduction preparation. 5. Without corresponding defensive. Lithium fusion process, the systematic integration of electronic intelligence with human source reporting creates comprehensive understanding beyond what either source alone could provide, enhancing overall intelligence picture despite resource constraints. These electronic intelligence capabilities directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating sophisticated approaches to information advantage creation despite resource limitations. The resulting methodologies could be adapted throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to address similar requirements for advanced intelligence despite varying technical starting points. Space program and satellite technology. Space capabilities increasingly represent essential infrastructure for both security and development in the contemporary environment. Pakistan has developed significant space capabilities despite resource constraints, creating models for focused space program development applicable throughout the Muslim world. Indigenous Satellite Development Program. Pakistan has established domestic satellite development capabilities addressing critical security and development requirements. 1. Multipurpose Satellite Bus Platform. The development of standardized satellite bus architecture suitable for multiple mission types creates cost-effective approach to space capability development, essential resource-constrained nations seeking space access. 2. 4. Progressive complexity evolution. The methodical progression from basic to increasingly sophisticated satellites demonstrates sustainable development approach, creating viable model for other Muslim nations beginning from limited foundation. 3. Academic industrial military integration. The effective collaboration between universities, industrial partners, and security agencies maximizes limited resources while maintaining security requirements, addressing development challenges facing many Muslim nations. 4. Critical component development focus. The strategic prioritization of critical component indigenization, particularly those subject to international restrictions, creates self-sufficiency in essential technologies, reducing vulnerability to sanctions or export controls. 5. Test infrastructure development. The establishment of comprehensive testing facilities for space systems enables iterative development essential for capability maturation, addressing a frequent gap preventing space program advancement despite theoretical design capability. This indigenous satellite development capability directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating viable approach to space capability development despite resource constraints and international restrictions. The resulting development model could be adapted throughout the Muslim world to address similar requirements for space capabilities despite varying technical starting points. Earth observation capabilities. Pakistan has developed Earth observation capabilities providing critical intelligence and development applications. 1. High-resolution imaging systems. The progressive development of increasingly capable imaging satellites provides strategic intelligence capabilities independent of foreign providers, addressing critical sovereignty requirement frequently compromised in Muslim nations. 2. Multispectral analysis capability. Advanced sensors operating beyond visible spectrum create comprehensive environmental monitoring supporting both security and development requirements, maximizing utility from limited satellite resources. 3. Synthetic aperture radar development. All-weather imaging capabilities through SAR technology enable persistent monitoring regardless of cloud cover or lighting conditions, creating operational applications. 4. Advantage essential for security. Hydrological monitoring specialization, focused capabilities for water resource monitoring address critical regional security concerns while providing development benefits, demonstrating dual-use approach essential for sustainable space programs. 5. Maritime domain awareness systems. Specialized capabilities for monitoring maritime approaches and exclusive economic zones enhance security in critical domain frequently neglected in developing nation space programs. These Earth observation capabilities directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing independent strategic intelligence essential for sovereign decision-making. The resulting capabilities could be shared throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to enhance collective situational awareness while maintaining independence from potentially compromised commercial or foreign government sources. Communication satellite infrastructure. Pakistan has established secure satellite communications capabilities essential for both development and security. 1. Military-grade security implementation. The implementation of advanced encryption and anti-jamming capabilities creates communications suitable for sensitive security functions, addressing critical vulnerability in commercial systems frequently used by developing nations. 2. Indigenous ground control stations. The development of domestic ground infrastructure reduces vulnerability to foreign control or monitoring of satellite operations, addressing sovereignty requirements essential for secure communications. 3. Remote area connectivity focus, specialized capabilities providing communications in geographically challenging regions address both development requirements and security needs for operations in areas lacking conventional infrastructure. 4. Mobile terminal integration, the development of ground terminals suitable for deployment on mobile platforms creates flexibility essential for security operations, moving beyond fixed infrastructure vulnerable to targeting in conflict. 5. Bandwidth efficiency optimization, advanced signal processing maximizing information transmission within limited bandwidth creates effective capability despite resource constraints, addressing practical limitations facing many developing nation space programs. These communication satellite capabilities directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing secure, sovereign communications essential for independent security operations. The resulting systems could be expanded throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to create integrated communications networks independent of potentially compromised commercial providers. Navigation and timing systems. Pakistan has developed specialized capabilities addressing critical vulnerabilities in satellite navigation dependency. 1. Regional navigation augmentation. The implementation of ground-based augmentation systems enhances accuracy and reliability of global navigation satellite systems within critical regions, addressing operational requirements without full constellation development costs. 2. GPS denial operation capability. The development of systems capable of operating effectively without satellite navigation creates resilience against increasingly common jamming and spoofing operations, addressing critical vulnerability in modern military systems. 3. Precision timing infrastructure. The establishment of independent timing systems reduces vulnerability to navigation warfare targeting timing dependencies in critical infrastructure, protecting essential systems from sophisticated attacks. 4. Alternative positioning technologies. The development of non-satellite positioning systems using terrestrial signals of opportunity creates redundancy essential for operations in contested environments, providing capability even when satellite signals are unavailable. 5. Navigation warfare defense systems. The implementation of capabilities detecting and countering jamming or spoofing of navigation signals protects critical systems dependent on accurate positioning, addressing sophisticated threat dependencies. Vectors targeting fundamental. These navigation and timing capabilities directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by addressing critical vulnerabilities facing all modern military forces. The resulting systems and methodologies could be implemented throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to enhance collective resilience against increasingly common navigation warfare operations by advanced adversaries. Emerging technology adaptation and development. Beyond established capability domains, Pakistan has demonstrated sophisticated approach to emerging technologies that creates future-focused advantage essential for long-term security. Artificial intelligence and machine learning integration. Pakistan has implemented strategic approach to artificial intelligence addressing both opportunities and risks. 1. Indigenous AI development ecosystem. The establishment of comprehensive research, development, and implementation framework creates capability development independent of potentially restricted foreign systems, addressing sovereignty requirements for this critical technology. 2. Battlefield application specialization. The focused development of AI capabilities for specific high-value military applications creates asymmetric advantage despite resource limitations, demonstrating effective prioritization essential for developing nations. 3. Human-machine teaming doctrine. The sophisticated integration of artificial intelligence as human effectiveness multiplier rather than replacement creates usable capabilities. Enhancing existing systems, providing immediate benefits without requiring complete force transformation. 4. Data sovereignty protection. The implementation of comprehensive frameworks ensuring control over data used for AI training addresses critical vulnerability in systems dependent on foreign data processing, protecting sensitive information essential for security applications. 5. Ethical AI development principles. The integration of Islamic ethical frameworks with artificial intelligence development creates systems aligned with cultural values, addressing potential conflicts between technological capability and religious principles that might otherwise limit acceptance. This strategic approach to artificial intelligence directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating sophisticated understanding of both technical and ethical dimensions essential for effective implementation. The resulting frameworks could guide artificial intelligence integration throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture while maintaining alignment with Islamic principles. Unmanned systems ecosystem. Pakistan has developed comprehensive unmanned systems capabilities across multiple domains. 1. Indigenous production capability. The domestic development and production of unmanned aerial, ground, and maritime systems creates persistent capability independent of foreign suppliers, addressing critical sovereignty requirements frequently compromised in this sector. 2. Multi-tier drone architecture. The implementation of layered unmanned aerial capabilities from tactical to strategic levels creates comprehensive intelligence and strike options, maximizing effectiveness across different operational requirements. 3. Counter-UAS capabilities. The parallel development of systems countering adversary unmanned platforms addresses asymmetric threat increasingly employed against conventional forces, creating balanced capability essential for modern operations. 4. Autonomous swarm operations. The demonstration of capabilities for coordinated operation of multiple unmanned systems creates effectiveness exceeding individual platform capabilities, providing force multiplication essential for numerically inferior forces. 5. Manned-unmanned teaming. The integration of unmanned systems with conventional forces creates synergistic capabilities enhancing overall effectiveness, providing model for force modernization without complete replacement of existing assets. These unmanned systems capabilities directly enhance Pakistan's qualification demonstrating for sophistication security leadership by beyond simple platform acquisition to comprehensive ecosystem development. The resulting approaches could be adapted throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to provide cost-effective capability enhancement despite varying resource levels. Quantum technology monitoring and adoption. Pakistan has implemented forward-looking approach to quantum technologies with significant security implications. 1. Quantum computing vulnerability assessment. The systematic evaluation of existing cryptographic systems against quantum computing threats creates preparation essential for maintaining security as this technology matures, addressing future vulnerability often neglected in developing nations. 2. Post-quantum cryptography implementation. The phased adoption of encryption resistant to quantum computing attacks protects sensitive communications against both current and future threats, creating persistence essential for long-term security. 3. Quantum sensing research focus. The strategic development of quantum sensing capabilities for specific security applications creates potential future advantage in detection capabilities, demonstrating investment despite current resource limitations. 4. Forward-looking. International partnership diversification. The establishment of quantum technology cooperation with multiple partners creates access to diverse development paths, reducing dependency on potentially restricted Western sources. 5. Dual-use application emphasis. The focus on quantum technologies with both security and commercial applications creates sustainable development pathway despite resource constraints, providing model for similar development throughout Muslim world. This strategic approach to quantum technologies directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating sophisticated technological developments preparation despite for current future resource limitations. The resulting frameworks could guide similar preparation throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to address collective vulnerabilities to emerging technological threats. Advanced materials and nanotechnology. Pakistan has developed strategic capabilities in advanced materials directly enhancing security applications. 1. Composite materials production. The indigenous development of advanced composites for aerospace and defense applications reduces dependency on restricted foreign materials, addressing critical vulnerability in high-performance platform development. 2. Signature management materials. The focused development of radar-absorbing and infrared-suppressing materials creates survivability enhancement essential for operations against technologically superior adversaries, providing asymmetric advantage despite platform limitations. 3. Armor system enhancement. The application of advanced materials science to protection systems creates defensive capabilities against modern threats, demonstrating quality improvement without requiring complete platform replacement. 4. Additive manufacturing implementation. The strategic adoption of 3D printing for critical components creates resilient supply chains capable of maintaining capability despite disruption, addressing vulnerability frequently exploited during conflict. 5. Indigenous rare earth processing. The development of domestic processing capability for strategic materials reduces vulnerability to supply manipulation, addressing critical dependency affecting many Muslim nations in advanced technology sectors. These advanced materials capabilities directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by addressing fundamental requirements for modern military systems without complete dependency on foreign suppliers. The resulting technologies and development methodologies could be shared throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to enhance collective capabilities while reducing external dependencies. Information operations capabilities. The information domain increasingly represents primary battle space in modern conflicts. Pakistan has developed sophisticated information operations capabilities creating asymmetric advantage applicable throughout the proposed security architecture. Strategic communication infrastructure. Pakistan has established institutional frameworks for effective strategic communication essential in contemporary conflicts. 1. Narrative development methodology. Sophisticated processes integrating religious, cultural, historical and strategic elements create compelling narratives resonating with target audiences, addressing critical requirement frequently neglected in technically focused military establishments. 2. Multi-platform dissemination architecture. Integrated systems capable of coordinated messaging across traditional and digital media create comprehensive reach essential for effective influence, providing models beyond simple social media exploitation common in less developed programs. 3. Feedback analysis capability. Advanced systems measuring message effectiveness and audience response enable iterative improvement essential for competing in contested information environments, moving beyond one-way broadcast models to sophisticated engagement. 4. Counter-narrative rapid response. Institutional frameworks enabling quick response to adversary messaging create defensive capability essential in modern information environment, addressing vulnerability frequently exploited against Muslim nations during crisis. 5. Cultural authenticity preservation. The systematic integration of cultural and religious expertise in strategic communication ensures authentic messaging aligned with Islamic principles, creating resonance frequently lacking in purely technical approaches. These strategic communication capabilities directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating sophisticated understanding of information domain central to modern conflict. The resulting institutional frameworks and methodologies could be adapted throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to enhance collective effectiveness in contested information environments. Cyber electromagnetic activities integration. Pakistan has developed sophisticated integration between cyber and electromagnetic operations creating synergistic effects. 1. Joint cyber electronic warfare planning. Unified planning processes integrating cyber and electromagnetic spectrum operations create coordinated effects exceeding what either domain could achieve independently, demonstrating sophistication beyond parallel operations. 2. Precision effect targeting. The capability to precisely target specific adversary systems through combined cyber electromagnetic means creates usable options below conventional conflict through credible options. 3. Infrastructure. Threshold, enhancing deterrence. Protection integration, comprehensive defense combining cybersecurity with electronic protection measures creates resilient systems resistant to sophisticated attacks, addressing vulnerabilities frequently exploited against Muslim nations. 4. Domain convergence doctrine, sophisticated understanding of how effects cross between cyber, electromagnetic, and physical domains enables operations creating disproportionate impact through domain interaction, maximizing effect from limited resources. 5. Temporary versus persistent effects planning, strategic differentiation between temporary effects, primarily electromagnetic, and persistent effects, primarily cyber, creates nuanced options for different operational requirements, demonstrating sophistication beyond capability demonstration to practical application. This cyber-electromagnetic integration directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating operational sophistication essential for effective employment of technical capabilities. The resulting doctrinal approaches could be implemented throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to enhance collective effectiveness despite varying individual technical capabilities. Social media operations capability. Pakistan has developed sophisticated social media capabilities addressing modern information environment requirements. 1. Narrative amplification networks. The development of systems capable of reinforcing key messages across platforms creates effectiveness exceeding individual platform operations, demonstrating understanding of modern information environment dynamics. 2. Counter-disinformation systems. Specialized capabilities detecting and countering adversary disinformation campaigns provide defensive mechanisms essential in contemporary conflicts, addressing vulnerability frequently exploited against Muslim nations. 3. Hashtag campaign orchestration. The coordinated deployment of trending topics creates attention-focusing capability essential for modern narrative competition, demonstrating practical application beyond theoretical understanding. 4. Influencer network development. Systematic approaches to cultivating authentic voices aligned with strategic narratives create persuasive capability exceeding obvious official messaging, providing models beyond simplistic propaganda frequently employed in less sophisticated programs. 5. Analytics-driven message refinement. Advanced systems measuring audience engagement and message resonance enable iterative improvement essential for effectiveness, creating sophisticated capabilities beyond basic content generation. These social media capabilities directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating practical effectiveness in the digital battlefield increasingly central to modern conflict. The resulting methodologies could be shared throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to enhance collective effectiveness in contested information environments where Muslim narratives frequently face systematic suppression. Cognitive security framework. Pakistan has pioneered sophisticated approaches addressing cognitive dimension of security. 1. Societal resilience development. Comprehensive programs building public resistance to adversary influence. Operations create defensive capability essential in modern information environment, addressing vulnerability frequently exploited against Muslim nations. 2. Narrative immunization strategy. Sophisticated approaches preparing populations for anticipated adversary messaging create preemptive defense more effective than reactive countermeasures, demonstrating strategic rather than tactical focus. 3. Cross-platform consistency maintenance. Institutional frameworks ensuring consistent messaging across traditional and digital media create coherent narrative essential for credibility, addressing fragmentation common in less coordinated approaches. 4. Vulnerability. Religious authority integration. The systematic involvement of credible religious voices creates authenticity and legitimacy exceeding what purely political messaging could achieve, leveraging unique potential of Islamic framework for comprehensive approach. 5. Historical narrative preservation. The protection and promotion of historical understanding creates foundation resistant to adversary attempts at identity manipulation, addressing fundamental vulnerability targeting Muslim historical consciousness. This cognitive security framework directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by addressing fundamental dimension frequently neglected in technology-focused approaches. The resulting methodologies could be implemented throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to enhance collective resilience against sophisticated influence operations specifically targeting Islamic societies. Conclusion: technological sovereignty as strategic imperative. Pakistan's technological edge and modern capabilities provide not merely tactical advantages but strategic independence essential for authentic security leadership. By developing sophisticated systems across cyber, electronic warfare, space, and emerging technology domains despite resource constraints and international restrictions, Pakistan has created both practical capabilities and development models directly applicable to the broader Muslim world facing similar challenges. The cyber warfare capabilities, both defensive and offensive, address one of the most critical vulnerabilities facing Muslim nations: dependency on digital systems susceptible to exploitation precisely during security crises. Pakistan's development of comprehensive cyber defense architecture protecting critical infrastructure, sophisticated offensive capabilities providing asymmetric options, and institutional frameworks ensuring digital sovereignty provides models adaptable throughout the proposed security architecture despite varying resource levels and technical starting points. The electronic warfare systems similarly create asymmetric advantage essential for numerically inferior forces facing technologically advanced adversaries. Pakistan's implementation of electromagnetic spectrum dominance approaches, advanced electronic protection systems maintaining air defense effectiveness despite suppression efforts, and offensive capabilities creating disproportionate effects against integrated adversary systems demonstrates practical application of quality defeating quantity through technological edge. The space program and satellite technology capabilities further enhance Pakistan's leadership qualification by providing independent intelligence, communications, and navigation essential for sovereign security operations. The methodical development of Earth observation satellites, secure communication systems, and specialized capabilities addressing critical vulnerabilities in navigation dependency demonstrates viable approach to space capability development applicable throughout the Muslim world despite resource constraints. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistan's sophisticated approach to emerging technologies, from artificial intelligence to quantum computing, demonstrates forward-looking perspective essential for long-term security in rapidly evolving technological environment. The strategic frameworks for indigenous development, ethical implementation aligned with Islamic principles, and systematic vulnerability assessment create models for technological sovereignty that would benefit the entire Muslim world facing similar challenges. The May 2025 crisis provided operational validation of these technological capabilities, demonstrating their practical effectiveness beyond theoretical potential. Pakistan's employment of sophisticated cyber operations protecting critical infrastructure while precisely targeting adversary systems, its utilization of advanced electronic warfare creating temporary windows of advantage despite adversary technological superiority, and its demonstration of space-based intelligence capabilities providing comprehensive situational awareness established definitively that these systems represent operational rather than merely aspirational capabilities. As the Muslim world confronts unprecedented technological challenges in the 21st century, Pakistan's demonstrated capabilities provide both models and practical foundation for collective advantage. The proposed security architecture would leverage these capabilities through shared development methodologies, technology transfer within alliance frameworks, and coordinated employment creating synergistic effects beyond what individual nations could achieve independently. This technological dimension directly addresses one of the most critical vulnerabilities currently facing Muslim nations: dependency on potentially restricted foreign technologies for essential security functions. The Quranic injunction to prepare whatever you are able of power finds modern manifestation in these technological capabilities that create deterrence through quality rather than quantity. As with the steeds of war referenced in the verse, contemporary technology serves as force multiplier, enabling smaller forces to achieve effects disproportionate to their numerical strength. Pakistan's systematic development of these capabilities despite constraints demonstrates practical application of this divine guidance, creating models for technological sovereignty that would benefit the entire Muslim world through the proposed security architecture. Section C. Ideological and Soft Power Resources. Chapter 20. Pakistan's Islamic Identity and Legitimacy. And thus we have made you a median, just community that you will be witnesses over the people and the messenger will be a witness over you. Quran 2:143. Introduction, the spiritual foundation of security leadership. The Quranic designation of the Muslim Ummah as a median community, Ummatan Wasatan, establishes the ideal of balanced excellence that integrates spiritual commitment with worldly effectiveness. This divine mandate creates not merely permission but obligation for Muslims to establish frameworks that protect their faith, lands, and peoples while embodying Islamic principles. Security leadership in the Muslim world requires not only material capabilities but spiritual authenticity that resonates with the Ummah's religious consciousness. Pakistan stands uniquely positioned among Muslim-majority states in its foundational commitment to Islamic identity while demonstrating practical capability in contemporary security challenges. Unlike secular Muslim states that marginalize religion to the private sphere, or authoritarian regimes that manipulate religious symbolism without substantive implementation, Pakistan's national identity emerges from a genuine synthesis of Islamic principles with modern state functions. This distinctive combination, institutional commitment to Islamic identity with demonstrated capability in security domains, creates unmatched legitimacy for leadership in the Muslim world's collective security architecture. The very founding of Pakistan represents perhaps history's most significant modern example of state formation explicitly motivated by Islamic identity preservation. Unlike most Muslim-majority states whose boundaries were determined primarily by colonial administrative convenience or dynastic territorial claims, Pakistan emerged through democratic movements specifically focused on creating space for Islamic civilization's continuation in the modern state system. This unique genesis creates religious legitimacy for security leadership that no other Muslim state can claim with equal authenticity. This chapter examines Pakistan's Islamic identity and legitimacy for security leadership across 5 dimensions: founding vision as Islamic Republic, religious institutions and scholarly influence, historical role in Muslim causes worldwide, cultural and religious connections across the Muslim world, and potential for ideological leadership in Muslim unity. The analysis moves beyond symbolic aspects to examine substantive manifestations of Islamic principles in Pakistan's approach to security and international relations, demonstrating how religious authenticity enhances rather than constrains effective leadership in contemporary challenges. Founding vision as Islamic Republic. Pakistan's establishment as an explicitly Islamic state creates foundational legitimacy for Muslim world security leadership through demonstrated commitment to religious identity as organizing principle for modern governance. Ideological genesis and two-nation theory. The intellectual foundations of Pakistan provide unique religious legitimacy for security leadership. 1. Islamic civilizational continuity. The two-nation theory articulated by Muhammad Iqbal and Muhammad Ali Jinnah established Islamic civilizational preservation as fundamental state purpose, creating unmatched clarity of religious mission compared to states formed primarily through dynastic claims or colonial boundaries. 2. Democratic Islamic movement. Pakistan's creation through mass popular movement rather than elite imposition demonstrated practical manifestation of Islamic political consciousness, establishing legitimacy through authentic public commitment rather than imposed ideology. 3. Religious freedom imperative. The founding emphasis on securing space for unhindered Islamic practice established protection of faith as core security objective, directly connecting religious and security dimensions in state purpose. For modern state Islamic synthesis, the explicit goal of developing governance synthesizing Islamic principles with modern state functions created unique intellectual project distinct from both secularization and medieval restoration, demonstrating forward-looking religious vision essential for contemporary leadership. 5. Constitutional religious identity. The formal designation as Islamic Republic in constitutional documents created institutional commitment to religious principles, establishing framework where Islamic considerations naturally inform security decisions without artificial separation. This founding vision provides unmatched legitimacy for security leadership by establishing Islamic identity protection as fundamental state purpose rather than secondary consideration. Pakistan's intellectual genesis specifically focused on creating space for Islamic civilization's continuation in modern international system directly qualifies it for leadership in protecting broader Muslim world security interests with similar religious foundation. Constitutional Islamic provisions. Pakistan's constitutional framework integrates Islamic principles with state functions in ways directly relevant to security leadership. 1. Sovereignty definition. The constitutional acknowledgement of Allah's sovereignty as ultimate authority establishes framework where security decisions reflect divine guidance rather than merely human calculation, creating spiritual foundation for leadership transcending material considerations. 2. Islamic principles requirement. The constitutional obligation that laws conform with Islamic teachings creates consistent religious reference point for security policy, ensuring alignment between strategic decisions and faith commitments. 3. Religious rights protection. The robust constitutional protection for religious practice establishes model for how diverse Islamic interpretations can coexist within unified security framework, addressing critical challenge in proposed Muslim security architecture. 4. Council of Islamic Ideology. The institutional framework advising on legislation's conformity with Islamic principles demonstrates practical mechanism for religious security integration, providing model adaptable to collective security institutions. 5. Laws Federal Shariat Court. The judicial body ensuring compliance with Islamic injunctions establishes accountability mechanism maintaining religious authenticity, creating model for ensuring collective security decisions remain aligned with faith principles. These constitutional provisions directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating practical integration of Islamic principles with modern state functions. The resulting frameworks provide models for how the proposed Muslim security architecture could maintain religious authenticity while addressing contemporary challenges, moving beyond rhetorical commitments to institutional implementation. Islamization periods and evolution. Pakistan's historical experience with various approaches to Islamic governance provides valuable lessons for Muslim security architecture. 1. Evolutionary approach. Pakistan's experience integrating Islamic principles into governance through multiple phases rather than immediate transformation demonstrates practical wisdom applicable to gradual development of Muslim security architecture, avoiding destabilizing revolutionary approaches. 2. Diverse implementation models. The historical experience with different Islamization approaches, from Ayub Khan's modernist interpretation to Zia-ul Haq's more traditional implementation, provides lessons about various pathways for integrating religious principles with security functions. 3. Practical adaptability. The adjustment of Islamic governance approaches to changing conditions demonstrates flexibility essential for security leadership, avoiding rigid interpretations that might constrain effective response to evolving threats. 4. Stability through moderation. The historical stabilization around centrist Islamic approach avoiding both secular marginalization and extreme implementation demonstrates wisdom applicable to developing broadly acceptable security framework across diverse Muslim societies. 5. Democratic religious synthesis. The progressive integration of democratic processes with Islamic principles demonstrates viability of religious-centered security architecture that maintains both effectiveness and legitimacy, addressing frequent tension between these dimensions. Pakistan's evolutionary experience with Islamization provides valuable learning applicable to developing Muslim security architecture that maintains religious authenticity while adapting to contemporary challenges. The historical process demonstrates practical wisdom essential for leadership, moving beyond idealistic visions to implementable frameworks that enhance security while maintaining faith commitment. Post-2001 Islamic identity defense. Pakistan's defense of its Islamic identity amidst intense pressure following September 2001 demonstrates principled resilience essential for security leadership. 1. External pressure resistance. Pakistan's maintenance of Islamic identity despite extreme diplomatic, economic, and military pressure to adopt secular security paradigms demonstrated principled commitment essential for credible Muslim world leadership. 2. Balance maintenance. The successful navigation between cooperation with international security objectives and preservation of core Islamic principles established model for pragmatic engagement without identity compromise, directly applicable to Muslim security architecture. 3. Religious strategic integration. The incorporation of Islamic considerations into strategic decisions regarding Afghanistan, counterterrorism, and regional security demonstrated practical religious security synthesis, moving beyond rhetorical commitment to operational implementation. 4. Internal extremism rejection. Pakistan's simultaneous defense of Islamic identity against both external secularization pressure and internal extremist distortion demonstrated balanced approach mainstream essential Muslim leadership, avoiding both abandonment and corruption of religious principles. 4. 5. Institutional religious resilience. The strengthening rather than weakening of Islamic institutional frameworks despite external pressure demonstrated commitment beyond political expediency, establishing credibility essential for faith-based leadership. This demonstrated resilience directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for Muslim world security leadership by establishing principled commitment to Islamic identity despite enormous contrary pressure. The resulting credibility provides essential foundation for leading collective security architecture where religious authenticity represents non-negotiable requirement for legitimate authority. Religious institutions, influence, and scholarly. Beyond constitutional provisions, Pakistan has developed sophisticated religious institutional frameworks that provide essential legitimacy for security leadership through authentic Islamic guidance. Council of Islamic Ideology Institutional Model. Pakistan's Council of Islamic Ideology creates institutional framework for integrating religious guidance with state functions. 1. Structured religious state consultation, the formal process for religious scholars advising government functions. Provides model for integrating Islamic guidance with security decisions, addressing separation frequently undermining Muslim security effectiveness. 2. Diverse scholarly representation. The Council's inclusion of scholars from multiple Islamic traditions demonstrates institutional framework for maintaining unity despite interpretive differences, addressing critical challenge for collective Muslim security. 5. Historical narrative preservation. The protection and promotion of historical understanding creates foundation resistant to adversary attempts at identity manipulation, addressing fundamental vulnerability targeting Muslim historical consciousness. This cognitive security framework directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by addressing fundamental dimension frequently neglected in technology-focused approaches. The resulting methodologies could be implemented throughout the proposed Muslim security architecture to enhance collective resilience against sophisticated influence operations specifically targeting Islamic societies. Conclusion: technological sovereignty as strategic imperative. Pakistan's technological edge and modern capabilities provide not merely tactical advantages but strategic independence essential for authentic security leadership. By developing sophisticated systems across cyber, electronic warfare, space, and emerging technology domains despite resource constraints and international restrictions, Pakistan has created both practical capabilities and development models directly applicable to the broader Muslim world facing similar challenges. The cyber warfare capabilities, both defensive and offensive, address one of the most critical vulnerabilities facing Muslim nations: dependency on digital systems susceptible to exploitation precisely during security crises. Pakistan's development of comprehensive cyber defense architecture protecting critical infrastructure, sophisticated offensive capabilities providing asymmetric options, and institutional frameworks ensuring digital sovereignty provides models adaptable throughout the proposed security architecture despite varying resource levels and technical starting points. The electronic warfare systems similarly create asymmetric advantage essential for numerically inferior forces facing technologically advanced adversaries. Pakistan's implementation of electromagnetic spectrum dominance approaches, advanced electronic protection systems maintaining air defense effectiveness despite suppression efforts, and offensive capabilities creating disproportionate effects against integrated adversary systems demonstrates practical application of quality defeating quantity through technological edge. The space program and satellite technology capabilities further enhance Pakistan's leadership qualification by providing independent intelligence, communications, and navigation essential for sovereign security operations. The methodical development of Earth observation satellites, secure communication systems, and specialized capabilities addressing critical vulnerabilities in navigation dependency demonstrates viable approach to space capability development applicable throughout the Muslim world despite resource constraints. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistan's sophisticated approach to emerging technologies, from artificial intelligence to quantum computing, demonstrates forward-looking perspective essential for long-term security in rapidly evolving technological environment. The strategic frameworks for indigenous development, ethical implementation aligned with Islamic principles, and systematic vulnerability assessment create models for technological sovereignty that would benefit the entire Muslim world facing similar challenges. The May 2025 crisis provided operational validation of these technological capabilities, demonstrating their practical effectiveness beyond theoretical potential. Pakistan's employment of sophisticated cyber operations protecting critical infrastructure while precisely targeting adversary systems, its utilization of advanced electronic warfare creating temporary windows of advantage despite adversary technological superiority, and its demonstration of space-based intelligence capabilities providing comprehensive situational awareness established definitively that these systems represent operational rather than merely aspirational capabilities. As the Muslim world confronts unprecedented technological challenges in the 21st century, Pakistan's demonstrated capabilities provide both models and practical foundation for collective advantage. The proposed security architecture would leverage these capabilities through shared development methodologies, technology transfer within alliance frameworks, and coordinated employment creating synergistic effects beyond what individual nations could achieve independently. This technological dimension directly addresses one of the most critical vulnerabilities currently facing Muslim nations: dependency on potentially restricted foreign technologies for essential security functions. The Quranic injunction to prepare whatever you are able of power finds modern manifestation in these technological capabilities that create deterrence through quality rather than quantity. As with the steeds of war referenced in the verse, contemporary technology serves as force multiplier, enabling smaller forces to achieve effects disproportionate to their numerical strength. Pakistan's systematic development of these capabilities despite constraints demonstrates practical application of this divine guidance, creating models for technological sovereignty that would benefit the entire Muslim world through the proposed security architecture. Section C, Ideological and Soft Power Resources. Chapter 20. Pakistan's Islamic Identity and Legitimacy. And thus we have made you a median, just community that you will be witnesses over the people and the messenger will be a witness over you. Quran 2:143. Introduction, the spiritual foundation of security leadership. The Quranic designation of the Muslim Ummah as a median community, Ummatan Wasatan, establishes the ideal of balanced excellence that integrates spiritual commitment with worldly effectiveness. This divine mandate creates not merely permission but obligation for Muslims to establish frameworks that protect their faith, lands, and peoples while embodying Islamic principles. Security leadership in the Muslim world requires not only material capabilities but spiritual authenticity that resonates with the Ummah's religious consciousness. Pakistan stands uniquely positioned among Muslim-majority states in its foundational commitment to Islamic identity while demonstrating practical capability in contemporary security challenges. Unlike secular Muslim states that marginalize religion to the private sphere, or authoritarian regimes that manipulate religious symbolism without substantive implementation, Pakistan's national identity emerges from a genuine synthesis of Islamic principles with modern state functions. This distinctive combination, institutional commitment to Islamic identity with demonstrated capability in security domains, creates unmatched legitimacy for leadership in the Muslim world's collective security architecture. The very founding of Pakistan represents perhaps history's most significant modern example of state formation explicitly motivated by Islamic identity preservation. Unlike most Muslim-majority states whose boundaries were determined primarily by colonial administrative convenience or dynastic territorial claims, Pakistan emerged through democratic movements specifically focused on creating space for Islamic civilization's continuation in the modern state system. This unique genesis creates religious legitimacy for security leadership that no other Muslim state can claim with equal authenticity. This chapter examines Pakistan's Islamic identity and legitimacy for security leadership across 5 dimensions: founding vision as Islamic Republic, religious institutions and scholarly influence, historical role in Muslim causes worldwide, cultural and religious connections across the Muslim world, and potential for ideological leadership in Muslim unity. The analysis moves beyond symbolic aspects to examine substantive manifestations of Islamic principles in Pakistan's approach to security and international relations, demonstrating how religious authenticity enhances rather than constrains effective leadership in contemporary challenges. Founding vision as Islamic Republic. Pakistan's establishment as an explicitly Islamic state creates foundational legitimacy for Muslim world security leadership through demonstrated commitment to religious identity as organizing principle for modern governance. Ideological genesis and two-nation theory. The intellectual foundations of Pakistan provide unique religious legitimacy for security leadership. 1. Islamic civilizational continuity. The two-nation theory articulated by Muhammad Iqbal and Muhammad Ali Jinnah established Islamic civilizational preservation as fundamental state purpose, creating unmatched clarity of religious mission compared to states formed primarily through dynastic claims or colonial boundaries. 2. Democratic Islamic movement. Pakistan's creation through mass popular movement rather than elite imposition demonstrated practical manifestation of Islamic political consciousness, establishing legitimacy through authentic public commitment rather than imposed ideology. 3. Religious freedom imperative. The founding emphasis on securing space for unhindered Islamic practice established protection of faith as core security objective, directly connecting religious and security dimensions in state purpose. 4. Modern state Islamic synthesis. The explicit goal of developing governance synthesizing Islamic principles with modern state functions created unique intellectual project distinct from both secularization and medieval restoration, demonstrating forward-looking religious vision essential for contemporary leadership. 5. Constitutional religious identity. The formal designation as Islamic Republic in constitutional documents created institutional commitment to religious principles, establishing framework where Islamic considerations naturally inform security decisions without artificial separation. This founding vision provides unmatched legitimacy for security leadership by establishing Islamic identity protection as fundamental state purpose rather than secondary consideration. Pakistan's intellectual genesis specifically focused on creating space for Islamic civilization's continuation in modern international system directly qualifies it for leadership in protecting broader Muslim world security interests with similar religious foundation. Constitutional Islamic provisions. Pakistan's constitutional framework integrates Islamic principles with state functions in ways directly relevant to security leadership. 1. Sovereignty definition. The constitutional acknowledgement of Allah's sovereignty as ultimate authority establishes framework where security decisions reflect divine guidance rather than merely human calculation, creating spiritual foundation for leadership transcending material considerations. 2. Islamic principles requirement. The constitutional obligation that laws conform with Islamic teachings creates consistent religious reference point for security policy, ensuring alignment between strategic decisions and faith commitments. 3. Religious rights protection. The robust constitutional protection for religious practice establishes model for how diverse Islamic interpretations can coexist within unified security framework, addressing critical challenge in proposed Muslim security architecture. 4. Council of Islamic Ideology. The institutional framework advising on legislation's conformity with Islamic principles demonstrates practical mechanism for religious security integration, providing model adaptable to collective security institutions. 5. Laws Federal Shariat Court. The judicial body ensuring compliance with Islamic injunctions establishes accountability mechanism maintaining religious authenticity, creating model for ensuring collective security decisions remain aligned with faith principles. These constitutional provisions directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating practical integration of Islamic principles with modern state functions. The resulting frameworks provide models for how the proposed Muslim security architecture could maintain religious authenticity while addressing contemporary challenges, moving beyond rhetorical commitments to institutional implementation. Islamization periods and evolution. Pakistan's historical experience with various approaches to Islamic governance provides valuable lessons for Muslim security architecture. 1. Evolutionary approach. Pakistan's experience integrating Islamic principles into governance through multiple phases rather than immediate transformation demonstrates practical wisdom applicable to gradual development of Muslim security architecture, avoiding destabilizing revolutionary approaches. 2. Diverse implementation models. The historical experience with different Islamization approaches, from Ayub Khan's modernist interpretation to Zia-ul Haq's more traditional implementation, provides lessons about various pathways for integrating religious principles with security functions. 3. Practical adaptability. The adjustment of Islamic governance approaches to changing conditions demonstrates flexibility essential for security leadership, avoiding rigid interpretations that might constrain effective response to evolving threats. 4. Stability through moderation. The historical stabilization around centrist Islamic approach avoiding both secular marginalization and extreme implementation demonstrates wisdom applicable to developing broadly acceptable security framework across diverse Muslim societies. 5. Democratic religious synthesis. The progressive integration of democratic processes with Islamic principles demonstrates viability of religious-centered security architecture that maintains both effectiveness and legitimacy, addressing frequent tension between these dimensions. Pakistan's evolutionary experience with Islamization provides valuable learning applicable to developing Muslim security architecture that maintains religious authenticity while adapting to contemporary challenges. The historical process demonstrates practical wisdom essential for leadership, moving beyond idealistic visions to implementable frameworks that enhance security while maintaining faith commitment. Post-2001 Islamic identity defense. Pakistan's defense of its Islamic identity amidst intense pressure following September 2001 demonstrates principled resilience essential for security leadership. 1. External pressure resistance. Pakistan's maintenance of Islamic identity despite extreme diplomatic, economic, and military pressure to adopt secular security paradigms demonstrated principled commitment essential for credible Muslim world leadership. 2. Balance maintenance. The successful navigation between cooperation with international security objectives and preservation of core Islamic principles established model for pragmatic engagement without identity compromise, directly applicable to Muslim security architecture. 3. Religious strategic integration. The incorporation of Islamic considerations into strategic decisions regarding Afghanistan, counterterrorism, and regional security demonstrated practical religious security synthesis, moving beyond rhetorical commitment to operational implementation. For internal extremism rejection, Pakistan's simultaneous defense of Islamic identity against both external secularization pressure and internal extremist distortion demonstrated balanced approach mainstream essential Muslim leadership, avoiding both abandonment and corruption of religious principles. 4. 5. Institutional religious resilience, the strengthening rather than weakening of Islamic institutional frameworks despite external pressure demonstrated commitment beyond political expediency, establishing credibility essential for faith-based leadership. This demonstrated resilience directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for Muslim world security leadership by establishing principled commitment to Islamic identity despite enormous contrary pressure. The resulting credibility provides essential foundation for leading collective security architecture where religious authenticity represents non-negotiable requirement for legitimate authority. Religious institutions, influence, and scholarly. Beyond constitutional provisions, Pakistan has developed sophisticated religious institutional frameworks that provide essential legitimacy for security leadership through authentic Islamic guidance. Council of Islamic Ideology Institutional Model. Pakistan's Council of Islamic Ideology creates institutional framework for integrating religious guidance with state functions. 1. Structured religious state consultation, the formal process for religious scholars advising government functions. Provides model for integrating Islamic guidance with security decisions, addressing separation frequently undermining Muslim security effectiveness. 2. Diverse scholarly representation, the Council's inclusion of scholars from multiple Islamic traditions demonstrates institutional framework for maintaining unity despite interpretive differences, addressing critical challenge for collective Muslim security. 3. Proactive issue analysis, the Council's capability to address emerging challenges before crisis points creates capacity for thoughtful religious guidance rather than reactive pronouncements, essential for architecture. 4. Sophisticated security. Religious technical integration, the coordination between religious scholars and domain experts creates framework for addressing complex modern security challenges without sacrificing either technical effectiveness or religious authenticity. 5. Transparency mechanisms, the publication of Council recommendations creates accountability enhancing both religious and democratic legitimacy, addressing frequent tension between these dimensions in Muslim governance. This institutional model directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating practical framework for integrating authentic religious guidance with contemporary state functions. The resulting approach could be adapted for the proposed Muslim security architecture to maintain religious legitimacy while addressing complex modern challenges requiring technical expertise. Diverse Islamic educational ecosystem. Pakistan maintains diverse Islamic educational institutions creating intellectual depth essential for security leadership. 1. Traditional madrasa networks. The extensive traditional religious education system maintains scholarly continuity essential for religious legitimacy, providing authentic Islamic perspective frequently absent in more secularized Muslim states. 2. Modern Islamic universities. Institutions like International Islamic University Islamabad demonstrate successful integration of traditional Islamic knowledge with contemporary disciplines, creating intellectual synthesis essential for addressing modern security challenges within religious framework. 3. Islamic research institutes. Specialized centers focusing on application of Islamic principles to contemporary issues provide intellectual resources for developing religiously authentic security frameworks, addressing gap between classical jurisprudence and modern challenges. 4. Mainstream university Islamic departments. The robust Islamic studies departments within general universities create religious literacy among technical experts, facilitating integration essential for effective security architecture. 5. Cross-sectarian dialogues. Institutional frameworks promoting understanding across different Islamic interpretations demonstrate capacity for building unity despite diversity, addressing critical challenge for collective Muslim security architecture. This educational ecosystem directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by maintaining intellectual resources essential for developing religiously authentic security frameworks. The resulting capability to provide Islamic perspectives on contemporary challenges would benefit the entire proposed security architecture through shared intellectual resources addressing common requirements. Religious authority in security discourse. Pakistan has developed effective integration of religious authority with security decision-making. 1. Military chaplaincy system. The robust religious guidance structure within military institutions creates framework for maintaining Islamic principles during operations, ensuring security actions remain aligned with faith requirements. 2. Religious scholar security clearances. The established systems granting appropriate security access to religious authorities enables informed guidance on sensitive matters, addressing frequent disconnection between religious and security establishments in Muslim states. 3. Islamic just war doctrine development. Pakistan's sophisticated development of contemporary just war principles based on Islamic tradition creates religious framework for legitimate force employment, providing guidance essential for collective security operations. 4. A nuclear ethics religious framework. The explicit integration of Islamic ethics in nuclear doctrine demonstrates capacity to address most consequential security decisions within religious framework, establishing precedent for similar challenges in proposed architecture. 5. Counter-extremism religious strategy. The systematic engagement of mainstream religious authorities in countering extremist narratives creates effective alternative to purely security-based approaches, addressing ideological dimensions essential for comprehensive security. This integration of religious authority in security matters directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for leadership by demonstrating practical mechanisms for maintaining Islamic authenticity in contemporary operations. The resulting frameworks provide models adaptable throughout the proposed security architecture to maintain religious legitimacy while addressing complex modern threats. International religious diplomacy capacity. Pakistan has developed significant capabilities for religious engagement across the Muslim world. 1. Religious scholar exchange programs. Extensive networks facilitating scholarly exchange between Pakistani institutions and counterparts throughout Muslim world create relationships essential for building consensus on security cooperation. 2. Islamic conference active participation. Consistent leadership in organization of Islamic cooperation and related forums demonstrates capability to articulate religious perspectives in diplomatic contexts, essential for developing legitimate security architecture. 3. Religious mediation credentials. Demonstrated capability to mediate tensions involving religious dimensions creates valuable asset for addressing internal conflicts within proposed security framework. 4. Muslim minority advocacy expertise. Pakistan's consistent advocacy for Muslim minorities worldwide establishes credibility essential for protecting vulnerable Muslim populations, a critical function for comprehensive security architecture. 5. Religious dialogue frameworks. Established mechanisms for interfaith and intrafaith dialogue provide diplomatic tools for addressing tensions with both religious dimensions and security implications. This religious diplomacy capacity directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing established channels for building consensus across diverse Muslim societies. The resulting networks would facilitate development of collective security architecture with broad religious legitimacy transcending national, sectarian, and jurisprudential differences. Historical. Worldwide. Role in Muslim causes. Pakistan's consistent support for Muslim causes throughout its history creates substantial legitimacy for security leadership based on demonstrated commitment rather than rhetorical claims. Palestinian cause principled support. Pakistan's unwavering support for Palestinian rights establishes essential credibility for Muslim world leadership. 1. Diplomatic non-recognition principle. Pakistan's consistent refusal to recognize Israel despite significant diplomatic costs demonstrates principled commitment beyond transactional calculation, establishing moral authority unmatched by states normalizing relations through Abraham Accords. 2. Palestinian solidarity institutionalization. The formal designation of annual Solidarity Day, consistent UN voting pattern, and educational curriculum inclusion demonstrate systematic commitment beyond political expediency, creating credibility essential for leadership. 3. Jerusalem status advocacy. Pakistan's consistent defense of Jerusalem's special status and Muslim access rights to Al-Aqsa demonstrates commitment to protection of Islamic sacred sites, a core function for proposed security architecture. 4. Material support history. The documented provision of humanitarian aid, financial contributions, and technical assistance to Palestinian institutions demonstrates concrete actions beyond rhetorical positions, establishing substantive commitment. 5. Diplomatic initiative leadership. Pakistan's initiation and support for various diplomatic efforts addressing Palestinian rights demonstrates proactive approach essential for security leadership, moving beyond reactive statements to strategic initiative. This principled support directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by establishing moral authority regarding one of the most symbolically significant issues in Muslim consciousness. The resulting credibility provides essential foundation for proposed security architecture. Explicitly positioned as alternative to Abraham Accords model requiring compromise on Palestinian rights. Kashmir self-determination advocacy. Pakistan's consistent support for Kashmiri rights establishes principled approach to Muslim suffering. 1. Diplomatic internationalization efforts. The systematic raising of Kashmir's status in international forums despite powerful opposition demonstrates advocacy capability essential for protecting vulnerable Muslim populations worldwide. 2. United Nations resolutions emphasis. The consistent reference to UN resolutions as basis for resolution demonstrates commitment to international law framework, establishing principled approach applicable to broader Muslim security challenges. 3. Human rights documentation. The extensive documentation of human rights violations in Kashmir demonstrates capability to build evidence-based cases for international advocacy, a critical requirement for protecting Muslim populations worldwide. 4. Humanitarian assistance provision. The consistent support for Kashmiri refugees and affected populations demonstrates practical humanitarian capability essential for comprehensive security framework addressing both military and human security dimensions. 5. Strategic restraint demonstration. Pakistan's balanced approach combining principled advocacy with strategic restraint demonstrates sophisticated conflict management essential for security leadership, avoiding both abandonment and reckless escalation. This Kashmir advocacy directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating consistent commitment to protecting Muslim populations facing oppression. The resulting credibility establishes Pakistan as reliable advocate within proposed security architecture for addressing similar situations affecting Muslim communities worldwide. Afghanistan multiple phase engagement. Pakistan's multidimensional engagement with Afghanistan demonstrates capability to address complex Muslim world security challenges. 1. Anti-Soviet jihad support. Pakistan's critical role supporting Afghan resistance against Soviet occupation demonstrated commitment to Muslim self-determination against superpower aggression, establishing precedent for collective defense against external intervention. 2. Refugee hosting sacrifice. The acceptance of over 3 million Afghan refugees despite limited domestic resources demonstrated humanitarian commitment beyond national interest calculation, establishing moral authority essential for security leadership. 3. Taliban-era engagement. Pakistan's pragmatic engagement during Taliban governance demonstrated capability to maintain relations with diverse Islamic governance models, an essential quality for proposed security architecture spanning various political systems. 4. Post-2001 balanced approach. The navigation between international counterterrorism cooperation and protection of Afghan sovereignty demonstrated sophisticated balance essential for security leadership, avoiding both isolation and subordination. 5. Reconciliation facilitation role. Pakistan's consistent support for intra-Afghan dialogue demonstrated mediation capability essential for addressing internal conflicts within proposed security framework. This complex Afghanistan engagement directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating capability to address multidimensional security challenges involving both external intervention and internal conflict. The resulting experience provides valuable lessons for proposed security architecture facing similar complex challenges throughout Muslim world. Bosnia and Kosovo Muslim protection. Pakistan's support for European Muslims demonstrates commitment beyond regional or ethnic limitations. 1. Bosnia military assistance. Pakistan's provision of military support to Bosnian Muslims despite geographical distance demonstrated commitment to Muslim protection regardless of ethnicity or region, establishing universalist rather than narrowly nationalist approach essential for collective security. 2. Diplomatic intervention leadership. Pakistan's initiation of diplomatic efforts highlighting Bosnian Muslim plight demonstrated advocacy capability applicable to proposed security architecture's protection functions for vulnerable Muslim populations worldwide. 3. Kosovo Recognition Initiative. Pakistan's early recognition of Kosovo independence demonstrated support for Muslim self-determination principles regardless of geographical proximity, establishing consistent application of principles essential for legitimate leadership. 4. Peacekeeping contribution prioritization. Pakistan's substantial peacekeeping contributions in both conflicts demonstrated capability to translate principled positions into practical protection, establishing credibility essential for proposed security architecture. 5. Humanitarian response mobilization. Pakistan's coordination of humanitarian assistance despite limited resources demonstrated capability to mobilize support for distant Muslim populations, an essential function for comprehensive security framework. This support for European Muslims directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating commitment transcending narrow regional interests. The resulting universalist approach provides essential foundation for proposed security architecture requiring legitimate authority across geographically dispersed Muslim populations with diverse ethnic backgrounds. Cultural and religious connections across Muslim world. Beyond political support for specific causes, Pakistan maintains extensive cultural and religious connections, creating natural foundation for security leadership through established relationships and shared understanding. Hajj service infrastructure. Pakistan's extensive Hajj management system creates relationships directly applicable to security coordination. 1. Annual mass mobilization experience, the systematic management of hundreds of thousands of pilgrims. Annually demonstrates organizational capability directly applicable to security cooperation involving large-scale coordination across national boundaries. 2. Saudi institutional relationships, the established frameworks for cooperation between Pakistani and Saudi authorities regarding pilgrim management create institutional relationships extendable to security cooperation through existing channels. 3. Multi-ministry coordination model, the integration of religious affairs, foreign ministry, interior ministry, and health authorities for pilgrim management demonstrates wholly off government approach essential for effective security architecture. 4. Muslim world citizen contact, the annual interaction between Pakistani officials and diverse Muslim world citizens through pilgrim services creates personal relationships and cultural understanding essential for security cooperation. 5. Crisis management experience, the demonstrated capability to manage unexpected events during pilgrim movements provides operational experience directly applicable to security coordination. Contingencies requiring rapid cross-border. This Hajj service infrastructure directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by establishing practical coordination capabilities and relationships extendable to security cooperation. The resulting frameworks provide natural foundation for proposed security architecture requiring similar coordination across diverse Muslim nations. Religious scholar exchange networks. Pakistan maintains extensive scholarly networks throughout Muslim world creating intellectual foundation for security cooperation. 1. Traditional Islamic education exchanges, the established movement of students and scholars between Pakistani madrasas and counterparts throughout Muslim world creates personal relationships essential for building trust in sensitive security matters. 2. International Islamic University multicultural environment, the systematic inclusion of students and faculty from across Muslim world in Islamic higher education creates shared intellectual framework facilitating security cooperation through common understanding. 3. Regular international Islamic conferences. Pakistan's consistent hosting of scholarly gatherings addressing contemporary challenges creates forums for developing shared approaches to security issues within Islamic framework. 4. Joint religious publication initiatives, collaborative religious scholarship between Pakistani and international. Islamic scholars creates intellectual production demonstrating unified perspectives despite diverse national backgrounds. 5. Religious training programs for foreign officials, Pakistan's provision of Islamic education specifically designed for government officials from other Muslim countries creates cadre of security professionals with shared religious understanding. These scholarly networks directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by establishing intellectual infrastructure for developing shared security approaches with religious legitimacy. The resulting relationships would facilitate cooperation within proposed security architecture by creating trust networks across national boundaries through shared religious understanding. Cultural production and distribution. Pakistan's extensive cultural production creates soft power assets enhancing security leadership potential. 1. 2. Islamic media export significance. Pakistan's production of Islamic-themed entertainment consumed throughout Muslim world creates cultural influence establishing receptivity to Pakistani leadership beyond political relationships. Religious reach, programming international. Specialized religious content broadcast internationally during Ramadan and other significant periods creates shared religious experience facilitating cooperation based on common understanding. 3. 4. 5. This. Islamic literary tradition continuation. Pakistan's significant contribution to contemporary Islamic literature creates intellectual influence establishing credibility for leadership beyond military capabilities. Islamic art and architecture preservation. Pakistan's maintenance of significant Islamic cultural heritage creates symbolic capital enhancing leadership legitimacy through demonstrated commitment to civilization preservation. Religious tourism infrastructure. The development of facilities for visitors to major religious sites creates physical infrastructure facilitating personal connections with Muslims worldwide through shared spiritual experience. Cultural production directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by establishing soft power complementing material capabilities. The resulting influence provides foundation for proposed security architecture requiring voluntary cooperation based on shared values and understanding rather than merely transactional relationships. Diaspora religious institutional development. Pakistan's diaspora maintains religious institutions creating worldwide network applicable to security architecture. 1. Mosque establishment pattern. Pakistani communities worldwide consistently establish mosques creating institutional presence facilitating both religious practice and cultural maintenance, developing infrastructure potentially supportive of security cooperation. 2. Imam provision function. Pakistani religious scholars serving as imams for diverse Muslim communities worldwide create influence extending beyond national diaspora, establishing relationships relevant to building support for security initiatives. 3. Islamic education centers development. Pakistani diaspora communities consistently establish educational institutions maintaining both religious knowledge and cultural connection, creating transmission mechanisms perspective supportive of security cooperation. 4. Transnational religious organization participation. The active involvement of Pakistani diaspora in multinational Islamic organizations creates network relationships facilitating cooperation beyond official channels, providing additional dimension for security architecture support. 5. Charity organization global reach. Pakistani diaspora charitable organizations operating across multiple countries create operational capabilities potentially applicable to humanitarian dimensions of comprehensive security framework. This diaspora religious institutional development directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by establishing worldwide network extending influence beyond official relationships. The resulting connections provide additional dimension for proposed security architecture requiring multi-layered relationships beyond formal diplomatic channels. Potential for ideological leadership in Muslim unity. Beyond historical actions and current connections, Pakistan possesses unique potential for providing ideological framework that could unify diverse Muslim populations around shared security architecture. Islamic Third Way Ideological Potential. Pakistan's distinctive ideological positioning creates potential for Muslim world leadership. 1. Neither secularist nor theocratic, Pakistan's maintenance of Islamic identity while functioning as modern constitutional state creates third-way potential attractive to Muslim society seeking balance between faith commitment and contemporary functionality. 2. Democratic Islamic synthesis model. Pakistan's experience integrating democratic processes with Islamic principles demonstrates potential framework for collective security governance balancing diverse inputs with religious authenticity. 3. Scientific religious integration. Pakistan's development of highly technical capabilities, including nuclear weapons, while maintaining Islamic framework demonstrates potential for sophisticated security capabilities without sacrificing religious identity. 4. Balanced sectarian approach. Pakistan's accommodation of diverse Islamic interpretations while maintaining unified national identity provides model for proposed security architecture transcending sectarian divisions without requiring their elimination. 5. Post-colonial independent framework. Pakistan's development of distinctive governance model neither copying Western systems nor returning to medieval structures demonstrates potential for authentic Muslim security framework avoiding both blind imitation and impractical restoration. This ideological potential directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by offering conceptual framework addressing fundamental challenge facing Muslim security cooperation, integrating religious authenticity with contemporary effectiveness. The resulting approach could provide intellectual foundation for proposed security architecture requiring both dimensions for sustainable implementation. Unity and diversity implementation experience. Pakistan's management of internal diversity provides models for Muslim world cooperation. 1. Multi-ethnic nation maintenance. Pakistan's functioning as unified state despite significant ethnic diversity demonstrates capability relevant to leading security architecture encompassing diverse Muslim populations without requiring cultural homogenization. 2. Cross-sectarian institutional frameworks. Pakistan's development of governance structures accommodating both Sunni and Shia populations provides institutional models for security cooperation transcending the most significant theological division in contemporary Islam. 3. Four-school Sunni accommodation. Pakistan's constitutional and legal frameworks accommodating all for major Sunni jurisprudential schools demonstrates practical approach to maintaining unity without requiring artificial standardization. 4. Sufi traditional integration. Pakistan's incorporation of both traditional scholarly Islam and Sufi spiritual traditions demonstrates balanced approach appealing across diverse Muslim spiritual perspectives, addressing cultural dimension essential for legitimate security cooperation. 5. Religious ethnic distinction maintenance. Pakistan's clear distinction between religious identity and ethnic background demonstrates framework for universal Islamic security architecture transcending regional or racial limitations. This unity and diversity experience directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing practical models for cooperation among diverse Muslim populations. The resulting frameworks could be adapted for proposed security architecture requiring similar accommodation of diversity within unified purpose. Contemporary Islamic thought contribution. Pakistan has produced significant Islamic intellectual frameworks relevant to security leadership. 1. Iqbal's dynamic Islam philosophy. Muhammad Iqbal's influential articulation of dynamic Islamic thought creates intellectual foundation for security framework balancing religious authenticity with contemporary adaptation, addressing fundamental challenge facing Muslim cooperation. 2. Reconstruction of religious thought tradition. Pakistan's continuing intellectual tradition focusing on reinterpretation of Islamic principles for contemporary challenges provides methodological approach applicable to developing religiously authentic security concepts. 3. Islamic economics pioneering contributions. Pakistani scholars' significant contributions to Islamic economic theory demonstrate capability to develop alternatives to Western frameworks, applicable to creating distinctive Muslim approaches to security cooperation. 4. Islamic Pakistan's constitutional sophisticated theory development. Development of Islamic constitutionalism provides governance models potentially applicable to institutional frameworks required for collective security architecture. 5. Ijtihad methodology contemporary application. Pakistan's practical application of independent reasoning within Islamic framework to address unprecedented challenges demonstrates methodology applicable to developing innovative security approaches with religious legitimacy. These intellectual contributions directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing conceptual frameworks necessary for developing distinctive Muslim security architecture. The resulting approaches could provide ideological foundation for proposed cooperation requiring both religious authenticity and contemporary relevance. Balanced Western relationship model. Pakistan's approach to relations with Western powers provides template for proposed security architecture. 1. Selective engagement framework. Pakistan's demonstrated capability to engage Western powers where interests align while maintaining independent positions on core Muslim issues provides model for balanced approach essential for effective security architecture. 2. Non-aligned Islamic identity. Pakistan's consistent maintenance of Islamic identity while participating in international security frameworks demonstrates potential for distinctive Muslim security architecture cooperating with global systems without subordination. 3. Strategic autonomy preservation. Pakistan's defense of sovereign decision-making despite significant pressure demonstrates approach necessary for legitimate Muslim security leadership, establishing credibility unmatched by client states dependent on Western security guarantees. 4. Negotiation without capitulation model. Pakistan's sophisticated engagement with major powers from position of principled strength rather than subordination demonstrates approach essential for Muslim security architecture requiring external interaction without compromising core values. 5. Technological cooperation without dependency. Pakistan's selective technological engagement maintaining indigenous capability development priority demonstrates balanced approach applicable to proposed security architecture requiring similar calibration. This balanced relationship model directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating pathway between isolation and subordination, precisely the balance required for proposed security architecture engaging international system while maintaining Islamic authenticity and strategic independence. Conclusion: Islamic legitimacy as strategic asset. Pakistan's Islamic identity and legitimacy represent not merely symbolic dimension but strategic asset directly enhancing security leadership qualification. By establishing genuine synthesis between religious principles and modern state functions, maintaining institutional frameworks integrating Islamic guidance with security decisions, and demonstrating consistent commitment to Muslim causes worldwide, Pakistan has created unique foundation for leading collective Muslim security architecture with both effectiveness and authenticity. The founding vision as Islamic Republic provides essential legitimacy through constitutional commitment to religious principles as organizing framework for governance rather than secondary consideration. This institutional integration of Islam creates natural foundation for security leadership where religious considerations inform strategic decisions without artificial separation between faith and practical capability. The resulting synthesis addresses fundamental challenge facing Muslim security cooperation, maintaining religious authenticity while effectively addressing contemporary threats. The sophisticated religious institutions developed within Pakistan provide intellectual infrastructure essential for security leadership with Islamic legitimacy. The Council of Islamic Ideology model, diverse educational ecosystem, and effective integration of religious authority with security discourse demonstrate practical frameworks for maintaining faith-based guidance without sacrificing technical effectiveness. These institutions would provide valuable resources for proposed security architecture requiring similar integration to maintain both capability and legitimacy. Pakistan's demonstrated commitment to Muslim causes worldwide, from Palestine and Kashmir to Afghanistan, Bosnia, and Kosovo, establishes credibility essential for security leadership beyond mere capability. The consistent support for Muslim populations regardless of geographical proximity, ethnic background, or strategic convenience creates moral authority unmatched by states whose engagement remains limited by narrow national interests or subordinated to external power relationships. This principled history directly qualifies Pakistan for leading security architecture requiring similar commitment to comprehensive Muslim world protection. The extensive cultural and religious connections maintained across the Muslim world provide foundation for security leadership through established relationships and shared understanding. The Hajj service infrastructure, scholarly exchange networks, cultural production reach, and diaspora religious institutions create multi-layered connections facilitating cooperation beyond official channels. These relationships would provide essential support infrastructure for proposed security architecture requiring broad engagement across diverse Muslim societies. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistan's ideological positioning as balanced Islamic state, neither abandoning religious identity through secularization nor imposing rigid theocracy, creates unique potential for providing conceptual framework unifying diverse Muslim populations. This third-way approach offers pathway for collective security architecture maintaining Islamic authenticity while effectively engaging contemporary challenges, addressing fundamental tension that has undermined previous cooperation attempts. The May 2025 crisis provided practical validation of this Islamic legitimacy dimension, demonstrating how principled religious positioning enhances rather than constrains security effectiveness. Pakistan's maintenance of its principled positions on core Muslim issues while effectively defending sovereignty established practical example of how faith commitment and strategic capability reinforce rather than contradict each other, precisely the synthesis required for proposed security architecture. As the Muslim world confronts unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, Pakistan's unique combination of Islamic legitimacy with demonstrated capability provides essential foundation for effective leadership. The proposed security architecture would leverage this legitimacy to build cooperation transcending jurisprudential differences national, while sectarian, maintaining and shared commitment to protecting both physical security and religious identity. This comprehensive approach, integrating material capability with spiritual authenticity, fulfills the Quranic vision of median community balancing worldly effectiveness with divine guidance. Chapter 21: Pakistan's peacekeeping experience and global reputation. And if two factions among the believers should fight, then make settlement between them. And if one of them oppresses the other, then fight against the one that oppresses until it returns to the ordinance of Allah. And if it returns, then make settlement between them in justice and act justly. Indeed, Allah loves those who act justly. Quran 49:9. Introduction: From National Defense to Global Peace Enforcement. The Quranic imperative to establish justice between conflicting parties establishes divine sanction for peacekeeping as sacred duty rather than merely secular function. This principle, intervening to prevent oppression, establishing justice, and facilitating reconciliation, provides religious foundation for Pakistan's extensive contributions to international peacekeeping operations. What secular analysis might view simply as diplomatic engagement in fact represents implementation of core Islamic principles regarding collective responsibility for justice maintenance. Pakistan stands among the world's foremost contributors to international peacekeeping operations, having deployed over 200,000 personnel across 46 UN missions since 1960. This extraordinary commitment, sustained despite limited resources and significant security challenges within its own region, demonstrates capability and commitment extending far beyond conventional expectations for a developing nation. No other Muslim-majority state has made comparable contributions to global peace operations, with Pakistan consistently ranking among the top troop contributors despite having substantially fewer resources than many larger economies. This peacekeeping experience provides Pakistan unique qualification for Muslim world security leadership through demonstrated capability to project professional military power for stabilization rather than aggression. Unlike powers whose global military presence primarily serves narrow national interests, Pakistan's peacekeeping contributions represent genuine commitment to international stability within multilateral frameworks. This proven record establishes credibility essential for leading collective Muslim security architecture intended to enhance stability rather than pursue hegemonic ambitions. Beyond specific operational experience, Pakistan's peacekeeping contributions have established global reputation for military professionalism transcending regional contexts. Pakistani contingents have earned universal recognition for discipline, effectiveness, and cultural sensitivity in diverse environments from Africa to the Balkans. This reputation, earned through performance rather than rhetorical claims, provides essential foundation for security leadership requiring international legitimacy alongside material capability. This chapter examines Pakistan's peacekeeping experience and global reputation across 4 dimensions: United Nations peacekeeping contributions, international military education programs, disaster response capabilities, and reputation among Muslim nations for military excellence. The analysis moves beyond statistical measures to examine qualitative aspects, creating unique qualification for security leadership through demonstrated capacity to employ military power for stability operations within principled frameworks. UN peacekeeping missions participation. Largest contributor. Pakistan's extraordinary commitment to United Nations peacekeeping operations provides demonstrated capacity for global security contributions directly relevant to proposed Muslim security architecture leadership. Historical commitment and scope. Pakistan's peacekeeping contributions demonstrate sustained commitment transcending geopolitical shifts. 1. 6-decade Pakistan's peacekeeping since. Continuous participation, uninterrupted 1960 participation demonstrates in UN institutional commitment transcending political changes, establishing reliability essential for security leadership amidst inevitable internal transitions. 2. Global deployment geographic range. Pakistani peacekeepers have served across 4 continents, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Americas, in environments ranging from jungles to deserts and mountains, demonstrating adaptability essential for addressing diverse challenges facing Muslim world. 3. Numerical significance context. Pakistan's consistent ranking among top 5 troop contributors despite resource constraints demonstrates extraordinary commitment beyond conventional expectations, establishing prioritization of international stability over narrower considerations. 4. Full-spectrum mission participation. Pakistan has contributed to missions ranging from observer operations to complex peace enforcement, demonstrating capability across the entire peacekeeping spectrum from monitoring to active intervention. 5. Strategic consistency through political change. Pakistan's consistent peacekeeping commitments have remained despite multiple government transitions, establishing institutional commitment beyond individual leadership essential for reliable security architecture. This historical commitment directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating sustained capability to project military power for stabilization across diverse environments. The resulting institutional experience would provide essential foundation for proposed Muslim security architecture requiring similar capability to address diverse challenges across geographically dispersed regions. Operational excellence reputation. Beyond numerical contributions, Pakistan has established exceptional reputation for operational effectiveness. 1. Force commander appointments. Pakistani officers have repeatedly received appointments as force commanders for major UN operations, reflecting international recognition of professional excellence beyond regional contexts. 2. Complex mandate implementation. Pakistani contingents have successfully implemented diverse mandates. From civilian protection to disarmament and electoral security, demonstrating versatility beyond conventional combat operations essential for comprehensive security architecture. 3. Casualty acceptance resilience. Pakistan has endured significant peacekeeper casualties, over 160 fatalities, without reducing commitments, demonstrating resolve essential for security leadership requiring potential sacrifice for broader stability. 4. Difficult environment specialization. Pakistani contingents have developed particular expertise in challenging environments like the Democratic Republic of Congo and Darfur, creating specialized capability directly applicable to complex conflicts throughout Muslim world. 5. Indigenous leadership emphasis. Pakistan has consistently emphasized empowering local institutions rather than creating dependency, demonstrating approach essential for sustainable security framework respecting sovereignty while providing effective assistance. This operational excellence directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing demonstrated capability to implement complex security operations effectively. The resulting expertise would directly benefit proposed Muslim security architecture requiring similar operational effectiveness across challenging environments throughout Muslim world. Cross-cultural operation capability. Pakistan has demonstrated exceptional capacity for effective cross-cultural security operations. 1. Cultural sensitivity reputation. Pakistani peacekeepers have consistently earned recognition for cultural understanding and respectful engagement with local populations, establishing model essential for proposed security architecture operating across diverse Muslim societies. 2. Multiple language capability. Pakistan's multilingual military personnel provide communication capabilities essential for operations across linguistic boundaries, addressing practical requirement for collective security operations throughout linguistically diverse Muslim world. 3. Religious credibility advantage. Pakistani peacekeepers' Muslim identity creates immediate connection with Islamic populations while their professional training prevents sectarian bias, demonstrating balance essential for operations in religiously complex environments. 4. Gender-sensitive security implementation. Pakistan's integration of female personnel in peacekeeping operations creates capability for comprehensive security addressing specific needs of women and children, demonstrating sophistication essential for modern protection operations. 5. Community engagement methodology. Pakistani contingents have developed sophisticated approaches to local community integration facilitating intelligence collection and threat prevention, creating methodology directly applicable to Muslim world security challenges requiring similar population-centric approaches. This cross-cultural operation capability directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating practical effectiveness in diverse societies beyond its immediate region. The resulting methodologies would provide valuable models for proposed security architecture requiring similar effectiveness across culturally diverse Muslim populations. Institutional knowledge preservation. Pakistan has developed sophisticated systems for capturing peacekeeping experience. 1. Dedicated peacekeeping training infrastructure. The Center for International Peace and Stability at National University of Sciences and Technology provides institutional hub for peacekeeping knowledge development, creating capability for standardized training essential for collective security architecture. 2. Mission-specific preparation programs. Pakistan has developed specialized pre-deployment training tailored to specific operational environments, demonstrating sophisticated preparation methodology applicable to diverse Muslim world security challenges. 3. Lessons learned documentation systems. Formalized processes capture operational insights for integration into future deployments, creating institutional learning essential for progressive capability enhancement. 4. Performance evaluation mechanisms. Systematic assessment of contingent effectiveness informs continuous improvement, demonstrating quality focus essential for security leadership. 5. Training program export capability. Pakistan has demonstrated capacity to train other nations' peacekeepers, creating potential for capability development throughout proposed Muslim security architecture. This institutional knowledge preservation directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing established systems for maintaining and transmitting operational expertise. The resulting capabilities would provide valuable foundation for proposed security architecture requiring similar knowledge management across multiple contributing nations. International military education and training programs. Beyond peacekeeping operations, Pakistan has developed sophisticated international military education capabilities, creating global influence networks directly relevant to security leadership. Professional Excellence Military Education System. Pakistan's military education institutions have established global reputation for excellence. 1. Command and Staff College. Quetta international recognition. The prestigious Command and Staff College consistently attracts international students from both Muslim and non-Muslim nations, demonstrating educational quality transcending regional contexts. 2. National Defense University Global Standing. Pakistan's National Defense University has established reputation for strategic education, attracting senior officers from across Muslim world and beyond, creating influence network at highest military leadership levels. 3. Multi-domain educational integration. Pakistan's professional military education integrates land, air, naval, and joint operations perspectives, creating comprehensive approach essential for addressing complex security challenges. 4. Civil-military relations focus. Pakistani military education increasingly emphasizes appropriate civil-military relations, developing leadership understanding essential for proposed security architecture operating within political frameworks. 5. Doctrine development capability. Pakistan's military education system has demonstrated capacity to develop sophisticated doctrine addressing emerging threats, providing intellectual foundation applicable to Muslim security challenges requiring similar conceptual frameworks. This professional military education excellence directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by establishing intellectual influence extending far beyond its borders. The resulting networks would provide essential human infrastructure for proposed security architecture requiring common understanding across diverse contributing nations. International student program scale. Pakistan hosts extraordinary numbers of international military students. 1. Global participation diversity. Pakistan's military institutions regularly host students from over 70 countries spanning Africa, Middle East, Central Asia, East Asia, and beyond, creating unparalleled network encompassing both Muslim and non-Muslim nations. 2. Muslim world concentration. Particularly strong representation from Muslim-majority states creates specialized network directly relevant to proposed security architecture, establishing relationships at individual level essential for effective cooperation. 3. Progressive responsibility pattern. Many international alumni later achieve senior leadership positions in their home nations, creating influence network extending to highest military and political levels worldwide. 4. Long-term program sustainability. Pakistan has maintained extensive international student programs despite resource constraints and security challenges, demonstrating institutional commitment beyond political fluctuations. 5. Continuous expansion trajectory. The consistent growth in international student numbers reflects increasing global recognition of Pakistani military education quality, creating momentum beneficial for proposed leadership role. This international student program directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by creating personal relationships with military leaders worldwide. The resulting networks would provide essential human infrastructure for proposed security architecture requiring trust relationships beyond formal institutional connections. Specialized training export programs. Pakistan has developed capability to provide specialized military training internationally. 1. Counterterrorism training specialization. Pakistan's development of sophisticated counterterrorism methodologies has created exportable training programs sought by nations worldwide, demonstrating relevant expertise for addressing primary security challenge facing Muslim world. 2. Counterinsurgency doctrine transfer. Pakistan's experience-based counterinsurgency approaches have been shared through specialized training programs, providing valuable methodology for addressing internal stability challenges throughout Muslim world. 3. Mountain warfare expertise recognition. Pakistan's specialized capabilities for operations in mountainous terrain have created niche training expertise sought internationally, reflecting specialized capability directly relevant to many Muslim regions. 4. Special operations training provision. Selected partner nations receive specialized training from Pakistan's elite special services group, demonstrating highest level capability sharing, creating strategic relationships. 5. Aviation training internationalization. Pakistan's military aviation training programs have established reputation attracting international participants, creating specialized cooperation in critical domain requiring substantial technical expertise. These specialized training export programs directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating capability to develop partner capacity through knowledge transfer. The resulting methodologies would provide valuable foundation for proposed security architecture requiring similar capability development across diverse contributing nations. Values-based leadership philosophy. Pakistan's military leadership approach. 1. Education emphasizes values-based Islamic military ethics integration. Pakistani military education systematically integrates Islamic ethical principles with professional requirements, creating distinctive approach directly relevant to proposed Muslim security architecture. 2. Humanitarian law emphasis. Pakistan's military training places strong emphasis on international humanitarian law and civilian protection, establishing ethical framework essential for legitimate security operations. 3. Restraint and proportionality doctrine. Pakistani military education emphasizes appropriate force application within moral and legal constraints, developing leadership approach essential for operations maintaining both effectiveness and legitimacy. 4. Character development methodology. Pakistan's military institutions implement sophisticated approaches to leadership character formation beyond technical proficiency, creating holistic development models suitable for proposed security architecture requiring both capability and integrity. 5. Religious tolerance promotion. Despite its Islamic identity, Pakistan's military education emphasizes respect for diverse religious perspectives, developing leadership approach essential for operations in multi-faith environments. This values-based leadership philosophy directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing ethical framework transcending purely technical approaches. The resulting leadership model would provide valuable foundation for proposed security architecture requiring moral legitimacy alongside operational effectiveness. Disaster response capabilities. Historical deployments. And Pakistan has developed sophisticated disaster response capabilities providing models for humanitarian dimensions of proposed security architecture. Domestic disaster management excellence. Pakistan's experience managing major domestic disasters provides relevant expertise. 1. Earthquake response capabilities. Pakistan's management of the catastrophic 2005 Kashmir earthquake, magnitude 7.6, developed sophisticated capabilities for large-scale disaster response, creating institutional expertise applicable throughout disaster-prone Muslim regions. 2. Flood management systems. Recurring major flood events have necessitated development of advanced flood response capabilities, creating specialized expertise particularly relevant to climate change challenges facing numerous Muslim nations. 3. Multi-agency coordination frameworks. Pakistan has established effective coordination mechanisms between military, civilian government, and international organizations, developing models applicable to complex humanitarian operations requiring similar coordination. For military-civilian integration approaches, Pakistan has refined sophisticated approaches integrating military capabilities with civilian disaster management, providing templates for similar integration in proposed security architecture's humanitarian operations. 5. Resource-constraint adaptation. Pakistan has demonstrated capacity to mount effective disaster response despite limited resources, creating methodologies directly applicable to other resource-constrained Muslim nations facing similar challenges. This domestic disaster management excellence directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing practical expertise for humanitarian operations. The resulting capabilities would provide valuable models for proposed security architecture's disaster response functions. Across Muslim world regions facing increasing climate-related challenges. International disaster assistance provision. Pakistan has consistently provided disaster assistance internationally despite limited resources. 1. Regional first responder role. Pakistan frequently serves as first international responder to disasters in neighboring countries, demonstrating rapid deployment capability essential for effective humanitarian operations. 2. Muslim world focus pattern. Pakistan has provided specialized assistance following disasters in Indonesia, Iran, Turkey, and other Muslim nations, creating relationships and expertise directly relevant to proposed security architecture. 3. Field hospital deployment capability. Pakistani military field hospitals have been rapidly deployed to multiple international disasters, demonstrating specialized medical capability essential for comprehensive humanitarian response. 4. Search and rescue team certification. Pakistan maintains internationally certified search and rescue teams capable of immediate deployment, providing critical capability for urban disaster response throughout Muslim world. 5. Asset deployment. Despite domestic constraints, Pakistan has repeatedly shared limited resources internationally despite significant domestic needs, demonstrating commitment to humanitarian principles beyond narrow national interest calculations. This international disaster assistance provision directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating practical commitment to humanitarian principles. The resulting capabilities and relationships would provide valuable foundation for proposed security architecture's humanitarian functions across disaster-prone Muslim regions. Military humanitarian operation specialization. Pakistan's military has developed sophisticated humanitarian operation capabilities. 1. Dual-use aviation assets. Pakistan's military helicopter and transport aircraft fleets maintain specialized capabilities for humanitarian operations alongside security functions, creating flexible response options essential for comprehensive security architecture. 2. Engineer unit humanitarian specialization. Pakistani military engineer units have developed particular expertise in infrastructure restoration following disasters, providing critical capability for comprehensive disaster management. 3. Medical Corps humanitarian deployment. Pakistan's military medical services have established sophisticated expeditionary capabilities for disaster response, creating specialized asset directly applicable to humanitarian challenges throughout Muslim world. For supply chain management excellence, Pakistani military logistics systems have demonstrated effectiveness in managing complex humanitarian supply chains, providing expertise essential for large-scale assistance operations. 5. Civil affairs humanitarian integration. Pakistan's military maintains specialized civil affairs capabilities facilitating effective community engagement during humanitarian operations, developing approaches directly applicable to proposed security architecture's population-centric operations. This military humanitarian operation specialization directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing capabilities transcending traditional security functions. The resulting expertise would provide valuable specialized assets for proposed security architecture addressing both security and humanitarian dimensions of comprehensive human security. Climate change response development. Pakistan is developing advanced capabilities addressing climate security challenges. 1. Climate security. Pakistan's security nexus understanding establishment has developed sophisticated understanding of climate change, a security multiplier, creating intellectual framework applicable throughout Muslim world facing similar challenges. 2. Weather extreme response capabilities. Recurring experiences with extreme weather events have necessitated development of specialized response capabilities, creating expertise increasingly relevant as climate impacts intensify across Muslim regions. 3. Water security specialization. Pakistan's management of increasingly complex water security challenges has developed specialized capabilities addressing critical Muslim nations. 4. Vulnerability affecting numerous. Climate migration management experience. Pakistan's experience with climate-induced population movements has created institutional knowledge regarding this emerging security challenge, providing relevant expertise for similar challenges throughout Muslim world. 5. Green Defense Initiative implementation. Pakistan's military has implemented systematic efforts to reduce environmental impact while enhancing operational sustainability, developing approaches balancing security requirements with environmental responsibility. This climate change response development directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by addressing emerging security dimension increasingly affecting Muslim world. The resulting capabilities would provide valuable expertise for proposed security architecture confronting climate security challenges that transcend traditional security frameworks. Reputation among Muslim nations. 4. Military excellence. Beyond specific capabilities, Pakistan has established unparalleled reputation for military excellence throughout Muslim world, creating natural foundation for security leadership. Professional force development model. Pakistan's military development provides model for Muslim world professional forces. 1. Merit-based advancement system. Pakistan's military maintains sophisticated merit-based promotion systems, creating professional leadership corps, providing model for other Muslim nations struggling with nepotism or political interference in military institutions. 2. Effective civilian control balance. Pakistan has progressively refined civil-military relations, maintaining both effective civilian oversight and military professionalism, developing approach applicable to diverse political systems throughout Muslim world. 3. Military education systematic approach. Pakistan's comprehensive military education system provides progressive development from tactical to strategic levels, offering model for systematic force development applicable throughout Muslim nations. 4. Non-commissioned officer professionalization. Pakistan has developed sophisticated approaches to NCO development often lacking in other Muslim militaries, addressing critical capability gap affecting numerous Muslim armed forces. 5. Modern traditional value integration. Pakistan's military culture successfully integrates modern professional standards with traditional Islamic values, creating distinctive approach resonating throughout Muslim world. This professional force development model directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing institutional frameworks adaptable throughout Muslim world. The resulting approach would provide valuable template for proposed security architecture requiring similar professional standards across diverse contributing forces. Asymmetric capability development and reputation. Pakistan's development of sophisticated capabilities despite constraints has created particular admiration. 1. Nuclear development achievement. Pakistan's successful nuclear weapons development despite international opposition represents unparalleled demonstration of strategic determination, establishing unique credibility throughout Muslim world. 2. Indigenous defense industry growth. Pakistan's progressive development of domestic defense production capabilities provides model for reducing external dependency, addressing critical vulnerability affecting most Muslim nations. 3. Electronic warfare sophistication recognition. Pakistan's demonstrated electronic warfare capabilities have established reputation for technical sophistication beyond expectations, creating particular credibility in critical domain. 4. Special Forces capability respect. Pakistan's Special Services Group has established exceptional reputation throughout Muslim world, creating specialized influence through demonstrated elite force development. 5. Air defense system integration. Pakistan's effective air defense capabilities despite resource constraints have created particular admiration, addressing capability gap. Affecting numerous Muslim nations vulnerable to air superiority opponents. This asymmetric capability development reputation directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by demonstrating practical approaches to developing sophisticated capabilities despite constraints. The result methodologies would provide valuable models for proposed security architecture requiring similar capability development across resource-constrained contributing nations. Multi-environment combat experience. Pakistan's operational experience across diverse environments creates unique credibility. 1. High-altitude warfare expertise. Pakistan's experience in world's highest battlefield, Siachen, has developed unparalleled high-altitude warfare capabilities, creating specialized expertise directly relevant to mountainous regions throughout Muslim world. 2. Desert combat operations capability. Operational experience in challenging desert environments has created specialized capabilities for arid region operations, providing expertise applicable across Middle Eastern and North African theaters. 3. Counterinsurgency practical experience. Pakistan's extensive counterinsurgency operations have developed battle-tested methodologies, creating practical expertise. Increasingly relevant throughout Muslim world facing similar challenges. For urban operation refinement, progressive development of urban warfare capabilities addressing contemporary challenges has created relevant expertise, providing methodologies applicable to urbanizing Muslim world. 5. Maritime security evolution. Pakistan's naval forces have developed increasing capabilities for maritime security operations, addressing critical domain affecting Muslim nations with extensive maritime interests. This multi-environment combat experience directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing practical operational expertise across diverse environments. The resulting capabilities would provide valuable specialized knowledge for proposed security architecture requiring effectiveness across similarly diverse operational theaters throughout Muslim world. Security partnership reliability reputation. Pakistan has established unparalleled reputation for reliability in security partnerships. 1. Commitment fulfillment track record. Pakistan has consistently fulfilled security commitments despite significant domestic challenges, establishing reliability essential for leadership of collective security framework. 2. Technology control responsibility. Pakistan has maintained strict control over sensitive technologies despite numerous attempts at compromise, demonstrating responsibility essential for proposed nuclear umbrella extension. 3. Intelligence sharing discretion. Pakistan's intelligence services have established reputation for sophisticated information protection, addressing critical requirement for intelligence cooperation in proposed security architecture. 4. Training quality consistency. Pakistan's military training provided to partner nations has maintained consistent quality regardless of political fluctuations, establishing institutional reliability essential for proposed security architecture. 5. Crisis response predictability. During international crises, Pakistan has demonstrated measured and proportionate responses, establishing predictability essential for responsible leadership of collective security framework. This security partnership reliability reputation directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by establishing trust foundation essential for military diplomacy and strategic outreach. Pakistan has developed sophisticated military diplomacy, creating foundations for security leadership through established relationships and demonstrated competence. Defense cooperation agreement networks. Pakistan maintains extensive defense cooperation frameworks. 1. Comprehensive strategic partnership models. Pakistan has developed sophisticated strategic partnership frameworks with nations like China, integrating multiple security dimensions, creating models adaptable to proposed Muslim security architecture. 2. Muslim World Defense Agreement concentration. Pakistan maintains particularly dense network of defense cooperation agreements throughout Muslim world, creating established legal cooperation. 3. Foundations for expanded security. South-South cooperation emphasis. Pakistan's focus on cooperation with developing nations creates particular resonance throughout Global South, establishing influence extending beyond traditional power frameworks. For exercise hosting infrastructure, Pakistan regularly hosts multinational military exercises, creating operational relationships beyond formal agreements, developing practical cooperation foundations essential for effective security architecture. 5. Multilateral framework integration. Pakistan actively participates in multiple regional security frameworks while maintaining distinctive Islamic identity, demonstrating capability to operate within diverse institutional arrangements while preserving core principles. These defense cooperation agreement networks directly enhance Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing established legal and institutional frameworks adaptable to proposed security architecture. The resulting relationships would provide valuable foundation for expanded cooperation through existing channels rather than requiring entirely new structures. Defense-attached network effectiveness. Pakistan maintains surprisingly extensive defense diplomatic presence. 1. Global military diplomatic coverage. Pakistan's defense attaché network extends across over 50 countries, creating diplomatic infrastructure disproportionate to economic resources and demonstrating institutional commitment to international engagement. 2. Muslim world representation particularly comprehensive coverage throughout Muslim nations creates specialized network directly applicable to proposed security architecture, establishing communication channels essential for effective coordination. 3. Professional military diplomat selection. Pakistan's assignment of highly qualified officers to defense attaché positions creates effective representation, establishing professional credibility essential for security leadership. 4. Multilingual capability emphasis. Pakistan's defense diplomats typically maintain capabilities in multiple languages relevant to their postings, addressing practical requirement for effective communication throughout diverse Muslim world. 5. Technical and cultural competence balance. Cultural Pakistan's defense attachés balance technical military expertise with understanding, creating comprehensive effectiveness essential for proposed security architecture spanning diverse societies. This defense attaché network directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing established diplomatic infrastructure for expanded security cooperation. The resulting capabilities would provide valuable communication channels for proposed security architecture requiring effective coordination across geographically dispersed Muslim nations. International Staff Officer Integration. Pakistan maintains extensive presence in multinational military staffs. 1. UN Headquarters Military Staffing. Pakistan maintains substantial officer representation in United Nations military planning structures, creating institutional knowledge and influence regarding global security operations. 2. Regional organization integration. Pakistani officers serve in various regional security organization staffs, developing expertise in multinational security coordination directly applicable to proposed architecture. 3. Coalition Operation Headquarters Participation. Pakistan has contributed staff officers to various coalition military operations, creating practical experience in complex multinational command arrangements. 4. Observer mission leadership roles. Pakistani officers frequently receive leadership appointments in multinational observer missions, establishing credibility through demonstrated performance in sensitive roles. 5. Military planning expertise recognition. Pakistan staff officers have earned particular recognition for professional planning capabilities, creating specialized reputation relevant to proposed security architecture requiring sophisticated operational planning. This international staff officer integration directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing human resources experienced in multinational security operations. The resulting expertise would provide valuable capabilities for proposed security architecture requiring similar multinational coordination across complex operations. Strategic communication capacity. Pakistan has developed sophisticated approaches to security-related strategic communication. 1. International security discourse participation. Pakistan actively contributes to international security discussions through publications, conferences, and diplomatic initiatives, establishing intellectual presence beyond regional contexts. 2. Military public diplomacy programs. Pakistan's military maintains sophisticated public diplomacy capabilities, creating international understanding of its perspectives, developing influence extending beyond formal government relationships. 3. Crisis communication effectiveness. During security crises, Pakistan has demonstrated increasingly sophisticated strategic communication, maintaining both international legitimacy and domestic support, creating expertise essential for proposed security architecture leadership. 4. Military media relationship management. Pakistan has developed increasingly effective approaches to media Engagement regarding security matters, addressing critical requirement for proposed security architecture operating in complex information environment. 5. Digital communication capability. Pakistan's security establishment has developed sophisticated digital communication approaches, creating contemporary influence capabilities essential for modern security leadership. This strategic communication capacity directly enhances Pakistan's qualification for security leadership by providing capabilities to articulate security perspectives effectively to diverse audiences. The resulting influence would provide valuable foundation for proposed security architecture requiring both operational effectiveness and narrative legitimacy in complex information environment. Conclusion. Leadership. From experience to Pakistan's extraordinary peacekeeping experience and global military reputation provide unique qualification for Muslim world security leadership through demonstrated capacity to project professional military power for stabilization rather than aggression. Unlike theoretical proposals or rhetorical claims, Pakistan's contributions represent practical implementation of security capabilities within principled frameworks, establishing credibility essential for leading collective architecture requiring similar balance between effectiveness and legitimacy. The extensive United Nations peacekeeping participation, involving over 200,000 personnel across 46 missions, provides operational experience directly applicable to proposed security architecture functions. Pakistan's demonstrated capability to deploy professional forces globally, maintain operational effectiveness across diverse environments, and sustain commitments despite domestic constraints establishes practical foundation for leadership transcending regional limitations. The resulting expertise in complex stability operations would provide invaluable resource for addressing similar challenges throughout Muslim world requiring multinational approach. The sophisticated international military education and training programs maintain influence networks extending throughout both Muslim and non-Muslim nations. Pakistan's professional military education system has established global reputation attracting international students from over 70 countries, creating relationships at individual level essential for effective multinational cooperation. The resulting human infrastructure, comprising officers trained in Pakistan who subsequently achieve leadership positions in their home nations, would provide critical facilitation layer for proposed security architecture requiring trust beyond formal institutional arrangements. The demonstrated disaster response capabilities and historical deployments establish Pakistan's commitment to humanitarian dimensions essential for comprehensive security approach. From domestic disaster management excellence to international assistance provision despite limited resources, Pakistan has developed practical expertise addressing human security. Beyond traditional military functions. These capabilities would provide valuable specialized assets for proposed security architecture addressing both security and humanitarian dimensions increasingly interconnected in contemporary environment. Perhaps most significantly, Pakistan has established unparalleled reputation for military excellence throughout Muslim world creating natural foundation for security leadership. The professional force development model, asymmetric capability development despite constraints, multi-environment combat experience, and demonstrated reliability in security partnerships collectively establish credibility unmatched by other potential Muslim world security leaders. This reputation, earned through performance rather than declared through rhetoric, provides essential social capital for leadership role requiring voluntary cooperation based on demonstrated capability rather than imposed authority. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated how these capabilities translate to practical effectiveness in contemporary security challenges. Pakistan's professional military response combined technical sophistication with strategic restraint, precisely the balance required for proposed security architecture leadership. The international recognition following this crisis validated Pakistan's reputation for combining capability with responsibility, establishing definitive credential for security leadership based on demonstrated performance rather than aspirational claims. As the Muslim world confronts unprecedented security challenges in the 21st century, Pakistan's peacekeeping experience and global military reputation provide not merely abstract qualification but practical capability for effective leadership. The proposed security architecture would leverage this established expertise, institutional knowledge, and professional relationships to address diverse challenges from territorial disputes to humanitarian emergencies throughout the Muslim world. This leadership would fulfill the Quranic imperative to make settlement between them in justice and act justly, translating religious principle into practical security architecture serving both spiritual and material dimensions of comprehensive Muslim world security.